Actually the biggest one. This dude went crazy when I picked him up. But look at that horn though. That horn is small. Oh my god now!
I am gonna say this, all right? This is my official announcement. You can clip this. We wish Harry Caravello a speedy recovery. This is not cool what happened. I don't endorse any of this shit. I know that this is some crazy guy going around in his apartment complex, but this was not cool. Harry, I hope you get well soon. I hope you have a speedy recovery. I hope nobody fucks with you in this degree, because you do not deserve this. You're a funny guy to laugh at when you do funny stuff, but it's not cool when stuff like this, when you get physically assaulted. This is not cool. But we wish you a speedy recovery. We hope you get well soon and you get back to doing all the shenanigans we love to watch you for, which is, you know, Skittles related and other such nonsense.
You gotta love the Japanese designers. The women wear no clothes.
I do love it, Phil. I love women with no clothes. I love women with clothes too. I love all kinds of women.
Stupid.
Why are you so scared of every woman that's ever existed?
I got a serious problem. There's nothing covering any of my back. I'm freezing cold at the top of this building.
How do you know? She doesn't look cold. She doesn't act cold.
Hayabusa village. They're after the demon statue. Your clan is in danger.
Is he locking in? He's fat. Fat is what he is.
Mount Fuji.
Mount Fuji.
Slot empty. I guess you should save here, huh?
Pogo padlock. Crash ball 2. Oh my god, look at that. Look at that. That needs a clip. I was at the finish line. I was actually ahead. I was actually ready to win. 1 second. Because there's a time limit applied. An arbitrary time limit that does not need to be there because No! No way! No! No! Carl! Carl, what did I do? Ah! No! End the stream! End the stream now! End the stream now! Cut it! Cut it! The stream is done! It's done! It's over!
Dominating!
The stream is done!
Perfect!
It's over! We're not playing this game ever again!
Ladies and gentlemen, Garfield and friends.
We're ready to party. We're ready. I hope you bring lots of spaghetti. I'm scared. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Dancing, fiesta, romancing, siesta, samba, la bamba. Ay caramba, disguises, surprises, and pies of all sizes. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Garfield and friends.
And pay attention. There'll be a test at the end.
Hello, Expand Dog. How you doing, dude?
Let's see how utterly lost and immersed I get in this grand cinematic world today. Hello everybody. Hello, and welcome to another swollen __ dingus stream. As Rentcheck says, precisely as scheduled. Exactly, true. Tam says, how you doing, dingus? I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. Though I might sound, I don't know. I feel like I sound different. But this may be due to the fact that I have a very impromptu nap. And, my sinuses may be acting up again, but I will do my best to persevere. But I'm just gonna be fucking around tonight. In the game I just bought, and I've not played for 2 days, due to extenuating circumstances. But we had a little get-together Saturday, so that's why I didn't stream. Of course. And on top of that, it's Saturday, so, you know, that's the stream. That's the day I don't stream anyway. But now it's Sunday. For some of you, it's already Monday. I will attempt to finish the Synthetic Man review of Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, because we only got halfway through it, while making progress in this game. And then eventually I will just straight up rewatch Kino Casino. I say rewatch, but I didn't... Look, I was watching it on Friday, but I wasn't... This was not a 90 to 100% attention span. This was like a 50 to 60% attention span, because I had a late clock out that night. I sound a bit deflated. I can hear it. I can hear it as I speak. There's nothing I can do about it. I'm sorry, guys. But big ups to the dingus, dongas, and swollen _ ones who are here in the now, existing. Big ups to all the dingus, dongas, and swollen _ ones sure to exist in DVD and far-flung future, such as JC and Rentcheck, the Zuki Wookie, and Pim Pam. Okay, let me just get right down to it.
Overall,
Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is a glorified humiliation ritual. I was actually rewatching a bit of it earlier today while I was doing my taxes. That's the real reason why I'm so deflated, because I paid Uncle fucking Sam what he's owed. Let's see, recapping the video. He recaps the entirety of the first game, breaks down the prologue in the first act, talks about the combat and how much it sucks. A couple of side quests involving the Cumans, talks about fast travel, the wine cuck, the guy who just, you start the quest and he's already complaining about how much of a cuckold he is, the dog pisses in his boots and shit. A few other side quests, and then we stopped at like 220. I promise you that wasn't on purpose. Rescues Hans. Okay, let's just... I know I said we left off at 220. Let's go back to exactly 2 hours. Golem quest conclusion. And we'll carry off from there. Big ups Easy Money for the 3-stream streak. I'm convinced this game is a psyop. A psyop to have a game where gamers finally have fun again.
Here, we finally get the first romance option with Hans, and it's a mandatory dialogue, by the way. Just to remind you, like I said in the intro, someone lied to you. It's not hidden, not the least bit, man. There's
But like
literally
define
a
mandatory.
fucking heart on the
I'm already having complaints with his observations. Like it's so I have to select the option, or is it like the conversation is mandatory, but not the dialogue option that initiates the romance isn't mandatory. Therefore, it's not mandatory.
dialogue option. And the worst part is, the thing you say doesn't even sound gay.
Happens to the best of us. But you can rely on me. Always. We had a disagreement, that's all.
Maybe he meant
Who
physically.
doesn't
You can
sometimes?
physically rely on me.
You're the closest.
That's not even gay, by the way. That's why I think there's women writers.
I really appreciate it. I'm glad that
He didn't even say anything gay. So our first task for von Berghoff is to go to Nebakov, which is like a small fortress, and ask for the local lord's garrison to help kill the mercs. Now, of course, the twist when you arrive is that the mercenaries have already taken over this place, and it's their base that they're operating from. And they're not exactly
man, I
very
can't
subtle
afford
about there
shit.
being something very wrong about this place. The player can easily figure it out. And this is also where we finally get to sleep with a woman, Kalara, who is one of the only two female characters I actually liked in this game. Even though she's trying to deceive you to help out the mercs, she's still a sweet woman. She's basically like a nurse, and she genuinely likes Henry, and it's an easy lay. How can I complain? And we also find out by interrogating one of the local quote-unquote guards here
What, he likes
that
easy
nobody
women?
agrees on
But
how
what about
they
the
obtained
chase
so many
aspect?
horses. Of course, they stole them
Must not
from
be a
the
pursuer.
men who
He's not a
used to be
closer.
here. And so you return to von Berghoff, report that obviously some suspicious shit is going down, and he informs you that he actually managed to capture one of the mercenaries, and so he tasks Henry and Hans with torturing the information out of him. And I gotta hand it to this game, you legitimately can torture this man, and don't worry,
So they
I
say
took
they're
the
being
opportunity
tortured
to
right
do
now
so.
listening to this dude. I'm
Yeah.
not.
Yeah! Now, of course, if you have high enough speech skills, you don't have to torture him, but I wanted to, so I did, and I came
Wow,
very
that's
close
fucked
to
up.
killing him. The only consequences for torturing him is you lose some reputation with Hans, and my god, I just realized I didn't even get into the reputation system, which basically became a meme on my streams that I was losing reputation every 5 fucking seconds. The short version is there's local reputation, then there's individual reputation, and individual reputation is virtually meaningless.
Thank you, Yoon. After 32 months, it's tier 1 for 33 months. And he say, get the mechs. I'll sure try.
Unless you lose reputation
Rhea.
with like a merchant
Hello.
or one of the romanceable characters in the game. Local reputation is a lot more important, as I explained much earlier. But individual reputation is basically Warhorse's equivalent of Telltale Games. Kenny will remember that. As in, it does absolutely nothing
Billy.
except just annoy the shit
Billy.
out of me. And even though I did lose reputation with Hans a number of times throughout the game, I still was able to do his romance by the end. But I have to admit, I absolutely enjoyed the torture scene. It was legitimately something unique I could take away from this game. And during the torture, you find out that Samin was in on it, or at least the groom was from the wedding. And so, learning this information, you ride off with some guy named Hashek to basically punish the people of Samin for their crimes against Berghoff. And this is one of the very few moments in the game that actually affects the ending. If you choose to butcher the innocent people here, your parents will be upset at you during the ending. I found this out the hard way. Me, I just wanted to have fun, and I had no idea and no reason to believe that there even is an evil ending in this game. Well, spoiler, there is. And so, after killing everyone and burning the estate to the ground, you return to von Berghoff and he throws a party. Now, there's actually a secret gay romance during this part. If you talk to Black
How many gay guys are in
Bartosz
this
earlier,
game? I thought
you
this
have
was
an
a medieval
option to
game.
sleep with him here, and unlike the Hans one, this is not at the end of the game. And no, there are no consequences for sleeping with a man in the 15th century. You know, just had to make that clear. The only interesting thing that happens during this party is that you spy Catherine again, and as I've already said multiple times, she is a spy, which is the foreshadowing for the ambush that happens directly after this. Because yes, as you ride off with the Master Chamberlain to take back Nebukov, you get ambushed on the road by the bandits, and they end up killing almost everybody. Even though by this point in the game, I was considerably more powerful than any of the enemies here, and I just carved them to pieces. By the time we get to the end of this short segment, there's a cutscene where basically everybody's dead except Henry and Hans, of course. And we finally...
Hey, Pancake Mix. The Kiwi Farm video you posted gave me a headache. You're not alone, according to the comments.
You see that the leader of these mercenaries is Captain Zizka, and I'm not a history buff, so I had no idea who this was. Basically, he's a famous Czech military leader who fought during the Hussite Wars, but during this time period, he was a bandit or mercenary. Now again, I'm not going to pretend that I super care about historical accuracy, but he was supposed to have already lost his eye during childhood, and so you may be wondering, how does he lose his eye in this game, since it's obviously going to be a plot point. Well, what ends up happening is that Henry challenges Zizka to an honorable duel. Zizka accepts. I instantly whooped his ass in 2 hits, and Henry slices his eye. Now, believe it or not, this is a fake out. The actual way he loses his eye is way worse than this. But even though we defeat him, he still captures Henry and Hans, because he can't afford to let us go. And so now we finally get to play as Godwin again, and man, from this point forward, every single time we do, it sucks. It starts off with Godwin explaining to some random peasant how he got kicked out of his parish, and in some of the laziest writing I think I've ever seen in a video game, this fucking random ass peasant not only knows who Henry and Hans are, but explains everything that happened from the moment the wedding went to shit until now. Was this shit on medieval cable or something? How the hell does he know all this? But anyway, after some more padding, Godwin shows up on the scene of the crime where Henry and Hans got captured, and we discover Eric, who was Istvan Toth's butt buddy from the first game. I honestly didn't even recognize him. Godwin proves himself by defeating some bandits dressed up as Burgov's soldiers, and then he's taken to Nebukov and tries to parlay with Zizka. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out, so Godwin ends up taking him hostage, and then suddenly there's a mutiny amongst Zizka's own men. As we find out, Istvan Toth is here.
I chose the curators for curated content.
And one of the twists is that
was like the last thing I did in the stream.
Playing double agent the whole time and was actually a spy for von Burgov. And because Henry outed
how
him,
could I have chosen any other faction?
And finally, this game starts.
I mean, I just looked at it, and I thought about the priorities and like the importance of each faction. And the curators are the ones that actually explore the planet. And the whole idea is getting adjusted to new life on the planet. So obviously it makes sense to go with the team whose priority is doing exactly that. At least that's the thinking that I went with it. I wasn't gonna go with the faction where like their priority is looking for lost Jasper kitties.
Starts to feel like a real sequel. We're actually starting to move toward tying up the loose ends from the last game, and it's a genuinely good scene. I don't have any complaints.
Are you afraid?
I'm gonna get you.
No one's yet built the gallows I'll swing from, boy.
I don't think Henry's planning to hang you. It's more likely to rip your gut open.
With this cock.
I'll be glad to help him.
Yeah, no, I'll be glad to help him. Let's double pound him. Let's go. But before Henry can get his revenge, Eric is the one who starts the mutiny so that Toth has time to escape. And now our heroes sit down to have a real conversation with Zizka and realize they've been fighting on the same side this entire time. It turns out Zizka has been working for Margrave Jobst's brother and has been trying to undermine von Burgov's forces because Burgov never planned to betray Sigismund. He had been using Henry and Hans to do his dirty work. And there's also a pretty interesting dialogue response if you ask him about Catherine.
Do you know Catherine?
Honorable.
The girl from by the pond, for whose sake you killed your own man.
gaming.
You killed your
For a
own
couple
man
hours
to
at
protect a
any rate.
woman you don't know.
Looks like it.
Based gay Hans
I
over
got
here.
two there.
The sword since, so
So the gang plans to just retreat to Ratai since their mission essentially failed, and hopefully they can come up with a new plan. As you can expect, that never comes to fruition. And so Godwin offers to help clean up Shishka's eye, and apparently it's going to make a full recovery. And after this, for no reason at all, we're given more bitch work where we have to bury some corpses. Dude, just why? This game,
Why?
we're over 20 hours in at this point, I think, and we're still made to do pointless, slow-ass activities, man. I don't know how the hell games keep
I mean,
getting
you could
away
say
with this
the
shit.
whole
Is it
flow of the
because
game is
so
doing
many
slow,
boomers are
pointless
playing
ass
games now because
activities.
millennials are aging, a bunch of them are over 40, and so they don't want exciting games. They want to get their money's worth, whatever that means. I would much rather play, you know, a 6-hour old school
This bitch just hit me
survival
with the
horror
sound
game
good.
than a fucking 50-hour slow-ass boring piece of shit. But I guess that's just me. But I've held up this review enough. After humiliating ourselves once again, we are then rewarded by being given a firearm. And normally I would think, oh wow, that's actually really cool. Getting to use crossbows was already kind of cool, and it had a unique trade-off. It takes longer to load, but it does more damage. And handguns naturally take even longer to load and do even more damage. It's essentially a one-shot, but you'll never have time to fire it more than once in combat. Now, I wish that was the only trade-off. The other trade-off is that you can't aim this thing for shit. If you thought aiming a bow was hard in the first game, it's actually impossible to aim the hand cannon in this game. It just fires in a random direction. I have legitimately stood directly in front of an enemy and it somehow missed at point-blank range. And of course, there's a cheeky joke in the dialogue about this.
This weapon has no future. It's too noisy, and above all, inaccurate.
Now, before we move on to the actually good part of the game, there is a short little reprieve here where you get a little bit of friendly dialogue with Hans about the state of their journey so far, and you have an
Friendly
opportunity to do an
He's gay.
optional side quest for Clara to sleep with her again, which of course I did. Now again, I feel like I do have to be as fair
not.
as possible, as I can anyway. I legitimately believe the next two missions are great.
Favorite tension,
They're easily
Schragnagel.
as good as the best missions from the first game. Starting off, we have our first siege defense. Because, of course, we were never going to get to escape to Ratai. No, Berghoff shows up with the Prague militia led by Markvart von Aulitz, the other main villain from the first game. The guy who led to the death of Henry's parents. And so, after a hostile exchange, to say the least,
Lord von Berghoff, Sir
Yes, no.
Markvart, Lord Nebach, and you treacherous shit! Kiss our asses!
God, is this retribution for my sins?
we now have to defend against a whole army attacking a tiny fortress. And this is actually a pretty cool part. It starts off with you having to push over ladders with pole arms, then you have to drop boulders on people's heads. But of course, they do start to manage getting in, so you've got to get hand-to-hand with some of these guys, but ultimately, you get overwhelmed, you hole up in the tower, and of course, the enemy shows up with a cannon. And they blast a hole directly into the top floor of the fortress, and everyone gets captured.
Oh yeah, Sarah showed
And
me
I
that
can't
video
help but think that
last
this
night.
next
Thinking
scene looks exactly
I
like
have
the
seen
intro
that.
to Skyrim. And a really important plot detail here
Being
that I almost
delayed,
forgot
3 times,
is
by the
that
way.
Hans is taken separately with von Berghoff to be used as a hostage to make sure that Sir Hanush doesn't retaliate. This, of course, leads to a torture scene from the other way around. And I do have to complain about this part, because at every single opportunity, I resisted telling them any information, which ends up hurting you in the part after this, because you have a torture debuff, which severely lowers your health and stats. And ultimately, it was all for nothing because fucking Godwin gives up the information willingly, even though no one touched him. And the worst part is, later in the game, it treats it as if this is somehow Henry's fault. And actually, the real worst part is we get a fucking girl boss segment because all that buildup with Catherine, including Zizka lying to cover her ass, leads up to her assassinating a guard, a fucking 35-year-old single mother, or spoiler, she's not a mother anymore, assassinates a fucking guard. This is supposed to be historically authentic 15th century Bohemia, and we have a MILF assassin. People were saying this shit wasn't woke, even up until this part of the game, by the way. That is how absolutely brain-rotted and brainwashed our society has become. But I'm not going to waste even more time ranting about this. So Catherine saves the day, and now Henry has to go on a stealth mission and kill Istvan Toth. We finally get our goddamn revenge, and oh boy is it sweet. This is easily the highlight of the game. We finally make our way up to his tower. We get our big showdown. We have a chance to ask him about Eric, and he admits that he adopted him as a war orphan where his band of mercs killed Eric's parents, and he groomed him into his fucking butt buddy, essentially. This was our LGBT representation, I assume, before Embracer Group got involved. And I'm not gonna lie, I actually lost the first duel against him in the fair fight because the torture debuff was so significant I couldn't even use a basic sword anymore without a penalty. But in my second attempt, I took him out, and you fucking push him out the window and you get your father's sword. There we go, a satisfying conclusion to the first game's narrative. And I'm not exaggerating when I say it is all downhill from here. That was the peak of this game. It never reaches that point again. In fact, the writing just goes further and further down into the abyss until it's just an absolute joke. And this is just the halfway point of the game. And I know as soon as I said that, all of you guys looked at the timeline of this video. Don't worry, I promise you this video will not be 4 hours long. So now we have to escape the castle, and we're given one of the worst forced stealth missions I think I've done in a long time. Basically, you have to sneak around the woods at night while something like 50 guards are looking for you with torches, and you've got to sneak for something like several hundred yards.
The fuck is that?
Even though we retrieved our gear after defeating Toth,
like
I had to
dodos.
drop almost half of it because the torture debuff reduced my maximum inventory load. And even then, like I mentioned earlier, I never owned a true dedicated stealth outfit in this game. Some people told me it took them over 2 hours. I think I ended up taking 40 minutes, something like that, because I had to load save after load save after load save because of the terrible
It looks like it
double
has
quick time
balls
event
hanging from its chin. It's
assassination
like
system.
PETA.
And I'm sure there's going to be somebody out there who debates the idea that this is a forced stealth mission, because like I said, at this point in the game, you're pretty strong. But because I allowed myself to be tortured so thoroughly, I probably couldn't even win a 1v1 at this point. My stats were so low. Now, of course, there is a path where you basically only have to knock out / kill one guy, but it's not exactly obvious when you're playing this for the first time. You have to remember your only real tool is throwing a rock. There are no other stealth-related mechanics except maybe shooting an arrow near somebody's body. So yeah, this quest is a complete pain in the ass and absolutely unnecessary, and I really ended up despising it. But eventually you succeed, rescuing one of Catherine's allies along the way, and at the meetup point, the gang decides to travel to Sukdal, a castle near Kuttenberg, because as we found out from a letter we took from von Berghoff's castle, King Sigismund is going to rally his troops in Kuttenberg so that he can finally squash the resistance. And coincidentally, our major allies in the resistance are also around Kuttenberg. So, finally we head to the second region of the game. Now, to give you a very brief conclusion to this segment of the game, Although I was very critical of a lot of elements of the sandbox in the Trotsky region, it is certainly better than the second map. There's a few interesting quests, it's fairly densely packed, and although I had a pretty rough start in the first 3 hours of the game are just incredibly boring and awful, at least once I was unleashed on the sandbox, I could still have some fun with the game. And as I said, the climax of the first act is legitimately pretty interesting and enjoyable, and there's some good plot twists. The problem is the second half of the game clearly feels rushed. There's probably twice as many side quests as the first half of the game.
Aren't they working on this game for like 6 years?
So many of them just feel like, go here and steal this. Go here and kill these bandits. Go here and speech check this guy until he does what I want. And the premise for the quests aren't even interesting either. I'm not going to spend the next half an hour to give a million examples, but I will give a few later. But this is definitely where the game was starting to lose me permanently. It didn't help that, you know, I'd already been soft locked multiple times at this point. There's quite a few major glitches, even though reviewers said this game had no glitches. And the second half of the game really doesn't have anything
straight up a
new
lie.
to show
No
you.
game has no
In
glitches.
fact, the only way that it really shows off progression is by having enemy gear be significantly more powerful. But as soon as you get access to some of their armor and weapons for yourself, which is fairly easy because Radzig's sword is really strong, then you're pretty much set for the rest of the game. There's actually no point in even doing these side quests because almost all of them just reward you with money. And I know this is going to sound like hyperbole, but it's legitimately true. Most of the side quests in the second half of the game do not reward even as much groschen as the total value of the equipment of one soldier. Not necessarily the case with bandits, of course, but basically any enemy that is wielding plate armor has at least one piece worth 1,000 or more groschen. So the total worth of his gear could be up to like 5,000 or more. For comparison, there were multiple quests I did after I beat the game that only gave me like 150. The economy is basically completely broken for the second half of the game. Loot doesn't even matter anymore. You're basically only doing quests to see if they're interesting, and most of them are not. And another problem is that the main gameplay loop doesn't change at all either in the second half. You just fight stronger enemies with better armor.
No, I didn't go
The
on.
only thing they can do that most of the enemies in the first half couldn't is now any enemy with a sword can master strike you, which is absolutely a pain in the ass, especially because the AI is smart enough to now change its attack direction right before attacking so that you can't just wait for a master strike every time, which is incredibly frustrating in practice. I spent probably half of all the combats in the second half just trying to bait the enemy into attacking early so that I could just master strike them and then combo them to death. It is a truly terrible combat system.
I'm just embellishing how the last stream ended.
Honestly, even just looking at the footage, you could probably tell
I
that
just
it's
lied
not
to you,
good.
and I don't know
like I've
why.
already said multiple times in this review, there is virtually no challenge in the game from this point forward. You can win basically every single fight as long as you're willing to cheese the hell out of the master strike mechanic. And the funny thing is, I didn't even realize how right I was until I just completed one of the admittedly better side quests in the second half of the game, which is directly connected to one of the random events while traveling, where you essentially have to try and win back this knight's armor.
How is he a lower level than the level
challenged to a
16
duel
guys
is
right
supposed to
here?
be like a master of combat. You have to defeat him in a best of 3 with 3 different weapon types.
I hear that all the time,
first
Nog.
type being pole arms, which I had never
forums
used
that
throughout
talk
the
about this
entire
game,
game
they like to
because
brag
they're
about the
just
Wii U.
inferior
They'll
in
always bring
every
this game
way
up.
to the other weapon types. You would think that pole arms would be really good because historically they're arguably the best weapon. But no, pole arms cannot target the head directly. You only get 3 attack directions, and like I mentioned before, they don't have master strikes. But to show how utterly broken this combat system was, I went from, I think, level 8 with pole arms, and over the course of over an hour of fighting this guy, with neither one of us being able to hurt each other because we both broke our
He's only level
weapons
13.
in the first 5 to 10 minutes of the fight. And when a halberd breaks, so does the hit detection, by the way. I think probably half of all of my attacks that should have hit this guy didn't hit because the end of the weapon was broken off, so it just kind of passed right through him, I guess. I leveled up pole arms all the way to 20 in one fight.
Did he say 20 or 220?
Pole arms all the way to 20.
Oh, okay. He said 2 as in T-O, not T-W-O, 220.
I guess. I leveled up pole arms all the way to 20 in
the way he says it, though.
One fight. I essentially broke the fucking game. Oh, and I won too, by the way. I even
broke
got an
Phil's
achievement
fucking mind
for
with that
beating him
meme.
in all 3 rounds. And yes, the longsword round
did
was
Synthetic
by far
Man
the
mean by
shortest. I
this?
think I beat him in like 2 hits, which just goes to show you how terrible this game's combat system is. I know I've said that a bunch of times already, but again, I just know people are gonna pretend that it's better than it actually is, and it's just not. Just look at the screen, man. Just look at it. Over an hour of this. This is one of the worst things that I've ever done in a video game for a review, but I thought it was funny
Look at the
enough
screen.
to
I can't
include
see
in the
shit. He's
video.
got the dumbass
So
helmet
the
on.
only true new enemy types in this game are the wolves and dogs, which feel like complete shit to fight, and crossbow and pistol enemies, because crossbows actually do a lot of damage, especially if you forget to put
It's a
your visor
4-hour
down in
video
combat
on him
like I did a
felting
bunch of
Kingdom
times.
Come
If they
Deliverance
shoot you in
2.
the face, you lose like half your health
4
instantly.
hours.
And getting hit with a bullet pretty much just takes
I'm
out
halfway
almost
through.
all of your health. But even then, enemies with hand cannons are pretty rare. They only show up in a few story missions. So the very brief explanation as to why the gameplay sucks in the second half of the game is 1, lack of player choice, which I hope will become pretty obvious as I talk about the story in this section. 2, the gameplay loop is fundamentally exactly the same as the first half, except now Henry has become so powerful that very few things are a threat to him. And 3, the economy and loot system is fundamentally broken, and so after you loot good gear in every category off of some enemy soldiers, you never need money ever again. And those are probably the closest things to objective flaws with it. Obviously, whether or not you find some of these pointless side quests interesting is completely subjective, and they're not all bad. There were a couple I thought were kind of cool in the second half, but at the end of the day, it just comes down to doing more bitch work for virtually no reward. Now, I know there's many of you at this point in the video, assuming you didn't use the chapter feature, of course, that are wondering where the hell is all the political propaganda that was at the beginning of this video. Well, it was all shoved into the second half of the game.
Don't worry about spoilers
Do you
from
think
this
that's
stream.
intentional? It absolutely
I'm gonna just
is.
chill out for
That
a
is
few
not a
hours tonight.
conspiracy on any level. They knew that the vast majority of the player base would never see the stuff I showed in the intro of this video. And so, I'm going to spend the majority of the rest of this
4 hours
video
on
just
Kingdom Come
talking
2,
about
Seal.
the story so that we can finally get to the juicy shit. The reason why people clicked on
that's
this
cool to hear,
video
Malcolm.
in the first place. So starting off,
From
immediately
what little
the
I
game
played so
bugs
far, I
out
like it
and
too.
I can't move. Not even joking.
Hey, but I
That
like
is
anything
exactly what
Xenoblade.
happened as soon as I loaded into the region. After loading that save, I then was forced to go through another walking simulator sequence where we eventually get to Sukdal, which is Peter of Pisek's castle and basically our only ally at this point in the game. We sit down to have some dinner with him in a weirdly pitch black room, and that's something you're going to notice a lot in this game. There's a lot of just incredibly dark rooms. Would it kill them to turn some fucking lights on? Just light a few candles or some
electricity
shit?
didn't
And you just
exist, you
explain to him
fucking
what's
idiot.
going on, more or less. You find out that Sir Hinek, aka the Dry Devil, is not here, who was Zhishka's greatest ally. And
Yeah, I love
basically
exploring
his only
any
hope to
area in
gather
most
some
Xenoblade
forces.
games and just like
after
taking a tumble
completely
and then just
unnecessary
dying
filler
instantly,
segment
then being
and
sent
an
back to a
attempt romance
checkpoint that's like
Catherine, we now
a
speak to
gazillion miles away from where I
Margrave
was.
once again, who's conveniently here so that we can tell him that we failed our mission. And I think you're starting to notice a trend here that a lot of time is wasted in this game just telling allies things that the player already knows. Why can't we just fade to black and then fade back in and oh boom, he's caught up to speed? Because it's fucking padding. So much of this game is padding. But Margrave Yobs brings up a good point. He says, okay, it's time to ride back to Ratai, right? Mission's over. We can gather some allies and prepare for the upcoming war against Sigismund. Well, this is where the plot kind of careens off of a cliff and Henry becoming bisexual becomes canon, if you ask me. Henry says, no, he made a promise. He has to rescue Hans Capon because he is his bodyguard.
What? Go home. I can't. I have to rescue Sir Hans. I made a promise I'd protect him.
And Jobst actually brings up an excellent point that
How's that
I
gay?
thought of immediately as well.
A noble thought. But you mustn't worry about Lord Capen. I'm sure von Berghoff has him trapped in a gilded cage.
But I made a promise, sir.
I understand, but honestly, Lord Capen is now safer than you or I. The most sensible course now is to wait for the ransom demand.
But no, Henry is determined to save his friend. So let me pose you a question. If your best
What's
friend
wrong with
was
some
captured by
camaraderie?
the FBI or some foreign government, would you try to rescue him? No, you wouldn't. Nobody would. If it was your one true love or your wife or whatever the hell, some of you would say yes. Henry's fucking gay. End of story. It's baked into the plot. There's 100 filthy Fujo-style scenes where Henry and Hans are longingly looking at each other and saying gay stuff. You can't tell me the gay romance is optional when the major plot point for this next part of the game...
Isn't that just you recontextualizing the scenes as gay with the knowledge that he has romances in the game that are gay? But he's only gay if you pursue those things. Like, it's like he's letting the controversy... The controversy is allowing him in his head to recontextualize certain scenes as being potentially gayer than they actually are. Oh, well, that's just me coping. He's totally gay.
Is rescuing Princess Hans from the castle. He's gay. This game is gay. And so anyway, to get back to the story, the first half of Act 2 is split into two different subplots. The first one is gathering together the Devil's Pack, which is the Dry Devils.
Oh yeah, you're right, Golem. See, it's things like that. The handshake made Link gay. And it wasn't look, I haven't played Tears of the Kingdom yet, but it's like the handshake was with the bird kids, so he also had like he tried to say Link was a PDF file. He was a gay PDF file.
Mercenary band who have all split up because spoilers, he's about to be executed. In the second half, is finding out what happened to John
I'm mixing it up. That was the fish
which
guy.
is
Sorry.
Jobst's major spy in Kuttenberg.
I think he made a PDF file joke with the bird kid, though.
And again, to give the game some small amount of credit, you can do these two plots.
The fish
in
one,
any
he was trying to
order,
say Link was
complete
gay
one
with the
quest,
fish.
Then do another quest in the other plot line. You get the idea. But first, we're going to start off with the beginning of the Devil's Pack quest, as that's where the game directly leads you after this part. We end up having to save a man called Kubianka because he cheated at dice, which I don't see how that's a huge crime in this world. Literally everyone cheats at the dice minigame. And we find out that he's one of the greatest archers ever, and he's one of the Devil's Pack, and we learn from him that the Dry Devil's about to be executed, and so we need to go find some buried hand cannons in the forest to stage an ambush and free him while he's still being escorted by the
AC
guards.
Shadows,
Now,
he
I
streamed
know
it
I
yesterday.
implied I
He
wouldn't
says
go
he's
on
not
too
gonna
many more
complete it.
tangents since this video is so insanely long, but I want to point out how inferior the
probably not
soundtrack
gonna do
is
a
in this
video.
game compared to the first, and that's no more evident than whenever we spend any amount of time with the
I mean, I saw a stream, or a little bit of it. He said he felt like it was important for the purposes of his review that he complete Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. And it made sense anyway, because he recently completed the first game, which he had dropped years ago, but then went back and finished the first game for the purposes of playing through all of the sequel. I think his logic there is that the first game was considered a right-wing game at the time that it was released. So obviously there was a lot of hype going in from this aisle for the sequel, and it was more important for the type of content that he likes to do, that he review that game versus like AC Shadows, which presumably everybody in his camp would just consider to be Ubisoft, therefore not much attention needs to be paid to it. It's just kind of there to fill up space on a shelf.
Devil's Pack Mercenaries. There's always a shitty comedy scene that's painfully unfunny, and then this track plays.
Shishka? You turn on your heel and get going.
I get it, like he streams it for the novelty of it, but doesn't see it as worthy enough of putting a whole video out for it.
There's more of us than you. That can be fixed.
I just learned that people that defend AC Shadows are going and editing actual history sites to fit the narrative that this black dude was a full-on gay samurai. What does LTG call him? Yasuke? Oh, you didn't know Yasuke was he's gay. what's that dude? Thomas Lockley. I know about a bit about the situation. Basically, the dude cites he cites himself as on websites talking like this dude and what he did way back when. This is a very disgusting, awful paraphrasing of events. I'm roughly familiar with them. EC Shadows might be one of the wildest game grifts of all time from all sides. That's pretty much my consensus. I was talking a bit about it last night in the call with a couple of the fellows. And I just feel like the way certain commentators from this aisle are approaching it, you know, the Grum styles, where you obviously have an ulterior motive that is beyond pretending to be offended on behalf of Asians. I think that's kind of cringe, and is not really different from why SJWs back in a long time ago getting offended on behalf of minorities when it came to the games of that era. So I think it's like a horseshoe theory situation. But I don't like Grums in general, so maybe I'm just biased in my perception of him. But that's a big example. Some other critics coming to mind. The game can be slop regardless of regarded culture wars and what side of them you happen to be on them. Now, obviously, there's a lot of straight up nonsense with Yasuke's depiction in that game. But AC, like, we already talked about this when the fucking game got announced, or it was getting hyped up. It was during one of the Splatoon streams. But AC was never a historically accurate series to begin with and always had embellishments. But at the same time, this is the first AC game where you're playing as a historical character that actually existed in real life history. You know, documented proof that this person existed versus just playing as a fictional character that just so happens to be put into that time period. So it is different. I understand the concern there, but I think a lot of it is propped up for outrage bait. Like, I was going into it honestly just, you know, hitting some bullet points on some of the stuff that people were complaining about. But let's be honest, like, the people, like, fucking shitting their pants over the game, like, who really gives a fuck? Like, do you really care that, like, the watermelons are being sold in the wrong season? You really care that they're having, like, a boba tea collab, but oh, boba tea is technically Vietnamese. Okay, but if they had, like, a what would be an equivalent collaboration? It's like you're only getting mad because you're only getting mad because it's a Vietnamese drink and the game's set in Japan. But if it was, I don't know, a fucking poutine collab, would you be saying, actually, poutine is not a Japanese dish, it's Canadian? Hey, Patchy. Yeah, you gotta both ways. The most powerful thing you can do when it comes to a game is not buying it or giving it time. And you'll see that if you look on the game's Twitter. Every day the game is tweeting about how it's getting more players. Now, the DSPNU is going to counter by saying, Badingus, the game is on Ubisoft Plus. True. And the Steam numbers don't seem to reflect what Ubisoft is reporting. And I like, find it very dubious that so many people would sign up for Ubisoft Plus, a service with so many issues on its own. Maybe these are all just those, it's the mythical silent majority console players. The AAA console slop enjoyers who, like, buy all their games at Walmart for $10 off. Nobody expected to hear historical accuracy until Ubisoft set the most accurate game ever. Their marketing certainly has not helped, but I think a lot of that too is just them sweeping in response to the outrage bait. I think you boot the game up, and the first thing you see is like a little tangent about the historical accuracy, which so obviously seems to have been put in at the last minute in response to everybody crying. Big ups to the R999. How many hours am I? I'm like chapter 3. I haven't done anything in this game. Look at that, 7 hours in. If you like the game and you think it's fun to buy, if you don't care for it, just ignore it and not buy into it. It's so simple. Pretty much. I've seen people that have said, you know, like, I know I know Assassin's Creed is slop, but like it's AAA, it's open world, it ain't nothing but something to play. Like if you go into it with that kind of logic, you'll probably have some fun. You may even find some funny shit, like Pancake Mix was saying with the crawling video with the guy dodging all the enemies just by crawling very slowly. Stuff like that should be funny, but because of the context in which the game is being scrutinized under, that's instead looked at as like a bad thing about the game. I don't care about AC or the controversy. I think it's really funny to see Ubisoft implode. Not before they put out the next Rayman. But yes, it is funny to see the AAA major company suffer. Suffer, Ubisoft, suffer. Netflix has produced 3 separate Assassin's Creed series, an animated show, an anime, and live-action show. An animated show, as opposed to the animated show animated in Japan. Technically Korea. Welcome, homie. Played this on Wii U. Got my super fighting robot. I'm told, given how slow I play games, I will not get the super fighting robot until like 50 hours in. Truly believe that. Oh wait, yeah. Ubisoft does it on purpose, so morons get swayed and cry about it and buy it. Again, it's targeted to everybody on every side imaginable. $15 DLC that does nothing to give you the full map in game. Like, this shit is so ass. That hits me like, what was it, Dragon's Dogma 2? You can't customize your character unless you buy the DLC. What is this? What does it say? What is this place coming to? Nintendo would never. Nintendo would never.
Yeah, they tried to
Sounds
turn
like the
this
music
shit
you would
into
hear
a
in a
fantasy
comedic support in a
B-movie
Fire
from the
Emblem game.
90s. It takes me out of the experience immediately. The sad thing is, the ambient soundtrack while you're exploring the sandbox is still pretty good. Not quite as good as the first, especially since it's missing my fucking jam from the first game that I was vibing to every time.
This is a nice vibe.
But the tracks that are
Hated
used
L'Oreal.
during the main story
Yeah,
missions
everyone always
just remind me
shouts
of,
out
like,
Black Flag.
Aragon, the old Dungeons and Dragons movie. I think you get the idea. It doesn't feel like ancient Czech music anymore. It's just every generic orchestral soundtrack that's trying to evoke a certain emotion from you. So anyway, back to this shitty mission. You end up wandering around the woods for over 10 minutes because this drunk idiot can't remember where he put the pistols, and he makes you do all of the work.
I
And
wanna
there's
churn
no way
some
to
butter
make him do
to
it.
the tune of those
so that's
horns.
getting added to the humiliation counter. And then you stage the ambush, and I'll admit, I did kind of laugh at this scene.
To the task!
But unfortunately, this is actually one of the few times in the game where your speech check matters during the story. If you fail any of these, half of your men run away, which makes the fight nearly impossible. Even the mighty Zhishka gets dispatched in just a matter of seconds, and then everyone gangs up on you and kills you. So I had to just load a save and pick the normal option, and then I beat it easily. So now we finally meet the Dry
look at that
Devil,
hunky
and
boy.
I gotta
Level
admit,
52.
he's probably the best character in this game. He's essentially
Get the fuck outta
a
here.
Irish psychopathic mercenary who has no regard for human life whatsoever and just likes drinking and killing, and he really felt like the character I wanted to roleplay as with Henry. But unfortunately, the rest of his band has scattered, and so this quest line just involves traveling across the region and trying to find out what happened to all his men and if they'll rejoin the Devil's Pack. And yeah, this quest absolutely sucks
Yeah, that was a
ass.
trap.
I'm sure some people are going to pretend it's actually good, but I've looked it up, and as it turns out, there is no player choice in this quest whatsoever. It certainly has the illusion of it, making it seem like maybe you could have recruited recruited some of the people and you just failed. But no, there is no player influence whatsoever on what happens. No matter what, the same people are going to join and the same people are going to refuse. And again, people like to pretend this game has player choice when it doesn't matter how high your skills are or what you say, it's the same result every time. So I'm not even going to dignify these mercenaries with a name. Even the ones that join you don't fucking matter, except one Polish piece of shit who derails the plot and we're supposed to pretend to care about him. But to sum it up succinctly, one guy has turned to God and he refuses to join no matter what. Another guy is currently being hanged for cuckolding somebody.
Look at him awkwardly chase me.
And it's not even the only person he cucks. Oh, and the whole joke with this character is that he can only speak Polish, so only one of the other mercs even understands what he says. And so we have to kill a bunch of guys and save him. The next guy literally died in a pool of shit. Yes, a random ass village just has a massive, like, pond of just poop and waste matter of some kind. And while you don't have to swim through it, you are encouraged to do so because if you're listening to the dialogue, you'll know he has a special bow that's really powerful. And so Henry has to wade through all this crap to find his body. The next guy you find is on the stocks, and you need to just steal a key and free him, which on paper doesn't sound very difficult, except in classic Synthetic Man stream fashion, it ended up taking me almost an hour because instead of just pickpocketing a guard, I didn't want to engage with the terrible minigame, so I just assassinated a guard, carried him away to hide him, then another guard shows up to guard the prisoner, kill him, hide his body, another guard immediately shows up. I couldn't believe my eyes. But anyway, we end up saving this guy, and then the last merc has started his own band of customs collectors, and even after saying, hey, you want to join the band back together, he still tries to mug you afterward. Thankfully, Black Henry is pretty threatening, so he backs down, but just for threatening my ass, I killed him and all his guys by myself. And that pretty much concludes the quest. All of that, and you only recruit 2 people. So not only did it suck dick and felt like a waste of time, but even the premise was a lie because you don't need to do any of this to rescue Hans. So yeah, this quest line sucked. So let's go to the other one. We have to meet up with Catherine in Kuttenberg, and Kuttenberg actually is legitimately something new. The first game didn't have a city. It just had a series of villages, a couple being larger than others. But Kuttenberg is a fairly large town. And so in RPGs, usually cities can be exciting because there's like a wide variety of quests and opportunities. Well, as I already said earlier, most of the side quests suck. It actually reminds me a lot of Act 3 of Baldur's Gate 3, where the devs kind of just ran out of ideas, or they didn't have the development time, or maybe most of the talented people had already left the studio by this point in development. Because yeah, most of the quests were boring here, shockingly. But one thing I can't complain about is the architecture. The city does look beautiful. If there's one thing that's still just as good as the first game, it is capturing the visual sense of historical authenticity. You just know it's dripping with soul. I wish I could say the same about the rest of the game. And so you learn from Catherine that you need to find a guy called Goatskin who is working for Liechtenstein. You head your way over to some sleazy bar called the Hole in the Wall, and you meet an unironic medieval communist. I'm not joking, dude. I know some people will be like, oh no, he's just Robin Hood. He's straight up a fucking communist. And so, after beating up his strongest dude, he tells me that Goatskin isn't even here, so we gotta go look for him somewhere else. And then he just quizzes us on, like, the medieval communist manifesto, as if I was supposed to know this information.
Yeah, he liked Baldur's Gate 3 overall. I said that last stream, but he did consider it woke.
And replace it with cabbages. So of course,
but it is proof that he can like games even if he thinks they're woke.
And believe it or not, there were no consequences for this. In fact, the game didn't even register he was dead. There was a new quest marker on his body, even when he despawned for the rest of the game.
The aggro of the
but to condense what happens in the next bar, you end up following a drunk German guy around. This Goatskin guy tries to rob him, and so we save him and interrogate him for information. And we learn from him that goat skin is working for some Jewish guy named Samuel. Oh boy,
Hello,
here
Joe.
we go. And so we head off to the Jewish quarter of Kuttenberg and meet this Samuel guy. And oh boy, this is probably the most interesting conversation in the game. I think I'll just let the dialogue speak for itself.
Are you lost? Or what would a goy want here?
Goy?
You do not know this word?
Sorry, I don't.
Then you are a goy.
I'm looking for John of Liechtenstein. I heard you, or this Samuel, might know something about him. Because if he doesn't talk to me, things could get pretty nasty for him.
You don't frighten me. On the other hand, I do not want any unnecessary trouble, and that only takes one goy here. I have this one problem none of my people can fix. You probably know that my people face outbreaks of hatred from time to time.
For no reason.
Houses plundered, people beaten up, sometimes murdered.
Yeah, like 109 times? That does seem like a lot.
Rumors that we eat Christian babies or poison wells.
Yeah, you just only eat the foreskins, not the whole baby.
I have heard that such people are meeting in
Sometimes
an
they'll
old
just slurp a
abandoned
little bit of
house
blood.
by the wall in the mining district. I need someone to get among them, find out what they are planning, and warn us in good time.
Won't they be suspicious?
Why? Their kind usually are not too bright.
Their kind is not too bright. I think this goes without saying, but no, you can't harm Samuel at any point in this game, despite him disrespecting you and being just openly, I don't even know whether to call it racist, but just anti-anyone who isn't Jewish. I mean, he literally used a term that means that he views you as less than human, but then again, I don't think the people I'm arguing with even know where wokeness comes from, so I'm wasting my breath. Now, this is the part of the game where you saw the infamous screenshot of infiltrating the anti-Semite group. Just so you know, the term anti-Semite didn't exist until the 19th century, and this takes place in the 15th century. Just another interesting detail there. Now, as it turns out, it was all a lie anyway, because Samuel thought that you're one of Sigismund's men trying to get to Liechtenstein. So you end up having to fight two dudes, kill one of them, and nearly finish off the other. Until Samuel stops you, and then Henry tries to get his trust by offering to go unarmed to see Liechtenstein. And Samuel analyzes the sword, and he recognizes the handiwork. So he decides to let you see Liechtenstein, and once again, we have another conversation where we have to explain things to an NPC that the audience already knows. And this is the scene where we find out that Hans is being held up in Malashov Fortress, and we actually get a kind of base line from Henry here.
I'm a little over halfway through the video, yeah.
How the hell three of us
Times
conquer a
indeed.
fortress? And one of us a woman.
Based Henry. That's what I would have said that. But as it turns out, the fortress used to belong to the Ruthard family. And so Liechtenstein says that you should go try and befriend him so that he can tell you a way inside the fortress. Then we witness a scene where we see the Royal Mint Master is threatening the Ruthards, trying to get the family to sell their mines, much like they lost the fortress. Of course, the head of the family isn't backing down, and his daughter steps out of nowhere and shoots a guy with a crossbow. This is our final love interest for the game, Rosa, and probably the only one I actually liked. And this causes shit to hit the fan, so even though Henry doesn't exactly know what's going on here, he decides to defend the Ruthards, since that's what he came here to do anyway. The Mint Master gets away, of course, so now we plead to Ruthard for him to help us try and free Hans. Obviously, he's hesitant because now he's got the King's Men's blood on his hands and doesn't want to get even deeper into the shit. But Rosa's on our side, and he eventually agrees that he'll help us as long as we can prove that the Mint Master is stealing the King's gold. So now we have to embark on possibly the worst quest in the game, though there's a lot of good contenders, where we have to investigate the mining operation. My first problem with this quest is that it's just a redux of the first game, though instead of investigating counterfeit coin, it's now real coin that the Mint Master is producing. And while obviously investigating this is heavily truncated
I think you guys hate Arlo more, actually.
It's also far less interesting. Basically, the entire quest entails helping this Christian of P-Sec guy by interrogating some of the miners and then comparing it to the official data in his logs. Obviously, there's a discrepancy in the amount of silver mined, and so you end up having to talk to this noble guy, and you need to have a certain amount of
Arlo
charisma,
Fenn sits
which
more.
is determined
He's very
by your
non-committal.
clothing. And I didn't feel like buying whatever the most expensive clothes were in Kuttenberg, and so
Like, at least
this is
this dude
what
takes
led
a
to me
stance on what he's
testing
saying.
The guard system that I mentioned like over an hour ago.
He's
where
not
I was
hemming
shooting a
hawing.
guy from stealth, and then if I killed him, I was spotted immediately, but if I just wounded him, the guards would investigate the location normally. And I know what you're already thinking. Why don't you just wait till he goes to bed? Guess what? He never leaves that spot. And then you also might be thinking, why don't you pickpocket him? Well, there's a guy sitting across from him at the table who also never leaves his spot. And so eventually I decided to just look up a guide. And as it turns out, you can just skip that part of the quest and just interrogate some of the
like Synthetic
miners
Man's
who are
videos
working in
clearly
this
have structure,
specific
even if you
building
don't
in
like
town.
them. Arlo's
And it
videos
leads you
seem
to a
very
smelter.
directionless.
Now here's the thing. This leads to an ambush encounter. The game never
Very
hints at
aimless
this.
monologue
I
style.
have been wearing stealth gear for the past hour and a half because you're basically forced into
Kinda like a
stealth
Phil
if you don't
movie
wear a
review.
high charisma outfit. And even if you do, what if you forget to switch off the high charisma outfit? And so you get jumped by multiple guys with no armor on, and it just fucking sucks ass. But to add insult to injury, I got in trouble with the law after this part, even though I was acting in self-defense. So at this point in the stream, I had been doing this one main story quest for 2 goddamn hours when we finally get the location of the fake mint. Oh, and guess what? If you had the bright idea to try and skip this entire quest to get to this point, the mine shaft is actually blocked off until you talk to the smelter. So anyway, we go down there. I kill everybody I see because I'm so bored out
Whoever
of my
smelt
mind.
it,
But
dealt
as it
it.
turns out, Buresh is an essential NPC, but only for this one conversation. So I actually had to run away from him because you can't knock him unconscious. He has infinite health. And then run back into the shaft, and then he would talk to me. And guess what? He's yet another NPC with more than 10 minutes worth of dialogue to tell me basic shit. So after he gave me the key to the room that has the die to print the silver, I killed his ass. Thank God he lost the essential flag. But actually, that means we had no witnesses for the crime, but whatever. It doesn't end up mattering because none of your choices in the story matter, as I've tried to emphasize. So then we return to Christian of PSEC. He offers to keep this on the hush-hush and give us some money because he wants to continue the scam. I say no, of course, and he's an essential NPC, though there's actually a reason for that later. But now we return to Rutard, and of course, the Mint Master just so happens to show up as we're explaining that we have all the evidence to prove his guilt. But I guess because we didn't leave any witnesses, though I don't know for certain and I'm not going to look it up, we end up having to get into a fight, we whoop his ass, and then he surrenders. So now we have the Royal Mint Master under our thumb, which becomes important later, and we finally can get the Ruthard family's help. Rosa tells us of a secret passageway that's meant to be, you know, a secret escape tunnel that, of course, you know, works both ways, so we can use that to get inside Malashov Fortress. And we've just gone from one terrible mission to arguably another of the worst missions in the game. Now, I'm sure for all 5 of you in the audience who have finished this, there's probably going to be a few people who had no problem at all with this forced stealth mission. Because the reason it became so utterly goddamn frustrating for me is because there's no way for the game to communicate to the player where the guards patrol. And the reason why this is a problem is because I killed 2 guards and stored them inside one of the guard towers, not knowing that the patrols rotate after a certain amount of time. And so what would happen is I'd get much further into the quest, and then the guards would discover those first 2 bodies and then sound off the alarm, and then you're basically soft locked at that point. Now, I am willing to entertain the idea that it's totally possible to kill every single guard. I bet it is. In fact, I wouldn't even doubt by this point in the game that if you were adequately prepared, it's not even that hard. But here's the thing, to skip forward a little bit. What ends up happening is that you find Hans and this French guy, who I'm just gonna straight up spoil, he betrays you later. Again, he's another almost comic relief character where the whole joke is he's like Don Quixote. He's not a real fucking knight. He's a joke.
Whoa, Almighty
he's
underscore
lying
Tevin
about all of his skills.
and Almighty underscore Goki.
Unlike Don Quixote, he's a backstabbing traitorous piece of shit.
I'm 2 hours into Synthetic Man's 4-hour
platonic
Kingdom Come
reunion
Deliverance
with
2
our
review, Tevin.
boyfriend, and we are given the second romantic dialogue of the game. That's now 2 for 2 for them being in mandatory conversations. So much for being super hidden. And of course, we get another terrible writing moment as Hans has developed claustrophobia due to the trauma of... Honestly, I have no fucking idea. I've reviewed the footage twice now, and I don't even know what specific event they're referring to where he just became traumatized. So instead, we literally have to leave out the fucking front door. And so Henry is tasked with clearing a path for them to follow after you. So ideally, we just knock out like 2 or 3 other guards on the way to the front door, and then they ride off on horses. Well,
Yeah,
what
big
ended
ups.
up happening is this is exactly when the guards discovered the first 2 bodies. And try as I might to just brute force my way through. Well,
4-hour Let's Play review combo videos is basically its own genre. Very hard to find on purpose. I've seen but good ones when you find ones you like. Video essay nonsense. Yeah, YouTube's really, the algo favors long-form style content. This definitely is the longest review he's ever put out. Usually they never go longer than, I want to say, an hour and some change.
what would happen is not me dying. No,
He really feels
it
like he
was
put out some
Hans
meaningful content
or
with this
French
one.
guy dying every time. Now you might be thinking, what? They can die? Yeah, because in literally every other quest in the game, your allies just get knocked unconscious, not killed. No, they can die in this and you get a game over. So I was effectively soft-locked once again. And I'm not going to bitch about this for 30 minutes, I promise. Long story short, I just ended up having to load a save and then hide the bodies better and then redo this part. And then it was easy from there. But holy hell, enough with the fucking 4 stealth missions. Everyone hates these, everyone. How is this game getting away with this? I haven't heard a single review complain about these. But I gotta finish this review, so let's get a move on. So, after 5 minutes of another forced walking simulator segment, it just so happens that Sir Hanush and Radzig just show up out of fucking nowhere, and you get yet another scene where you fill in more characters of the events of the game, and they decide to take Capon and hang out at Raborsh, which is another castle, while they discuss their plans on how to fight against Sigismund, essentially, while Henry has to go by himself to infiltrate the city council meeting so he can overhear Sigismund's plans. Now, that actually sounds pretty interesting. Unfortunately, the execution is another of the worst quests in this game. I actually can't believe there's 3 bad quests back to back, but there are. So
Like
basically,
Drake?
we visit the Mint Master, use our dirt on him. He tells us to disguise ourselves as a royal waiter at the city council meeting. We meet up with the guy who's supposed to be the waiter. We easily convince him to give us his clothes, and then we are briefed on our tasks, and now we get, and I'm not even fucking kidding here, guys, we get a segment where we have to serve people wine while they talk about stuff nobody cares about for more than 10 minutes. And as a little cherry on top, we're given a couple little mini side quest chores that are completely meaningless as well.
And DC,
and
dude.
then, just when we think it's all over, we switch back to Godwin again. And my God, I can't fucking believe how badly they
Listening to Synthetic
flanderized
Man
this
lose his
character.
mind over this
Maybe flanderize
probably
isn't
alright
even
game.
necessarily the right word, because I won't say that like he's completely out of character and just like a exaggeration of his most basic
You're having a
features
good
from the
day.
last
Having a good
because he
one.
wasn't exactly the most complex character. But whatever the
Had a
term is for
long
taking
midday
a fan
nap.
favorite
Got,
and then
got my
making him one of
taxes
the main
done,
characters of the
finally.
game, and then just like
I felt it,
wearing out
Uncle
his
Sam.
welcome beyond all belief and making almost every one of his
Not that I had
sections
any
the
issue
worst
with them, I
parts
just-
of the
I just put
game.
him off.
Because in this part, we gotta convince everybody to join together to contribute to Margrave Jobst's army to fight against Sigismund. Why the hell would a random ass drunk priest who got kicked out of his parish have the skills to
had a
persuade
day
all
off,
of
do
these
nothing
nobles
day,
and
so I decided to finally
politicians to work
tackle
with
it.
each other. And another thing that's played off for comedy is that he promises Hans' hand in marriage to some other guy's daughter, and this becomes a real plot.
What's the site where you see which companies are IRS approved again? Let me go ahead and pull it up. Go here, right here. I'm saying right here in all this, but you can't even see what I'm looking at. Ah, yes, the IRS. That's right there. You go under the ones that are trusted partners. You'll notice under trusted partners, you won't see TurboTax or H&R Block because they leaked all your private info and withheld your stimulus checks during COVID.
Plot point later, especially because, you know, Hans is gay as fuck. And oh boy, I really got to be careful
you
about
still
talking about
do it
this,
the male
but
way,
I'm not
MTC
making
dude?
this up. This isn't a conspiracy. There's a rabbi at the party, and he says he's going to use his people's money to fund the war effort. And he even makes it a point to say they're not lending the money, which is the least historically accurate part of that, bar none. He's just giving it away for free.
Yeah, Seal, they withheld some people's stimulus checks back during COVID, and that's what got them disavowed from being a trusted tax partner. I think some other stuff too, just like kind of like it was like 3 strikes, like that happened. I think some other stuff happened with leaking customer info, a bunch of negative style stuff, so they were disavowed. Like if you're gonna do the taxes online, I would say at least do it with someone that the IRS approves of, so that if anything goes wrong, you'd be like, oh well, I used the website that you told me to use, idiot.
Great. And speaking of historical inaccuracies, we get one of the most grievous ones in the game, if not the most, as we now switch back over to the city council meeting and we see King Sigismund has arrived, and he talks about the growing resistance against him, including that of which is right under their noses in.
Also, TurboTax in general just sucks ass. They charge you like the next tier of like the package. You can't file your Twitch stuff for free. Suffer. Like what the hell, man? I gotta pay you money? But on one of those trusted partner sites, I can file the Twitch stuff for free. It's fucking rotunto.
The city of Gutenberg. And who is he referring to exactly? He says,
I hear the resistance is coming from the Jewish quarter. From right under your nose. Find a couple of wretches in a hole somewhere. Point them to the Jewish quarter and give them free rein to do anything. The city's Jewish community was and still is on Wencesla's side. They need a warning.
We do not even have enough men to...
Marquardt, could you spare a few men for a while?
Of course, sir. I'll assign them to Eric.
Maybe Phil was right, MTC dude. I should have hired an out-of-state tax attorney.
Essentially a organized massacre of the Jewish people in the city. Now, no, there is no historical
it's fucking crazy.
Of a
I would
pogrom
never
taking place in Gutenberg in the 15th century.
Somehow
of
they've made a
Jews.
business off of it.
This is completely manufactured because it's part of a message.
And they're like the most popular
no,
tax
isn't woke,
service,
though. It's not
so
woke. I can't be the only one who's.
It's just crazy. Like if you have any kind of 1099, you have to get like the first, at least like the most basic tier, the most basic paid tier. You have to pay for it with TurboTax. Like, what the hell? And you're the most popular tax service. Like you look up tax software filing free, like their name pops up first. So imagine all the people who got like 1099s. You know, they're self-employed or something, and they think they have to pay to file it online because that's the first site they go to. That's wild. They're getting grifted in real time.
Noticed that a lot of the marketing around this game completely dropped the narrative that these games were super focused on maintaining historical accuracy. That was a huge marketing point of the first game. That's why people were shilling it so heavily at the time, that it was like a simulation of living in 15th century Czechoslovakia. And yet I barely heard any of that with this game, and I'm starting to understand why. Almost like most of the plot events in this game were completely pulled out of their
just
ass
all
and
be
have
free.
no basis in reality. Now again,
Again,
I'm
the service I
already
use
risking
let me
getting
file the
myself banned
W-2
on
and
YouTube
1099
here,
without
but you
having to pay
seriously
any
need
kind
to
of
question
upcharge.
why anti-Semitism
Ow.
is such a huge part of the story of this game when it had absolutely nothing to do with the conflicts at the time. And I'm going to say this because it's a fact. I'm not necessarily implying anything, but Daniel Vavra, the game director and lead writer, is in fact Jewish. I'm just going to say that, and we're going to move on. Now, what I am going to say, and I truly mean this, and I'm not being an edgelord,
Jewish!
is that King Sigismund is like 10 times more charismatic than any of the good guys in this game. I'm supposed to view him as literally Hitler, given what he just ordered, but he seems like the only guy who wants to get anything done in this game. He's more charismatic, he's more intimidating, and I'm not afraid to admit that I do agree with some of his policies and his actions. The fact that he sees all these incompetent politicians who can't get anything done in front of him, and so he just seizes control of the city. This guy is based as fuck, and I'm supposed to hate him? What this reminds me of is all left-wing media where they write this supposedly horrific villain, and then he ends up being the most likable character. And of course, to up the dramatic tension, the city council is dismissed, and so it's just Henry stuck in a room with King Sigismund and Markvart von Owlitz. Now, I was incredibly bored at this point, so I punched Owlitz to see what would happen, and you actually do get a game over screen with some unique text. But you are forced to sit here and listen to them babble about shit.
Dude, I
for
mean,
like
that's
another
kind of
5
soulful.
minutes,
The unique
and they
game
don't really
overs.
say
I always like
anything
shit like that.
important. And now
The
we
attention to
switch back
detail.
to Godwin yet again, and we get the
They
single
knew there was a
most
potential for
retarded
players
part
to
of the
attack
game
that guy.
by far. I think the writers realized they kind of wrote themselves into a corner and wanted to extend the story for like another 10 hours. And so what ends up happening is everyone gets drunk at the party, and I mean everyone, including all the guards. And so Von Berghoff and a bunch of his men show up to the front gates, and one of the guards just lets him in. And oh my god, this is so dumb, it's unreal. If you compare this moment to Lady Stephanie letting Istvan Toth into Sir Divish's fortress in the first game, this is like way, way, way worse. That was actually believable. This is just pure idiocy. The writers gave up completely, and what makes it even worse is that off screen, basically all the nobles get captured except the rabbi. For some reason they left him behind unharmed, and all this is happening while Godwin and the other fighters there are still fighting the men. Somehow they killed all the guards on the way to the nobles, but all the heroes are unharmed. Nobody important dies here. And then finally Henry arrives and helps clean up the rest of them, and we get yet another very painful
Yeah, I won't deny there's certainly an
that
appeal
has no
to
player
Eurogame.
choice at all, because Henry is only concerned about one thing: player choice.
Which Kingdom Come Deliverance would certainly fall under.
Player choice?
The king announced one more thing at the council. He asked the councillors to ransack the Jewish quarter. That is, he ordered it, more like.
And then directly after this, we get the confirmation that yes, Samuel is Martin's true son, even though in the first game, Martin said he didn't have any children. Apparently, he did sleep with a Jewish woman and have a son that he never met because, as Samuel's mom confirms later, Jews at the time were not supposed to get together with non-Jews. So Samuel is your non-blood related brother, and this is the reason why we're supposed to forgive him for basically being a complete piece of shit. And so now, no player choice once again, we must ride off back to Kuttenberg and save the Jewish quarter. Bro, I don't think the humiliation counter can go high enough for this. And another thing that sounds like a conspiracy theory but is actually in the game is that there are tunnels under the city that the Jews use. I feel like I'm gonna get banned for anti-Semitism when all I'm doing is repeating facts. That's how bad this is. Oh, and there's a pretty interesting dialogue exchange between Kubyanka and Liechtenstein in the tunnels.
But it has been decided. as punishment for our many sins.
What did you just say?
Nothing. I'm just blubbering.
I dare you to say that again.
And so we embark on probably the most single, blatant, and obvious piece of propaganda that I've experienced in a video game in years, if not ever, where we witness the devastation that these people are bringing upon the Jews for no reason at all. They just hate them for being different. In another moment that sounds like parody, we have to rescue Samuel's mother for him. He doesn't even go in there to rescue his own mother. And then we have to escort her. And in the only moment of player choice in the entire mission, we can watch 2 people die. So we meet up with Samuel and we witness how there's a shit ton of guards outside the synagogue, which the synagogue also didn't exist at the time. It wasn't built in Kuttenberg until the 1800s. And to just add insult to injury, to make this even more blatant than it already was, guess who's leading the guards? It's our buddy Eric. And of course, if you're a little bit more on the blue-pilled side, you might not understand the significance of that. Well, Eric is blatantly supposed to be the Nazi analog character. On top of the fact that he looks Germanic, having dirty blonde hair and blue eyes. He's leading the pogrom against the Jews here, and they even have him decapitate a dog when he learns that Toth died back at Malashov Fortress.
Decapitate a
and
dog.
Something you've probably noticed if you've seen a lot of World War II related media is that they always have to portray Nazis as hypocrites in some fashion. In this case, it's the fact that he's gay. But here's the thing, he didn't choose to be gay. He was molested as a child. So this whole thing is another form of humiliation ritual, but not for the player, for the German people. I guess if you're German and you played this game, just know that's what Daniel Vavra thinks of you. So after being forced to fight some guards, and yes, I tried to let my allies die, it didn't work. You then escape into the synagogue, again, which shouldn't be there, and it turns out that you somehow managed to save most of the Jewish people. It's not explained on screen how all these people got away, but whatever. I don't care anymore at this point. And then you have a conversation with Samuel's mother about Martin, your dad, not your biological dad, but whatever, the guy who raised you. And she just repeats the information I said earlier, and that's the end of the quest. This shit basically had nothing to do with anything, and it never comes up again. It has no effect on the greater plot, except, I guess, giving Samuel a better motivation to stick with the rest of the group. And I wish I could say now we're heading into the climax, but that would be a lie. Basically, our heroes meet back up at the Devil's Den to try and hatch a plan, and they end up coming up with the idea to assault Malashov Fortress directly and capture von Berghoff. Now, you and pretty much everyone else should be thinking, why don't we just use the tunnel and sneak everyone in and kill everybody while they're asleep, or just catch them off guard? And believe it or not, they don't even mention the tunnel until after the next several quests. So clearly, when they were writing this part of the game, they somehow forgot about how we snuck into Malashov in the first place. But the answer is they collapsed the tunnel, which I guess makes sense. In fact, it's kind of even teased visually, because when you sneak into the fortress for the first time, it shows 2 wooden supports holding up the end of the tunnel. But the fact that they don't even mention this to the player until multiple hours later is kind of embarrassing. And so there's one little interlude quest where we decide to go on another hunting trip with Hans, just like the first game, totally platonically, by the way. Not gay, it's optional.
Well, you don't go on a hunting trip with your buddy?
You just kill a few of Sigismund's men.
It's only gay if you go to the bar with them, dude.
So now we need to sneak into Sigismund's camp. And I'm not sure if this is meant to be difficult, but I was able to just talk my way into the front door because of another side quest I'd picked up earlier. And look, I realize I'm tearing every little plot point to pieces by this point in the video, but I just want to point out how much more difficult it was to get into Istvan Toth's camp in the first game. To prove that you were trustworthy
no, Pim Pam, I'm pretty sure over there the Germans are still regularly throwing out Roman civilians. They're not constantly apologizing.
Segment of the game. Well, I guess technically that's not completely true. It doesn't have to be a huge portion of the game, and I promise this is going to be one of the last tangents in this video. But I'm guessing there's going to be a lot of people who are going to say, well, the first game didn't have much player choice either, and you would be right, except for one mission. In this monastery quest, you can optionally really integrate yourself into the life of being a monk. You can learn from the people here, you can befriend each of the other initiates to try and figure out which one was the former mercenary you're trying to kill. Now, of course, it's incredibly obvious that it's the first guy you talk to that tries to befriend you. Or you could optionally do what I did and just straight up fucking kill his ass after the first cutscene.
Remember one word: discipline. It's your job to work and pray. You serve the Lord now, not your own bodily needs.
Damn. I knew we would have heard from them by now.
It was definitely fighting something. But this damage, it's not the usual claw or bite marks.
Yeah, the game has robots. Big style robots, MTC dude. But I won't be seeing them for another 50 hours. Whoa. Suggest searching the area. Or suggest heading back to New Los Angeles. I don't even want to go to the regular Los Angeles.
Right. Either way, they couldn't have gotten very far. Let's keep looking.
Hold up, Elma. Check this out. I'm picking up an Earth-based IFF signal coming from that direction. It's Pathfinder.
That thing over there, maybe?
It doesn't look natural, does it?
No, it doesn't. It looks like trouble.
And look at this. I'm picking up readings for other life forms too. Multiple signals, moving around inside the structure. Elma, you don't think...
Suggests they must be intelligent life forms. Suggests indigents must have wandered inside. Well, based on what Lynn is saying.
I think you're right.
Was my waifu in this? I haven't met enough characters. Elma looks pretty at least.
Wild animals. Now the question is,
the waifu Lynn, she's 13.
Or are they
got my eye on you, weirdo.
And if so, from where?
Elma's your profile said she was 29.
Earth?
Let's not jump to any conclusions. It's a big universe out there. Of course, we shouldn't rule it out either.
Should we call this into HQ?
Yes, but not from here. If we're picking up their signals, they might be close enough to intercept ours.
You there! Drop your weapon.
What the fuck is this voice acting here? What is going on? What was that voice? What? These guys look like they came out of Doom. What?
They know about Earth? You may have been right after all, Lynn.
Lower your guard and negotiate. Prepare to attack. Oh, this is one of those speech checks Synthetic Man was talking about. Let's see.
What are you doing?
It's okay, Lynn. Just stand down. I'm not sure why, but somehow they're able to communicate with us.
Meaning?
How are they able to speak the same language as us?
Diplomacy is a viable option.
Roger that.
I mean, if they could speak the same language, obviously they would be able to negotiate, right?
If you have any Earth alien prisoners, we'd ask the conditions for their release. If you don't, we'll leave you in peace.
No negotiation. No conditions. We have our orders. All Earth aliens must die.
Woo, we're the colonizers. Ooh. It's a lot like American history. Before you start getting into scraps with Xenos, Xenos! Let me tell you about a new combat technique called the Quick Cooldown. It sends a jolt of auxiliary energy, or aux energy, to your weapon, instantly recharging an art on cooldown, and letting you use it again straight away on fight. But again, they can speak our language, but what would the point of that be? Why are you able to speak our language, but you don't want to negotiate with us? It would make more sense if they didn't speak our language. much, and they just go raggle fraggle. Well, you looks like you self-pelted yourself, buddy. Thank you for the banana. Maybe they have a Earth-style embassy? Maybe a representative I could speak to?
So much for the diplomatic approach. What's the deal with wanting us all dead anyway?
They're evil.
Yeah, I wonder. They did mention they were following orders. Maybe someone higher up their chain of command.
The fellow said that during the Third Reich too. Look what happened to them. You can store more of the auxiliary energy that's needed to use a quick cooldown by obtaining additional energy clips. You'll get these as rewards for raising the survey rate of mirror. So that's another reason to keep at it. Ah, yes. Alright, let's keep at it. As they say.
I served no one! I served no... Take his die, get the key in the kitchen, and then leave. That is more player choice than any single quest in the second game, by far. So while yes, you would be correct that most of Kingdom Come 1 didn't have much player choice either, this one mission has more than any single other one in the second game. And something that I noticed immediately is that the layout of this camp is almost identical to Toth's camp from the first game. It's just bigger, but you can just consider that a nitpick, I guess. So we have to find our way to Catherine, who's already a spy inside, as she just poses as a bath wench. And keep in mind that I try to romance her at this part, and I succeed with the first check, but fail at the second. But we decide to do an optional side quest here, where we deal with her stalker, who has a foot fetish. And yes, that's actually a real plot point. He stole one of her shoes and was doing God knows what with it. And the stalker is a cumin, so having a foot fetish is treated like being a barbarian, which is actually a rare-based moment in this game. But you can just scare him with a simple speech check, and then the quest is over. And to progress the main quest, we need to enlist with Sigismund's army. We tried joining up with one of his more elite squads, and despite the fact I had a warfare skill of 21 at this point, that was not good enough to impress this fucking bitch-ass motherfucker that I bet I could whoop his ass easily in a 1v1 at this point in the game.
Always using Fire Emblem music.
It doesn't matter what you pick, you end up getting to work for them regardless. And so you meet up with the leader of the camp, and he's voiced by the same guy who voices Captain Bernard from the first game, so that was kind of distracting. He orders you to find out what happened to some of the lost men, who Henry smartly just suggests maybe they just deserted, which actually is right. But you're sent off to go find them anyway. But to try and track them down, it's time for the part everyone was waiting for. You need to speak to Musa of Mali. Dude, I don't even know where to begin with this character, and this video is already so insanely long, but I know that there's some of you who use the chapter feature to skip to this section of the video, so I will do my best to explain everything wrong with this character. I watched the whole thing. But at the end of the day, I am not a historian, so some of you will probably know better than me some of the blatant lies that he says, but there are some things that are just obvious. Let's just start with who this character is. As some of you may have guessed, he is based off of Mansa Musa.
Wait, is that why he's using Donkey Kong music for this segment? Oh, you're so silly.
Who was the ruler of Mali back in the earlier 14th century. But Musa is not the ruler of Mali. He is a scholar and a physician and a Mary Sue and basically whatever he needs to be. I know you've already seen the clips where he says that Bohemia is a land of savages.
Overall, it is safer in our country. Nobody will waylay you on your journey, and we treat women with greater respect and set great store by learning. Your medicine, physics, and astronomy burn together with Rome. In short, you are barbarians. Though kind-hearted barbarians.
There it is! There it is! is Mali, a country of cannibals where they live in
does he come from
fucking mud
Wakanda or
huts,
something?
is more safe and more respectful to women. Another real-life person that Musa is likely based off of is Ibn Battuta, who is a Moroccan explorer in the 14th century. And he witnessed a sultan gift an African slave girl to a group of cannibals, and this is in Mali, by the way. And they slaughtered her and ate her and smeared their faces and hands with her blood. Another thing you probably know is that Musa is a Muslim, and he talks about in his travels across the world he visited Mecca, and the reason he never returned is because he slept with other men's wives. They literally did the blacked meme in this game, and it's not even the only time they imply it. Also, for no reason at all, Henry is even dumber in this conversation than usual, as he doesn't seem to know where Venice is, but he does seem to know what and where Mecca is, which makes no sense. Another weirdly obvious historical inaccuracy is that Musa mentions meeting the King of Venice. Venice doesn't have a king. It's never had a king. You know, ironically, the funniest thing about this is, despite the fact that it's already pretty obvious that a West African nation would not be very safe for women in the medieval ages, or really any age, is that the game itself actually indirectly confirms this, as despite being a Muslim nation, Musa confirms that the women wear barely any clothes, and there's actually a source that confirms this, another passage from Ibn Battuta's journey to Mali. Apparently, the servant women were basically naked, and there was more or less open polyamory. We'll call it that, because I don't want to get in any more trouble than I already have to with YouTube. So obviously, the followers of Islam were a lot different in the Middle Ages compared to now. Honestly, I would have never guessed that. But you're honestly telling me a nation where women walk around naked is safe? We're really expected to believe that. So I suppose you could argue in the 50 years between then and this game, Mali cleaned up their act and became an incredibly safe and respectful nation to women. Oh, and we can't forget, more technologically and culturally advanced than Slavic barbarians.
Alright, we got soulful cutscene Kino coming up. The fuck is that?
Lynn, can you give us an approximate location for that IFF signal?
Let's see. Seems to be originating from that building over there.
Got some quiet dubstep up in the background. What is this? Wow,
We better get moving. There's no time to lose.
Onward we go then.
On top of that, another maybe slightly more subtle detail about Musa is that he has twice as many dialogue options as any other character in the game, because, you know, this guy is so interesting. We want to ask him about every detail of his life. He's been on all his own adventures. Why isn't he the main character? Some people were even trolling, saying there's a leak that he's one of the DLC characters, and I wouldn't even be slightly surprised if that was true. And I wish that I could say that he disappears from the plot after your time in Sigismund's camp, but no, he's straight up shoehorned into a place in the game that he has absolutely no right to be there, and you'll understand why when we get to the climax. And look, I have to emphasize this because I'm sure there's people asking this question. If you're complaining this much about him, he better not disappear from the plot. No, Henry cannot challenge Musa on any of the things he says here. He doesn't defend Christianity. He doesn't defend Bohemia. He doesn't challenge any of the ridiculous assertions about West Africa in the 15th century. Henry just swallows all of this shit and says nothing. Do I have to point out the multiple times Daniel Vavra said just 5 years ago that there were no black people in Bohemia in the 15th century? And yet he says that he fought for the inclusion of this character in the game now. That's how you know it's fucking over. Something I want to point out is that there's a lot of people who say this game's not woke at all, right? Except I know of at least one individual, Endymion TV, who I don't care what you think of him, it's not relevant. But even he admits that yes, the game is woke after meeting this character because it's
woke.
that fucking blatant.
It's
even
woke.
people who have to have it shoved down their goddamn throat that something's propaganda, even they understood that this is woke. This is fucking disgusting. Period. But whatever, we gotta get a move on. I'm sure somebody, or at least I hope someday, someone makes a video dedicated just to Musa in this game, because it certainly would be worth it. But that would require someone to actually be based and have some courage on this godforsaken platform, so I wouldn't get my hopes up, and it's not gonna be me, sorry to disappoint. This video is definitely going to be the last time I talk about this game in detail until we get to best and worst games of 2025 at the end of this year. So to keep it brief, we find the deserters, we get the shit that we wanted from them, we kill the deserters just because I wanted to, and then we please the captain, and so we drink and play some dice with him, and then all of a sudden someone gets murdered in the camp, or well, I guess he's still alive, but just barely, and so we have to investigate the scene of the crime, and we find the murder weapon, but it's pretty much a dead end from there. And as we visit Musa in the infirmary, the man mysteriously got poisoned by the wine that he was brought. And so Musa gets blamed for the murder, even though he actually had a very solid alibi because he was partying with Henry and the captain. But he black as hell. So they end up blaming him anyway. I guess the logic being that he's an accomplice, he's working with the first assassin or something, I don't know. And this quest sucks absolute ass, and yes, you are forced to clear Musa's name. If you don't, you get a game over with one of the thinnest fucking excuses I've ever seen. And this is another thing we could debate for a super long amount of time, but this makes no sense at all because Musa even admits that he plans to betray Sigismund anyway, since he refused to let a black guy be his royal physician. I'm not even joking. That is absolutely the game was boring him earlier. And so after investigating all the guard camps, we find out the true culprit is the guy who refused to let me into his garrison because he was a spy the whole time and he was looking to sabotage Sigismund's camp. But then I came to a realization here. Shouldn't we be helping this guy? Sigismund's the bad guy. Why the hell are we helping him in the first place? In fact, pretty much everything you do here at the camp makes no sense from a character motivation perspective. I understand that we need to maintain our cover, but all we're here to do is to steal the cannon to prepare for the attack on Malashov. So why the hell are we helping Sigismund? And I just want to note that the dialogue during Musa's trial is absolutely terrible. It's just an embarrassment, man.
Crow had a secret message in his pocket. Someone gave him a lot of money to make as much mischief in the camp as possible.
Is that true, Stephen? You don't believe him, do you? He made it all up. He only just arrived, and he's got you wrapped around his little finger. Give me the message, lad.
Here it is, sir.
How could you? After we've known each other for so long.
That's enough. I've heard all I need to know. For murder.
What?
Zagrosov, have a gallows erected.
Leave me alone!
Leave me alone. Dude, what is this writing? The writing's going off a cliff. And all you really need to find for this trial is a letter. As long as you get that, you can skip a bunch of speech checks and it's pretty much over at that point. And then after this, the proggers are ready to move out.
Games are supposed to make you mad.
Conveniently.
At least the ones that come out nowadays.
Pack is ready to ambush them. We
have
quickly
fun.
dispatch of everybody,
You're supposed to have
the captain
fury.
we were just serving under for a couple hours. And now we've got a hold of the cannon and are ready to siege Malashov. Now remember way back in the review when I told you that torching Samin was supposed to be like the first big evil choice of the game? Well, now we finally get to the second, because the Dry Devil wants to torch an innocent village right outside the fortress as a distraction to lure out some of von Bergov's men to make the fortress less guarded. Now Henry, again, since there's no real player choice in this game, it doesn't account for any of your actions before this point, obviously objects to murdering innocent people, even though by this point in the game I'd probably killed at least 50. And so, for only the second time in the entire game, we are presented with a real choice, which is you either spring the trap and kill a bunch of innocent people, or you risk everyone's lives and just straight up assault the fortress. I think you can guess which one I chose. And it feels like this game was trying to go for like a no Russian style mission here, but that obviously doesn't hit as hard if one, you can opt out of it, and two, this is like 35 hours into the game, so most players will never even get to this point. But yeah, the game tries really hard to push the message that war is nasty business. They say that like at least 5 times over the course of the game. And look,
you
if
said
this
that
shit
like
didn't
2
work
times
on me
earlier in the
Spec
video.
Ops The Line, it's sure as hell not going to work on me in this game. So anyway, we finally assault the fortress, easily
Or
kill
is it
the
about
men
who's
outside
right? Is
the
it about
gate.
who's left?
The French guy aims and shoots the cannon and actually hits the front gate perfectly. But little do we know, and no, they don't even really explain it in this scene, which is kind of confusing, that he actually blew up the cannon. And the reason I say this now is because in the next scene, they pretend that we have no options because Berghoff has holed himself up in the tower and he's got a shit ton of men in there, so there's no way that we can capture him without casualties. Well, Henry, being a goddamn Giga Chad, says he's gonna rescue the princess, which honestly I don't even remember when they said Rosa got captured, but who cares? I was gonna do that anyway. And then it turns out to be one of the most boring cover-based shooter parts ever in a game. Just look at this. And then Henry just takes out everyone else by himself, and it's honestly very anticlimactic. So now we've captured von Berghoff, rescued Rosa, and so we're finally starting to get to the climax of the game. After yet another prolonged conversation where we talk to von Berghoff, and no, we don't get to torture him or punish him in any way for all the things he's done to us, he actually suggests to us, pretending to be on our side, that we rob the royal treasury, which is in the Italian court. Now, of course, it's in an impregnable fortress, so the only way that we're going to get inside is with the help of the Italian cardinal that just so happens to be coming into town. And as Team A is doing that, Team B is going to be taking the mysterious tunnels that go all throughout the town, and they're just going to burrow under the Italian court. But before we head to the point of no return, Rosa shows us some of the tunnels. We have to kill some bandits who are at her estate, and then we finally get to romance another woman in this game. 40 hours in, Henry gets his own little downy princess that he gets to save, and at least it's a real sex scene. Not that I can show you that, obviously. And now we are ready for the climax of the game, which, like I said earlier, is 7 hours long. So once you're finally ready to end the game, you've done what few interesting side quests are in this region. The gang tries to intimidate the Italian cardinal to get his help, and he just ends up running away. We catch him really quick, and the Polish scumbag straight up kills him.
Misericordiosa Vergine Maria! Cosa fide angeli Aiuto!
This is played off as a joke, by the way, so now I think you're starting to understand why Daniel Vavra said this isn't a Christian game, because every one of our heroes is going to hell. And so the genius plan is to make Godwin impersonate the Cardinal because he knows a little Latin. As long as he's drunk, of course. How very funny. And so we embark on another extremely terrible, boring quest where we have to play as Godwin and attempt to settle the church's differences, which is some stupid dispute about building another church in town that nobody cares about. Why do we have to play through this part? Again, it's just a really bad joke about how you can optionally drink too much and fuck it up
get so
and get a
nostalgic
game
when he
over.
hits with spiral music in these videos.
Oh, and you'll never believe this. Musa is here. A Muslim is in the Italian courts. Why?
How's it feel,
Oh, and
Musa?
he can speak Latin too, by the way. If you actually want an answer, the reason is he represents Sigismund's court. Are you seriously telling me they couldn't find a Christian to
Are the
represent
rhinos rabbits?
Sigismund's
Nah, they just got
court?
some armor
Are
on
you
them.
out of your goddamn mind? This is some of the worst writing I have seen in a while, just to shove this token character down your
Why do we need a
throat.
fucking sex scene?
Whatever,
Like,
man.
what is this,
I
Game
gotta
of
get through this.
Thrones?
We gotta make it through this, dude. Okay? We gotta keep going. So after we successfully
The fuck kind of droids are these? These aren't the droids I'm looking for.
peace between the two sides using Musa's help, no less, we finally get to play as Henry again. We're given a short force stealth mission, which is, I don't know, it's just okay. There's only one notable detail, that the Polish guy.
Why does he always call it force stealth? What would be organic stealth? An organic stealth mission, or it doesn't
so
feel
now
forced.
The Devil's Pack has taken over the Italian court. We freed the nobles that we came for.
It was like all stealth is forced
there
to
was
stealth.
a rat in our group, the Frenchman, and so Eric shows up with a bunch of men, and
Like
now
if the
he's
developer
gonna
wants you
take
to
the
do
court
something,
back.
and it's a
So we
stealth
get in
mission,
huge
they want you to do it to
battle, and
progress.
I swear
Is
to
it
you,
not
I
the
am
developer
not making
forcing
this
you
up.
to be
Eric
stealthy?
knocks Henry on his ass, and this is all in a cutscene.
Like stealth should just always be optional.
And as he's about
guy
to
should
kill
never play
Henry,
Sly Cooper.
Musa walks up with a sword. Eric calls him a slur, I think. But to slightly subvert our expectations, the Dry Devil fires a hand cannon, killing a guard, which distracts Eric just enough for Musa to smack him in the head with the sword. And we all retreat instead of just killing these guys, because honestly, it looked pretty even. It didn't look like it was going one way or the
Like, I get that Golem for the case of Dragon's Dogma 2 there. But when I was watching this video the other day, he opens it, so you may have forgotten, I don't know. But like, he opens it by saying the game has a stealth tutorial at the very start. So the game already kind of primes you from the beginning to expect there to be stealth segments, even if the first game didn't have them. So it's not like it's out of place, because it trains you and it has you expect that there are stealth missions coming up.
the other. None of the named heroes have died yet, so I have no idea why we're retreating, except just more bad writing. Dry Devil sets the tunnel to blow, and then we get another shitty, like, B-movie moment. And then once we're in the tunnel and our hearing comes back, we're given the third dialogue option for the Hans romance. Now again, I have to be fair and in good faith here. It's possible you could just miss this.
Was it good faith up until now?
By any stretch. You just have to exhaust all the dialogue options in this part and it'll show up. And once the gang finally escapes from the tunnel, we get what is quite possibly the second worst scene in the game, as in an incredibly cliche fashion, Polish guy runs up to French guy and Frenchie stabs him. We end up taking out all of the men here except the French guy, of course, who gets away. And then this is treated as this huge fucking tragedy as the Polish guy bleeds out. This scene is dragged out for like 5 fucking minutes. I didn't even know the dude's name. I had to be reminded like 20 times.
It's like when your mom dies, Fire Emblem Engage.
The only guy who
Your character talks to her like 10 minutes before she finally gives
really
up.
Upset by this, but we, the player, have no reason to like this guy. All he did was tell a bunch of bad jokes and then fuck up our plans multiple times. Why should the player care about this guy? Dude,
I don't
this is
fucking
just
care
terrible.
about this dude.
I mean, legitimately, it's bad. If this was a movie, there'd be multiple videos laughing at this scene. But gamers have such low standards for
Daily rap?
storytelling in video games that we're gonna pretend this
we're
is
near
a
the
good
end of the
scene.
video.
And as we escape
I'll
in the
watch
car,
it.
Eric starts catching up and fires some arrows at us. Musa gets hit, and Kubianka actually falls off his
barely know
horse,
what
and
he
so
did
everyone
today.
thinks he's dead momentarily. But because this is a bad movie, we didn't watch him die on screen, so what do you know? He's alive. And he somehow escapes. He doesn't even get captured and tortured, and the explanation is really bad, as you'll see in a second. So now, for the extended climax of the game, we're holed up in Sukdal Castle. And I'm sure you already know where this is going if you played the first game. Yes, it is just a 180 from what happened at the end of that one. Instead of attacking a castle, we're defending it. But before the siege starts, we actually get some good news that Sigismund is pulling his troops out of Bohemia because Ladislaus of Naples apparently has declared himself the king of Hungary, which Sigismund is supposed to be the king of. And because he has no silver, he can no longer afford to continue waging war in Bohemia. Shortly after this, Kubianka shows up alive and fine, and he says the reason he was let go is because Eric wants to challenge Henry to an honorable duel so that he can avenge his groomer
My bad.
lover.
You're right.
And obviously I accepted.
It's not
and
about
we
what he
actually
did
get
today.
some of the best dialogue.
When he tells you about what he did today, he actually tells you to go watch the videos and don't listen to him summarize what he did.
in the game.
Instead, it's just shilling for what he's gonna do tomorrow. Even though the show's called The Daily Wrap, as in what he did that day.
I
don't know, just go watch the video. I don't want to spoil it.
Just take a look at yourself.
But the whole point is to tell us what you did today.
You massacred the villagers of Malashov. You're just like me. You murder in the name of revenge. And you don't care about anyone else.
You're nothing without Istvan. You're all alone. No one cares about you. Sigismund, Markvart, they've all abandoned you. To them, you're nothing more than a dead mercenary's lover.
Don't you dare bring Istvan's name into your mouth, you fucking bastard! I'll make sure that you die in pain. You'll suffer like the mangy fucking mutt you are!
It's awful.
If you succeed, it'll change nothing. You'll still be alone. All alone. You...
Unfortunately, the fight afterward is incredibly unsatisfying because Warhorse couldn't think of any other way to make the fight difficult under this very limited combat system than just give him an insane amount of armor. And even after we finally defeat him, we don't even get to kill him because it just so happens that Markvart von Aulitz's men start marching toward Sukdal, and so Henry has to beat them there on his horse and seal up the fortress, and the siege begins. And here we get another really stupid plot twist. Somehow, von Berghoff escaped, because nobody was watching him, I guess. And the explanation is so dumb that actually it's just a straight up lie, but we'll get to that a little bit later when it comes up. But yes, someone let him out of the castle. And so, of course, there's a little bit of a dialogue exchange back and forth. We learn that even though Sigismund was pulling his troops out of Bohemia, he promised Markvart von Aulitz could have all the silver if he could just take it. It's obvious that the heroes don't think they can take the entire Prague militia, so they're debating what to do. But then, Dry Devil does the most based thing ever. Notice the old man sneak out. Oh, nice. Yeah, fuck him. I hope it was poisoned. Dry Devil is literally me, for real. I'm tired of the talking. Let's just get this over with. And so the next 2 hours
about the video or the game?
are a prolonged siege that's supposed to once again show you the horrors of war and how holding out in a fort would, you know, actually go in real life. And it's kind of cool, I guess, but I was so beaten down by the game at this point that I don't even think I could properly enjoy it. The short version is, the first stage of the siege is much like the one at the halfway point in the game, where you have to kick down ladders, kill people who get inside, drop rocks on their heads, and eventually they retreat. The next stage of the siege, they try sneaking in at night, and Henry has to save the day because Dry Devil was too drunk to notice that one of his own men got replaced by the enemy. Then after the second wave, Zhishka decides we need to make a counteroffensive against the enemy, so we end up torturing a captured prisoner for weaknesses in their camp, and then we select
he covered the combat in an earlier segment of the video, NPC dude. He says, in his opinion, the combat in the second game is worse than the first game.
And then we go on an FPS segment,
so that things generally feel wonkier, especially with the sword play.
Where I just shot dudes with a crossbow from basically complete safety until the mission was over. Then finally, after this, the enemy has the genius idea of just starving you out. Because, of course, there's only limited supplies inside a castle and there's a lot of people to feed. And so they actually use the survival mechanics in-game for something useful for once. I pretty much ignored them the entire game. I think I killed one deer past the halfway point, and just the food from that animal, once I dried it, lasted the rest of the game. But at this point in the story, the food in your inventory is actually confiscated so it can feed everyone, which, you know, it makes sense. And Dry Devil does one actually extremely cringe thing. He wants to eat mutt, so I had to beat his ass. Unfortunately, this normally very serious moment that could have elevated this game is ruined because they turn it into a comedy section. The segment starts off with Henry and Hans seriously contemplating eating dog poop, And I wish that was the only joke, but then they have the genius idea to boil some leather, which would have been fine, except it has to be the finest leather. So we have to get Peter of Pisek's wife to give up her shoes. And yes, this has turned into another foot fetish joke. And we eat shoe soup with Hans. And around this part, Zizka finally explains how Bergov could possibly have escaped, and I understand I'm not autistic. I know it's implying that he's lying, but what reason would he have to lie? Is he betraying us? He can't be. He has no incentive. He knows he's gonna get killed.
So this game got something they want to tell us.
I have no idea what the hell they're even implying here, but no, obviously a 50-something-year-old man didn't like dangle out of a fucking window using sheets. Whatever, I don't care anymore, and neither do the writers. And in my exhaustion at the time, I somehow completely forgot there was actually another wave of the siege. As Godwin says a prayer for the fallen, which you can optionally choose to take a giant dump on the church, which I thought was kind of funny in context with the rest of this game. The Proggers attack once again, and after having to fight them off in the same style as the first wave, they end up taking the tower, and so you have to storm in, kill them, but in the chaos, they manage to capture the outer bailey, and so our heroes are trapped inside the inner castle. So now, finally, we get to our last romance scene, because it's the night before Henry and Samuel sneak out to go get help. And so you get to choose, do you romance Hans or do you romance Catherine? Well, little did I know,
romance Catherine.
I never had a chance to romance Catherine. I'm actually not entirely sure why. I think the simple answer is I just didn't get my reputation high enough with her. Even though I pretty much simped for her at every opportunity. In fact, she called me her #1 simp, more or less.
Be glad they failed and we're all alive, right? Henry, I wouldn't want to lose my biggest admirer.
I'm your biggest simp, babe. But because I didn't do the murder mystery side quest when it was available, and I didn't get the special scene at the Mint in the Italian court earlier, I guess I just didn't have enough reputation points to get the romance. Because I was told that getting enough with Hans doesn't affect your ability to romance Catherine. Maybe in editing, I'll double check that. But basically, I was stuck with Hans for the meme. And I'll just show the scene here, except for the part I can't show for YouTube.
I promise you. Now everything will be right. I'll bring reinforcements.
Oh, no, God. All right. That's it right there. All right, hold on. I'm getting ready to black it out.
I'm sorry.
Alright, he runs back and gives him another smooch. You don't gotta be sorry. I feel the same way, you guys. Look, he's thinking about it. Hug a homie. Look at that. Oh my god!
Yeah, after slaying all that pussy, this is, you know, Henry's just like, yeah, I'm fucking gay now, apparently.
Suffa, Chud.
So
Suffa.
Yes, now it's time for the very anticlimactic
Twitter women
end of
flicking
the
their
game.
bean fucking
Henry and
one.
Samuel sneak into the enemy camp to steal horses so that they can ride off to Ratai and get reinforcements. I just find it absolutely hilarious that basically the last mission of the game is a forced stealth mission. Luckily, this one's actually pretty easy. All you have to do is steal an outfit, kind of like you did with the Cuman camp in the first game.
was that really so
you can
bad?
Just walk around normally. Of course, in like the 30 seconds that you were rappelling down the
wasn't
wall,
that
Samuel
bad.
already got lost and captured, and so you find him inside a barn with the French guy interrogating
his scene in
him.
Assassin's Creed
You beat the
Shadows,
French
that was
guy's ass
worse.
in like 5 seconds.
That was
and
also
Samuel encourages
funnier.
you to kill him, which for once I actually agree with him. I killed him, but Samuel is too injured to walk on his own. So you are given a real choice here, though the game heavily guilts you if you pick the other one, which I guess just reflects all the other quote-unquote player choice in this game. So you can either choose to leave him behind or pick him up and carry him to the horses. You're also given an optional objective to find Markvart von Aulitz, which of course I did. And it turns out he's dying from the arrow that Dry Devil shot him with, so we don't even really get a satisfying final confrontation. That said, I actually do think this is a good scene. It's kind of a satisfying conclusion to the first game's story. I think I'll just let this scene speak for itself.
Who are you?
Yeah, Yasuke's reaction phase.
Henry.
Pretty good.
From Skells.
No, his name is Yasuke.
From Skells.
Right? TSP can't pronounce names for shit. Yeah, he wants to go to Japan.
Run away from us. So those.
Why are they naked on the bed? This is Game of Thrones.
Your father fought like a lion. And I see you're your father's son. You've done him proud.
Level up. His name is Yasuke.
Do you remember them?
Oh yeah. I remember everyone I killed. That's not an everyday thing.
It was like Dr. Robotnik from the Sonic movies.
Don't you?
Jim Carrey, is that you?
No. I said no. Henry has killed hundreds at this point.
War is a nasty business.
He said it again.
But I don't want to preach you any sermons here. You came here with a purpose. I won't hold you back. Take your revenge. Huh? I don't want to sit here all night, dying slowly like a stuck pig.
Are you afraid?
Every day when we pray, we say to God, Thy kingdom come.
Time to give you deliverance.
He said it
twice. There you go. Roll credits.
Do it. Do it. Belt him. Oh, he's gonna chicken out. He's gonna chicken out.
Under the ribs.
If I kill you, I'm no better than you.
Fucking do it. Not my Henry.
He's gonna give up. He's not gonna do it. He's gonna chicken out. Oh, he did it.
There you go. Added my sound effects. There's no satisfying sound effects. So. And then Henry rides off on horse with or without his brother. Now, after all that, we finally catch up to the intro of the game. Yeah, remember that scene that the game opened up with where you play as Godwyn and a castle's under siege? Yep, that was the last 15 minutes of the game. So we have to play that scene again, and then, right in the nick of time,
you last played it 80 hours ago.
shows up
So it's
with Sir
not that bad.
Radzig and Sir Hanush and a whole army. And yes, the scene is straight up ripped from Return of the King, as some people have pointed out.
I joined
But it's still a pretty cool
the curator,
moment. It feels
the
like
curated
it comes from a
content
better
faction.
game than this, the game we should have gotten. And of course, the game kind of just blows its load in like 5 minutes as we just dispatch
Where
a
did
handful
the
of
load
soldiers
go?
and we get to the end of the game. Now, of course, if you didn't save your brother, you actually have to bury him in a traditional Jewish burial style. I'm not even joking. And I also want to point out that Musa is nowhere to be seen at this point. And I've heard a theory that that's evidence they added him in like the rewrites because such a major
thank you, Synthetic
character in
Man.
the
I don't have to
story
touch
that was
this game
forced
now.
3/4 of the way in doesn't
Not that
show
I ever
up
was
at the
going to.
ending. And we also get a little teasing for the next game as Hans's importance to the future of Bohemia is referenced, and so is his
Kingdom
arranged
Come Deliverance
marriage.
3,
And so
starring
the game
Hans,
concludes
2030.
with Henry going up on a hill, waiting for his biological father, Sir Radzig, to show up. But he has one last vision of his parents, and this is where I found out the hard way that I got the bad ending. This is essentially the equivalent of how Bethesda games have a bunch bunch of ending slides for all the choices you made throughout the story, but because there really were only two major choices throughout the game, those are the only things your parents really bring up. That, and of course your romance option, or at least they would have if you didn't get the bad ending. If you get a good ending, you get to pick what woman you wanted to settle down with. I would have picked Rosa, obviously, and yes, you can pick Hans, and no, they don't shame you for being gay. Instead, in the bad ending, your dad says that you've disappointed him and that you've become exactly like Istvan Toth. And yes, I feel a responsibility to mention that there is in fact a secret ending where you end up with Teresa, your sweetheart from the first game. Now to do this, you have to refuse to sleep with any woman in the game and answer positively whenever Teresa is brought up. So it's not very likely that any players are going to see this naturally, but even so, your only reward is like a few second cutscene at the end. But I guess I do have to give the devs credit that at the very least they did think of what some of the fans from the first game would have wanted. And then when you wake up from this dream, Sir Radzig tells you that he's proud of you and your parents would be too, which is some very weird.
I think it's a nice touch for people that played the first game to have the love interest there, even if it is like a secret option, because it is kind of like when games do this where you have like multiple romance options and then the game gets a sequel, usually it comes up that the love interest from the first game get like cucked or something. There are a few cases like that in Fire Emblem, particularly with Awakening and Fates. Because some characters from Awakening return in Fates, and you could have had them in a relationship in Awakening, but if you did, it doesn't get brought up in Fates. So whoever you had them married to in Awakening effectively gets cucked.
Tells you that he's proud of you and your parents would be too, which is some very weird tonal whiplash. And so the game ends basically exactly how the first game ended. Radzig even tells us that the sword is not his, it's Henry's, which is exactly what he already said at the end of the first game. Except now that we have the sword, Henry's story is concluded. And I really hope they're implying by this scene that Henry is not the protagonist of the third game. And also Radzig wants to hook you up with Catherine for some reason. He likes the idea of you having a mommy girlfriend. And then roll credits, but we're not done yet because this is just like a shitty Marvel movie. There's 2 credits scenes. The first one shows us how Zizka loses his eye in this universe. Basically everyone is wasted and Zizka bets that Red Devil could hit anything. And so it's like the classic trope where he puts an apple on his head, but at least he's smart enough to wear a helmet. But even still, Dry Devil hits him directly in the eye, right through the slit in the visor. Then for the second credit scene,
he's a good shot.
Basically like that one meme of Hitler from that one movie I don't think anyone's seen, where he spurgs out. That's basically exactly what happens with King Sigismund. It serves no purpose whatsoever to the narrative except to make him look bad even more. That's the whole Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 experience. Oh boy, I don't even know where to begin with this conclusion.
All right, give us a summary.
Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is genuinely one of the most overrated games that has come out in the past 5 years. And this is coming from someone who has to critique every single Sony game where their mindless fanboys pretend that every single exclusive is a masterpiece. I actually think in some ways this situation is worse. Because one, people are claiming the game isn't woke, which is just blatantly false by all the things I showed you in this video. If you claim the Musa character isn't woke, you either one, haven't played that far in the game, which I find pretty likely, or two, you're controlled opposition and have no idea what the word means, and you just want to parrot back what you think your audience wants to hear, and are actually just a centrist grifter, just like what the leftists claim about you. There's no reasonable definition of woke that would exclude a forced African character when the game director himself said there were no Africans in Bohemia at the time, who is not just a token who shouldn't be there. No, he's actually superior to all of the main characters. He's better educated, he's more well-traveled. He makes many criticisms of Bohemian culture and Christianity that Henry doesn't even attempt to refute. I mean, he just straight up calls your people savages, dude. Not only that, but as a humiliation ritual, you're forced to prove his innocence in a trial or you get an unavoidable game over. And he shows up to a fucking fucking Italian Christian court meeting with the cardinal from Italy there as a representative of Sigismund's court. You're telling me a Muslim is the only guy they could find to represent King Sigismund? And to make matters even worse, he literally saves Henry's life just after that part. This is one of the worst token characters I have ever seen, not just in a video game, but any piece of fiction. And I don't even want to talk about the whole Jewish subplot because I've been towing the line of getting banned for quite a while now, and I just know that's going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back. Don't notice who you're not allowed to criticize or anything, though. But even propaganda aside, as a video game, this isn't even that good of a Western RPG. I would argue it's inferior to the first game in several significant ways, and even places where it's just a side grade in a way become kind of infuriating because for some reason Warhorse gets away with what we've been criticizing Ubisoft for years. They made a sequel that doesn't innovate on the gameplay in any way except give you a crossbow and a hand cannon. Now, do either one of those things even change the gameplay? Not really, except they just made it easier to shoot ranged weapons. The sword combat is actually worse, I would argue, than the first game, which is unbelievable given how bad it was. Instead of fixing any of the fundamental jank issues, all of the same terrible hit detection problems are still there, and they actually removed attack directions for no reason, making the combat less complex. They added this terrible perfect block riposte system where enemies can just block you, riposte, then you block the riposte or riposte back over and over and over again until one of you runs out of stamina. Not to mention you're basically fighting the same 3 enemy types for the entire game. I don't know how the hell people think this kind of stuff is okay, especially since this game is at least 50% longer than the first, so the combat ends up feeling that much more repetitive as a result. The only arguable improvement is that they made Master Strikes a little bit more challenging to pull off, but they're still just as broken as the first game, and for some reason they're only on swords, meaning there's no reason to ever use pole arms or maces. And I haven't even gotten to the actual quest design yet. People are going to say this is hyperbole, but this is one of the worst designed main quests I have ever experienced in an RPG. There's only 2 major choices you make in the entire game. The whole rest of it is railroaded. Maybe 3 choices if you count letting Samuel die. But outside of those 2 moments where you can choose to do an evil action, nothing else you do matters. The same exact events happen, and I'm not going to repeat for the millionth time how much I hate forced stealth missions or walking simulator segments or conversations that all last at least twice as long as they should. Seriously, trim your fucking script, Warhorse. God damn. Only one major protagonist dies throughout the entire story. Isn't this supposed to be like a serious war is bad type narrative? But no, only the Polish comic
war is a
relief
nasty
character
business.
dies, and he's probably the character the least amount of players will care about. And look, I get that a lot of people saying this game is awesome have probably only played the first half, and I do admit that the first half of the game is better, but I think that's only because of the novelty of the sandbox experience and the side quests. If we truly break down what actually happens in the first half of the story, it's almost nothing. Basically, Henry and Hans try to deliver a letter, they get ambushed, they can't get into the castle to deliver the letter, so you gotta do a bunch of bullshit to get into a wedding. You get arrested, you deliver the letter, then you help von Berghoff do some dirty work, you get betrayed and switch to the mercenary team, your fortress gets sieged and everyone gets captured, Hans gets taken away to be a major plot point of the second act, and then you kill Istvan Toth and escape the castle. That's literally all that happens over the course of 20 hours or more. And then the second half of the story is a goddamn clusterfuck. I don't want to sum it up again, but half the time I didn't even remember what was actually going on. Not to mention it has such terrible amateur writing at certain parts, like when all the nobles get captured in Robarsh. Did a teenager write that plot point? Oh, everyone gets drunk and they just let the bad guys in? I mean, goddamn, if this was a movie or a TV show, there'd be a bunch of videos talking about how terrible that is. But no, it's a video game, so I guess it's it's okay. I just think it's comical that one of the major selling points of this game was supposed to be player choice, when this has less player choice than any singular BioWare game. You can't even choose to be evil. All you can choose is who you want to fuck. That's pretty much it, and whether or not you disappoint your parents. Wow, that's a lot of fucking player choice. The weirdest part of this discussion around player choice is that these people never advocate for things that actually...
For most people, disappointing their parents is not player choice.
Make a game more enjoyable for its core player base. Do you think it was worth the development time and resources to add a gay romance that less than 1% of the player base is going to honestly engage with? Not to mention the horrific
you were the
excuse that Daniel Vavra used.
I guess he was part of that 1%. He got the Hans romance.
Because 12-year-old girls got married back then. Well, first of all,
wait, what?
That wasn't excuse that Daniel Vavra used, saying that it doesn't matter that Hans is underage because 12-year-old girls got married back then. Well, first of all, that wasn't exactly common back then, which he should know because he's supposedly a history buff. And second of all, it's not like you can marry 12-year-old girls in this game, so that comparison doesn't even fucking make sense. It would make more sense if you could marry a woman around your age in this game than have gay sex with no consequences in a time where you'd get stoned to death or hanged. And we can't forget that it's actually the easiest romance to achieve in the game if you don't count Clara. I think the only thing I actually had to do was pick 4 dialogue options throughout the game, 2 of which were not even hidden. They were right in front of your face in mandatory conversations. You know what I would have liked in Kingdom Come 2? Maybe the option to become evil and join King Sigismund's side. That would have been awesome, instead of wasting all this development time and resources on not just gay romances, but like what feels like 20 hours of cutscenes and walking simulator segments and a bunch of side quests in the second half that add absolutely nothing to the gameplay experience. Why the hell is there not a single large-scale battle in this entire game? That was a complaint with the first game as well. There's never a point in this game where 2 armies clash. You're only ever fighting like 3 or 4 guys at a time. If we don't think the devs are capable of that because they don't have the time or resources, even though they're owned by Embracer Group, which is worth billions, maybe you could just advocate for more straight romance options. Hell, I guarantee you there would be more players interested in starting a harem, no matter how unrealistic it would be at the time, than a fucking gay romance. But no, these people who are supposedly anti-woke love gay stuff. They're big into that stuff. Just look at the type of people they hang out with. Not gonna name any specific names, you know who I'm thinking of though. Legitimately, I think there would be more validity in having an option for Henry to impregnate every woman he meets than there to be a single gay romance option in 15th century Bohemia. And you can quote me on that. That could be on Twitter, go viral. I don't give a fuck. I'm right, you're wrong, period. I feel like this game is a testament to the saying quality over quantity, or less is more, because the first game didn't really have any of these problems. The story was only like 15 to 20 hours if you skipped every single side quest, and there weren't even that many side quests in the first place, so you could just pick the ones that were interesting and ignore the rest. And it was a pretty solid time. Yes, the first game was very flawed, and it's definitely not one of my favorite games by any stretch, but the second game doesn't innovate on anything. It just adds more on top of the pre-established systems from the first, and then tweaks a few things, arguably making them worse, to claim that this is like a true sequel. But it doesn't even really feel like much of a sequel, in the same way that an Assassin's Creed or Far Cry game feels like a copy-paste job. It doesn't matter if you change some things around, it's still the same game as the first. And I feel like part of the reason that is getting away with this, it's been like 7 years since the first game came out, and it was a cult classic game that a shit ton of people never played. I guarantee you most of the people who think this is like one of the greatest RPGs of all time have not played the first game and are just starving for a halfway decent open world RPG. And I get it. Starfield was shit. Avowed is definitely shit, and no, I'm not going to review it. But just because those games are terrible does not mean this game is awesome. This game's just all right. But I think with the incredibly blatant political propaganda and the constant humiliation of the player, I just can't pretend to accept that anymore. So no, don't buy this game. Don't support Warhorse Studios anymore, for the love of God, unless you want to see more political propaganda shoved into their next game. Because you better believe if they get away with this, which they've already sold over 2 million copies, so who knows, this could end up being one of the best-selling games of the year, then you better believe it's going to be even worse than the next one, because for some reason people are suddenly pretending again that the slippery slope is a fallacy, when we all know it's not. But like I said in the intro, I'm going to keep giving my honest opinion on video games. I don't care what anyone else thinks. I don't care that all the leftists hate me. I don't care that the anti-woke people don't like me either. I've always been on my own team. There's a reason why I've never done any collaborations on this channel.
You guys know me, I'm my own guy.
Continue to enjoy the content. I know this video was definitely a bit of an experiment. There's a reason I never made that Cyberpunk video, I promise, because I was kind of worried that it would become incredibly drawn out, not very funny or entertaining, and I would just repetitively bitch about the same stuff. But I hope you at least enjoyed this incredibly deep dive into why I think Kingdom Come 2 is not that good. That's about it. I'll see you next time, guys.
Guys, we made it. We finished it. There it is. It's done. It's done. Actually, he's still live right now. Let's see what he's doing. Real quick. Look at this. Alright, I'll take a look at it. I gotta watch the daily wrap too. Yasuke culturally enriching the Japanese to death. Kind of a tame title.
This guy
but,
is
pretty
just
silly.
taking it, dude. He's just fucking taking it.
I don't know, it looks like he's having fun.
Jesus, where'd these guys come from?
Yeah, see, you're playing the game all wrong. You're supposed to be crawling. Alright. Thank you, Nintendo
Nintendo will be
Switch.
showcasing the Switch 2 Direct, marking a new era for the company and bringing to a close the 8-year run of the iconic Switch.
8
and
years!
To Nintendo's best-selling home console of all time, we just all wanted to say, thank you.
Is this gonna be cringe? What did you send me? Is this cringe or Kino?
No. This isn't how you're supposed to play the game.
Oh man, remember ARMS? Xenoblade 2! Whoa! We all thought that game would be delayed. Did not get delayed even once. Oh my god, the first Fire Emblem Warriors. I fucking no-life the hell out of that game. Kirby Star Allies. Oh, remember Labo? Nintendo tried to sell you guys cardboard? Wow! Super Mario Party? It was alright. Jamboree's better. The Smash Autism, which is about to restart. The Light! The fucking Light came out in 2019. Yoshi! That fucking Necrodancer Zelda game I didn't play. Mario Maker 2, what a disappointment. 3 Houses, Kino. Astral Chain! I did like almost everything there was to do in Astral Chain. Ring Fit Adventure, Ouija Mansion. Oh, we don't talk about that one. Boo!
これは新型コロナウイルスの影響でですね、世界的に外出禁止が叫ばれています。
Belted. Then, out of nowhere, out of the wreckage from the Wu Flu, out comes... Yup, New Horizons. It was like 60 million copies sold? What a grip. There's Xenoblade 1. Still not played it. I'll get to it one day. You know they're selling this for $120. If you can find like a used copy, that's nuts. 120 for the Mario ROM collection. This was that year where Nintendo revealed all their games on Twitter instead of in the Direct.
An extra special thank you to the Switch for getting us through that year. Anyways.
Oh man, new Pokemon Snap. They tried, but it could not match the soul of the original. Which I can now say after playing the original. I liked Skyward Sword. I don't care what anyone says. Metroid Dread as well. The return of WarioWare. Mario Party Superstars. Big improvement from Super Mario Party. Now this though. Diamond and Pearl remake. What a fucking grift. 3 Pokemon games in the span of a year. What were they thinking? Kirby and Forgotten Land? That was really 2022? That game's 3 years old, damn. Time flies. Mario Strikers, I wish more heart went into that. Fire Emblem Warriors, the entire first year of Dingus content was just that game. Xenoblade 3, this was the other game that took up most of the first year content. Splatoon 3, Sparks of Hope. Well, we don't talk about this one. We don't talk about this one. Emblem. Gage. Bro, Tears of the Kingdom about to be 2 years old? What is happening? You know what? I like Return to Dreamland. People say it's too basic for Kirby, but I liked it. Maybe it helps that, you know, it had all the new content in it. Mario Wonder. Yo, RPG? Dude, this year, that year was bussin'. Oh yeah, agreed, D-Side. I have the special edition for Xenoblade 1 and 2, but because of that nonsense, I wasn't able to get it for 3. Zuppa Dingus. I also got the special edition for 3 Houses and Engage. That was a nice video, nice little retrospective. And damn, it's 24th now. Guys, we are 9 days until the Switch 2 Direct. 9 days. It's coming. It's coming. You're not gonna be ready, it's coming. By the way, since Darziak left, Phil had to change how his thumbnails are set up. I think he's making the thumbnails himself now because they got the same fonts that he uses for his ticker. I think we've gotten to that point. A chill RPG day. Tomorrow, we set goals and more variety. The Daily Wrap, March 23rd, 2025. If I can, I want to restream the Switch 2 Direct, you know, for the raw Dingus reaction. But if that's gonna be early morning, I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to see if it's an off day or not.
Good evening, everyone. Phil here, and welcome to the Daily Wrap for what was Sunday, the 23rd of March, 2025. My return to streaming for the week.
6 minutes.
Although this is a shorter week, it's only a 5-day streaming week this week. For me, I'm taking an extra day off at the end of the week to spend some time with my family.
Lies. He's concocting the next
today was a pretty good
phase of the
return day,
King
I would say.
Snake's plan.
We started off with a chill level 1 podcast that covered my day off. It covered the madness that had happened on Friday with trolling, but how that has resulted in me now adopting Kickbot.
I think it's pretty likely not
for the foreseeable future, and that I'll be tweaking it and trying
He's
to improve
using
it,
bots.
For
you already knew that.
Much improved performance, so that people can essentially flood my chat and make it unusable. We also talked about, oh man, so many things today. Great topics like, what are we going to do for the next DSP Tries It? What's going to be the next celebratory things we do?
Great topic?
It's 100 goals hit, and then my birthday event coming up, and all of that. All right, so
his birthday is his favorite holiday, I hear.
Awesome, chill podcast with lots of fun. We actually narrowed down DSP Tries It to several different things. We have to follow up tomorrow to see one of the events, how it pans out. But
the inconsistency of his thumbnails is so disgusting. but it's not surprising. This is the dude who has no consistency across any of his branding. It's hard to define what his branding is because it's all fan-made.
Overall, good stuff.
I just looked behind him. I think Tevin made this point earlier this week. Like, what in the background defines DSP's personality? The Philomania shirt that's used as like a drape? There's nothing here that tells me who DSP is as a guy. The Sony buttons? But Phil's not a Sony fan. Not really. He hates games. The crown? But that arc's over. The Castlevania monitor? Is he really a Castlevania guy? I think it's one thing to have all these toys in the background if you're like a passionate fan and shit. Like we're gonna use the comparison of me owning all these amiibo. We're gonna sweep for me. So I have all these amiibo in the background, but they're all only of characters that I give a shit about. It's not like what would a Phil comparison be? It's not like I got the Fallout dude. I didn't get the Fallout dude bobblehead to put in the background just to like attract people to me like a magnet. If I get a Fallout bobblehead, it's because I like the Fallout little character, whatever the hell his name is. But Phil has the Fallout guy in the background, but he doesn't really like Fallout. He just wants you to think of him as a gamer.
Great show, and then we jumped into Suikoden. Now, good news is, support was very, very good on the podcast, and therefore when we started with Suikoden, we already hit the goal. So it was like, hey, we can just chill and relax and have a good time. And indeed we did. And still more support came in. We didn't hit 2 goals worth, but it was pretty darn good. Suikoden today, major progress in the plot. Huge things happening. We lost a character. And we have another character that faced life and death. And since I was able to replay this critical fight over and over, we actually did keep them alive, which actually affects the ending of the game, if you don't know. Lots of new recruits, lots of plot advancement, more big army battles, all kinds of fun stuff. If you like the playthrough so far, you're definitely going to like today's session. Give it a look. It is already live. Tonight on the late stream, it was Like a Dragon Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii. Now, you might say, I wonder why Phil is playing Pirate Yakuza as night streams. Previously, he had done it as day streams. To be honest, it's because, number one, we have more games like Assassin's Creed Shadows and later this week, Atomfall, that are coming into the mix that are going to need to be day streams. But also, Pirate Yakuza is getting the least attendance of any game I'm doing. Okay? Just being honest and transparent with all of you. If it's bringing in the least amount of views and the least amount of attention, then I'm going to do it as a night stream. Okay? I'm not even kidding, Suikoden, or Suikoden, however you say it, is actually doing better than Pirate Yakuza.
Don't do that.
I like Pirate Yakuza. Tonight, we did an incredible amount of pirate stuff. We did a bunch more Coliseum battles. We advanced the plot and rescued a person who had been kidnapped. Then we went out into the sea and it started this whole side quest line where now you're going to be fighting these evil pirates called the
This guy loves piracy.
And then you have to
tell him how to watch wrestling for free. Then he spurgs out on your DMs.
And then invade islands and do giant gauntlet marathon fights against mini bosses and bosses and all of that shit. Okay, so good stuff.
No, don't send me those links. No, I won't click them.
Yeah, it's going to be a good time. Continuing on this game, what we're going to do is keep doing the Devil Flag stuff because this is where you make the big pirate points and the big upgrades and everything. Like tonight, I think I gained like an insane amount of like abilities and things, and all the pirate crew leveled up an insane amount. So it was a huge night of leveling. Now, the stream was chill. The stream was fun. There was lots of engagement with the chat. We had a good time.
What?
The support was we got about halfway to the goal. All right. Now listen, that's not bad.
No, is it now?
That's not bad.
Is it?
So I'm not complaining, but I'm just saying we didn't hit the goal tonight, so now we're at 73.
Or you're just letting me know for the purposes of this
by the end of the week, but the thing is, I'm only here through Thursday, and I'm not here Tuesday night because I need to take another night off to work on my stuff behind the scenes, the tax stuff. So because of that,
wow, maybe if you didn't waste time last Tuesday night, you would not have had to take next Tuesday night off.
We basically have tomorrow, the first half of Thursday, all of Wednesday, and all of tomorrow, Monday, the first half of Tuesday, all of Wednesday and all of Thursday. Is it doable? Yes. But is it guaranteed? Probably not. So I wonder if we're going to hit enough to do DSP tries it this week or not. We'll see. But yeah, I still had a great time today overall. Things are going good. It was good momentum to start the week, and I'm looking forward to tomorrow. So what are we doing tomorrow? Well, tomorrow on the podcast, what I would like to do is just hammer in what we're doing for DSP Tries It. Whether we decide that it's this Firehouse subs, or it's going to be this Taco Time place,
So
or
just tell
whatever
us
this
what
new
you
offering
already
Red
told
Robin is
us
having or
now,
whatever.
but
We
again.
should hammer that in tomorrow, so that way it's determined and there's no big question mark. All right? But in addition to that, I do want to talk a lot more about the big goals. What's the birthday event going to be? What's the next 100 goals marathon or event going to be? Let's try to really start figuring this stuff out so that we can have things to start promoting and looking forward to, rather than, well, let's hit the goals, but we don't know what they're going to. It's not very convincing.
Let's hit the goal.
So I'm not surprised that, like, tonight, here I am saying, let's hit the goal. But what is the goal? Oh, I don't know what we're going to do, you know? That's what we got to figure out tomorrow, okay? But it should be a good day. The first stream tomorrow is more Assassin's Creed Shadows, all right? We're going to continue on with the plot.
So he promotes hitting goals, but doesn't even know what he wants to do for the goal
yet. At
yet?
this point, we've now played the game like 5.5
Then questions
almost 6
why he's
hours,
not hitting
we
the
haven't
goal?
used Yasuke more than 15 minutes. Naue is fine, but I want to use both characters, so let's see what happens with
guys.
that. And tomorrow night, this will be a good one. Indies night on Monday night, we are going to be playing a game you guys have asked me for years and years. A game that I'm excited to finally try. It is called Disco Elysium.
Oh.
All right? I got it. Someone actually gifted it to me because of that big Steam sale they were doing.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens, and we'll go from there.
I mean, he'll probably love it.
And, you know, play it by ear. I think it's going to be good. If it goes good, then maybe we'll continue to play this on Indies night and do a playthrough of it. I don't know how long it is, because I've heard that it could be pretty long.
No, thank you,
Maybe it's just
Pam.
something we try and or we try and we're like, okay, we'll go back to it every once in a while because we want to do more variety on Indies
Shamrock
night.
Shake. Let's fucking
I don't know.
go.
So we'll see. But tomorrow should be a good day of variety and fun. Hopefully, we'll determine our goals and we'll get back on track. We'll hit those goals and get closer to our big reward this week of DSP Tries It, whatever we choose, and go from there. All right, everyone? Good stuff. Everyone, please have a good evening. Thank you so much for a great streaming day. I'll see you all in the morning. Have a good one. Peace out.
Could be worse as far as daily wraps go, but holy shit, he's gonna ruin Disco Elysium for the people that like that game. Yeah, that's one of those read-a-lot kind of games, right? Gonna get to hear Phil's voice acting. I probably won't get to watch all this, but that's okay, because you already watched like 5 other detractors react to this already. Ain't nothing but something to listen to. No reading required. All right, big ups. I don't have to hear Phil's bad voice acting. It's okay. My voice acting isn't any better. Dude, Worski went on for like 11 hours total for the post show. Let's see. PvP leaves at 6 hours in, almost 7. Worski watches all the June the King documentary and some supplementary detractor videos with Psycho as co-host. I think we'll hit them at 1.25, and we will go until I want to collapse. Because I gotta clock in the morning.
Oh, guys! And the thing is, I didn't have to do tryouts, you know?
Oh, let me rewind. Where's the intro at?
Yeah.
There we go. There we go.
It's the Kino Casino, March 21st.
And they're gonna be back tomorrow.
Wow!
4,000 before the intro.
Over 4,000 are here live.
Everyone,
to witness
retweet.
Kill.
Stop watching after Gundam left. I think that's a good, stopping point if you're not a big casino fan.
Let's bury him.
Usually I kind of tune it out after PvP leaves, because the post show really is just that post show. It's Worski continuing the stream until he gets tired.
It's a Gundam. We'll be joining us in about 40 minutes or so. Guys, we have... Oh, it's too much.
Oh my god, that's so much!
He hired.
Hey, Mr. Khan.
Well, not hired.
Bro, well, no, this is the best part, is that Ethan Ralph is so desperate now. He's so cloutless, moneyless.
No, I just want to do a wrestler show, bitch.
Mexico, with no indoor fucking plumbing, no running water.
There's no ulterior motive. It's not about Felton, the 800-pound Canadian.
Can I be the co-host?
I just want to be a co-host, bitch.
I didn't have to do tryouts. You know, I didn't have to
bend the knee.
I didn't have to do tryouts. He's bowing the knee.
Yeah, Ralph was attacking Gundam on Twitter. And none of what Ralph said seemed to have any basis in reality. I think he was just seething because he went on the casino.
There's now 3 co-hosts that are trying out to to replace me on Smart Guys.
Guess who the number 2 guy is, guys?
The first one is Ralph. So next week, this is so amazing. Like this is what we wanted all along.
Yes.
Next week it's Ralph and Darkside Phil teaming up to take on the casino. It just couldn't be any better.
He hired a sex offender.
He hired
Congrats, Ralph. You gave him content for weeks.
He hired a convicted felon for assault on a female cop.
No, I didn't unlock online yet.
Oh, buddy. Some guy who can't even live in America. It's fucking Ralph.
I chose the faction, so I unlocked the division rewards.
Guess what?
Is Mersh, the only guy online who might actually be even more down bad than Phil with the begging and the crying about how poor he is. And then
I saw some people that didn't like how he was using a VTuber, but that's just like that's kind of like a general thing. That just not liking that he used the VTuber model at all. Like that's personal shit, and some people just don't like VTubers. You'll never convince those people otherwise.
Number 3 is going to be, and we're going to reveal it tonight.
Okay, you want to tell them?
We've learned to co-host number 3 is going to be.
People thought this was going to be COG,
as we go through
including
our
me.
buddies leading up to It's a Gundam coming on, we will reveal after the Mershwo buddy who the 3rd co-host for Smart Guys is going to be.
You like Feezer?
No, it's amazing shit.
Whoa.
By the way, Archduke Instinct has gifted
It literally
10
can't be Feezer though, because he sold his microphone and chair.
Mr. Quaster Hopper for 5 subs.
Get some subs.
Flathead Round Teats Real for a sub. James for a sub as well. Nose Goblin with the sub. I'm just scrolling back. There's been a lot of followers that buried some of these
million followers.
Pre-subs. I apologize if you sent in a sub and we didn't shout it out.
We got
Smelly Homeless Guy did 5 subs. Theodore Feezer the Bald. Birthday
Go! Now listen, guys. This is how it's gonna go. Okay, we have Gundam for an hour or 2. Here's what we're gonna do, guys. Okay?
He stayed way longer than an hour or 2.
Read the funniest DMs that weren't read on the last show.
Yes.
With Gundam. Then we're gonna watch Phil beg from yesterday. And
oh my God! It's so good. It's
the worst.
I watched the whole thing live. Just fucking die.
It's over.
So for those you don't know, Phil did a solo Smart Guys, or as he calls it, Smart Guy. And you'll see he's crossed out the S with a red X. And in the intro, where my face is on the title belt, he scratched out my face with the red X. It's so funny, bro. It's so funny. So he did a solo edition of this wrestling show. This must have been, Darkside Phil is always like super boring, pathetic, begging, but this might have been the most boring 2 hours that Darkside Phil had ever put together in his entire life.
That's saying
it was just a pre-stream at night.
Nobody could deal with it.
Which he already does before he boots up whatever he's going to be doing for the night stream.
And you could tell he was trying so hard.
Yeah.
Man. This was him at maximum effort, maximum energy, maximum showmanship. He was really trying to prove to me that he could do it. That he didn't need PPP to carry him, to hold him by the hand.
He said that the week before, right? Oh, I can do the show without drama, without begging.
It was an attempt. But it was a terrible attempt, Phil, and he kept trying.
He was like, oh, I made so much money on this stream that I didn't have PvP on it. I don't have to split the money 50-50. As if to imply that if he could get away with not paying PvP, he would.
To be me at various points and do the sort of lines that I would do. He threw me under the bus on it for begging too much on the show. He's like, people always complain that PvP
I have received
too much.
my Dingbot 5000 works right out of the box. Thank you.
It's like, Phil, all I did was take
Dingus
your content.
AI is the future.
The only content he has is begging, and take it to its natural
Use the TTS on Sarah's
stream,
stream, the Dingus AI on Sarah's stream, and you'll see what I mean.
Crazy. But the thing is, Phil, at least my begging was sort of funny. His begging on the show was just sad. It was just sad, bro. Like, bro, he had to fake donos at the end. Those last 3 tips were so fucking fake, bro. There was not a chance in the world that they were real. And he couldn't even fake tips to hit the goal. He had enough shame to be like, I can't fake hitting this goal because I didn't get any support. Realistically, he got about $30 of real support.
I heard 36.
It was like $36. He had
Let's
to
be honest.
pay and move heaven and earth. And look, listen, he had to fake it to get to the $100 because
Fake it
it
till you
would
make
crush
it.
his heart if people didn't actually care about the cards. Because he really thought, this is the crazy thing, he really thought people were tuning into smart guys for the wrestling. Whoa, buddy, for the wrestling talk. Whoa, buddy. And to see him open trading card packs. And he really thought the trading card packs were like a good fucking gimmick.
I didn't even know he was doing that. What the fuck?
And it just destroyed him that nobody cared for him to see him open the trading cards, which, by the way, he admitted to spending over $70 on each pack of 4 cards.
What?
Damn.
The guy has spent hundreds and hundreds of dollars on these shitty WWE trading cards.
I think you're under exaggerating. Ralph donated 100.
Oh yeah, no. So there's a point during this where Ralph sends in a super chat, and it's like 100. Oh my
He's
God,
Bob
Ralph,
Smith.
Ralph sent this massive super chat in. Phil saved. It was 100 pesos, which Phil thinks, because it's Ralph, it's like some big amount of money. He's like, I think that's $26, guys. Guys, that must have been $26.
Surely Phil doesn't think that Ralph's a big hustler with his own audience that's going to be brought over for smart guys. Ralph actually has trouble making more money than Phil. Ralph makes less money than Phil.
I sent in 100 Mexican pesos, Phil. I really love you, Phil. I support the show. Can't wait
I'm
to
pay
talk
piggy, you
wrestling
bitch.
with
I'm
you
a den.
for $4.97.
What do you think about that, gay logs?
Not even a full $5, and it's in Mexican pesos. He couldn't do it in American because it was too shameful.
Hey, Flame.
To just put 5
I watched a thing you already watched, but again, with my worthless opinions
pesos.
attached.
I don't know which is more pathetic though. $5 US.
At least we can get Ralph to go around on further appearance of Ralph in his program in a few weeks. I think that's how it'll go. A lot of people are saying that Ralph's going to spurg out or drop the hard R or felt Phil. Now, please keep in mind, Ralph honestly does not have anything against Phil as a person. Phil is just a means to an end to felt PvP. Ralph does not give a shit about DSP. I went over his Twitter on the last stream, going over him arguing with detractors and his own A-logs telling him this was a bad idea. Ralph does not give a shit about DSP. He's just doing this entirely to get back at Triple P. So he will not fuck with Phil. He will get on that show and he will be sober, or as sober as he can possibly be, and he will be on his best behavior because the end game is to felt Triple P, or at least convince himself and a portion of the audience that Triple P was felted. Big up GPM, Dingus, I got felted. No. Yeah, see, who loves that? He wants the platform to fuck with the casino. And Phil's got it right now, because Phil's at the center of the casino's attention. So people are obviously paying attention right now to what DSP is doing, and for Ralph to get his message out there outside of his little fucking Mexican hug box, he's got to get on a bigger platform, and Phil has the platform. People who watch the KC are going to watch what Phil has to say, and Phil's looking for a new co-host. Like, it's just good business for Ralph right now. It's not necessarily good business for Phil. Could not watch your clipped Kiwi farm and clip Joshua's ass. Had to stop halfway through. That's why I made sure the title of the clip, Josh explains the arc in his own words, because he got so much of it incorrect. But a lot of comments in that video were very negative towards Josh, which is consistent for whenever I put up a video about Josh talking about Phil. He's back!
Alright, someone said 494. We're good faith here, so we'll take you at your word, chatter, okay? By the way,
oh man,
so Ash, we have that.
And then today, he went on this unhinged mouth. So first of all, he did like this insane cope about smart guys, where he tried to retcon that it was super successful and everybody loved it and he was winning and this and that. It was crazy. But
Josh is a DSP defender because he doesn't like the tractors.
So Phil, over
Well, you said you stopped the clip halfway through. At the very beginning, he makes it a point to say hashtag not all detractors. The specific slice of the sector that he has a problem with are the detractors on his own forum. I don't think he interacts enough with detractors who are on KF to say that he dislikes all detractors. But it has to do with the stuff that happened with Cat last year. Someone added him and made a feeder joke, and it spiraled from there. And then it just got into a bunch of chicanery. The stupidest thing he did was like broad rush the entire subforum as like approving of stuff like the bank leaks and the Comcast guy. Oh, you guys do this, you do this to him, and you do that. You committing crimes and sucking the IRS's cock is based if it means felting DSP. It's like nobody said that.
2 hours into his show.
Thank you for the streak, GPM.
To make $50.
No.
Like, it was like 2.5, 3 hours into his podcast. He had yet to even make $50.
Oh, he featured? So, DSP stuff is rarely featured on the forum, but Noel went ahead and featured this stream when it was live on the board, and then he got a lot of shit from it, which caused him to have another little mini spurg out, because people were calling it Nothing Burgers. Like, wow, Noel is featuring his good friends PP and Tardski on the front page. What a shock, right? And then he just replies to this dude. He's like, I can't fucking do anything on my fucking website without you guys spurging the fuck out. You fucking DSP dents. And then one of the moderators for the DSP subforum looked at that guy's history, and he was like, well, no, this guy hasn't posted in the DSP subforum before. This is like this is like the first post he's ever made. And his name was like Pussy Farts. So he was arguing with a guy named Pussy Farts.
Oh, he went on an unhinged half-hour rant about the casino.
No.
About the detractors and how it's an insane cult and all this. Bro, he was fucking mentally cooked. And the thing is, at the end of his entire half-hour session of losing his mind, he received $2.
Yes.
$2, Andy. And he was just something.
It's actually less than $2 after Uncle Sam.
25 subs!
Iron Densakai, no.
Iron Chef Sakai, let's make it rain tonight.
It's okay, Iron Densakai. I don't care what you do outside of my stream.
Wealthy, man. We know you're a king, Iron Chef Sakai.
If you want to talk shit about me elsewhere, that's okay. Like, I don't care. I don't care about what you do outside of my stream, okay?
You know, just that one send by Iron Chef Sakai has rocketed Phil's blood pressure up like massive.
Because he used to be a donator to Phil back.
No, GPM, this is a rewatch of Friday.
But now he's here.
They don't come back till later today.
We're 10 subs.
Huge! Penitent Sin Real for 5 subs, and the 1 cent Wonder for a sub, Maritime Marauder for a sub, and Lowenson for 5 subs, Buzz CJC for a sub, The King for a sub as well. Lots of support already.
Okay.
And we don't even have It's a Gundam here. I'm telling you guys, though, this Phil yesterday and today, like, Phil has lost it. He's losing his mind every fucking day, and it's
well, they don't call the show Mad at the Internet for nothing.
It's so good to see this guy just crash out like this. He's the biggest scumbag.
Oh, shit.
Other than the guys that he's chosen to work with, he's got a real murderer's row from the sector, buddy, that are all love with them, all of them wrestling fans. All of them completely insane.
So many people in the comments were talking about how they don't have any idea who Mersh or Beardson are. Some of them don't even know who Ralph are. The detractors that don't know these individuals are being for a fucking awakening when these Smart Guys episodes go down.
Criminal, drug addict.
You're getting to see.
You don't know what you're getting into, bucko. You better buckle up.
Pretty bad. I'm not gonna lie. There's like all sorts of freaks and geeks and shit in the Snortax. Yeah. But you guys are gonna see some fiends in the sector. You guys are gonna see some
don't
fiends.
even know.
Phil is now officially a part of the sector. Yeah. He actually just totally joined up and decided to join forces with Ralph all of Ralph's gay offs and doxings and swattings and schemes and his like, it's just insane. And the best part is, there's no
I don't
doubt
care
that
what
at
Ethan
some
Ralph
point
does
Ralph
outside
is
of my
going to turn on
streams.
Phil.
And
when Ralph turns on Phil, it's gonna be so good.
Can we get a 30-minute Ludwig World Order video of DSP insisting that Ralph won't burn the bridge with them?
Nothing in my own personal autistic
Ethan Ralph
dreams
is not going to burn the bridge with me.
Their collab is like on my birthday. Ralph and Phil, as soon as it was announced as being on my birthday, I'm like,
are you kidding me?
God, thank you, God. It's like literally like, what do you want for Christmas, PPP? Like, it's like, Jesus, you know? And I'm like, I want Ralph and Phil to do a wrestling show together.
I don't think that was on anyone's bingo card.
Granted, my child. Happy early Easter. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Lord. Like, there's nothing else in the world that I would and they think that they're owning me with this. There's actually nothing in the world that I would rather see personally.
Merch has a seizure on stream during Smart Guys and Phil thinks he's mocking Cat.
Oh my God!
Fucking Ralph has mocked DSP's wife already. How about people show him those tweets?
Subs, not backwards for 5
Ralph,
subs.
hey, will you promise not to make fun of my wife?
Well,
Phil, you know, I was just going for the low-hanging fruit. I don't even know anything about your wife, to be honest, lol.
For 100 subs. Hey, fucking purchase for 100 subs. 1 million subs.
Motherfuckers, let's go. Let's go.
Oh, buddy.
Let's go. Let's go. Oh my God, my heart rate. It's 120.
Let's quickly do our first whoa, buddy.
And real fast too, just so you all know. So that's it. We're gonna read DMs that weren't read, that are the funniest, because a lot of really boring. And then
guys, there's 180 pages. We're not gonna read every DM because a lot of our time is limited with Gundam, but we're gonna read out, you know, a bunch of DMs.
And then
and then we're gonna do the bag-a-thon from yesterday.
Thank you to all the fucking detractors and everyone out there. Hundreds of videos were sent in my thread on Twitter. I went through, I couldn't put all of them, I'm sorry. I got
Dave's not
11
smart.
of the funniest moments.
Obviously.
And I edited a few to be a little bit more compact. Then, after that, we have some new DSP, and then at the end for the post-show, when Ashton leaves, Psycho and I are gonna watch the 3.5-hour June the King DSP
documentary. So you're gonna get a full Andy react to that.
I don't know much of the lore, I've been learning it, and my mind has been blown. So let's start here because we got
Mr. Quaster Hopper for
Phil thought this dude was his soulmate. He didn't know anything about him.
Today, when Phil is begging for this DoorDash all day, he finally fakes the tips to get there.
DoorDash killing fat wife sad for 5 subs.
5 subs.
Let's go.
And the DoorDash order got canceled. 3 different DoorDashers refused to take the order because Phil wouldn't tip enough.
I was about to say.
The order got fucking canceled.
How much did he tip you guys?
Get on the line with DoorDash and the restaurant shit. All right. So here's our first whoa, buddy. So this
Oh no, Buffer.
is the second co-host of Smart Guys. Week 1 is going to be
Mersh
Week 2 is going to be this guy, Mersh. Now, Mersh is, as I said in the title of this clip, the only man online who might be more down bad than Darkside Phil. And his content is very similar to Phil, wherein he just sits there and begs and makes no money. The only difference is that Mersh says a lot more racial slurs.
And we're K-word.
And Mersh leans more into the cats for his begging as well.
Yeah.
So let's have a look here. This is at the end of Mersh's show. He's done 2 hours of overtime stalling to try and hit the goal. He's nowhere fucking near it.
By the way,
and he's just completely devastated.
I love how Phil chose 2 of the biggest racists online.
Oh, I know. Well, that's the good part about his co-host selection. Let's be real. But anyway, we got Penitent Sin Real for 5. And by the way, Mersh also is known for having strokes. Just unlike Phil, his strokes happen actually while he's streaming. So Mersh has had about 3 separate strokes while streaming because he's always just drunk and on pills and fucking smoking crystal and all sorts of shit. All right, let's have a look here. This is Mersh, 2 hours of overtime, still hasn't hit the goal. He's devastated. Let's have a look.
I got 1 day off tomorrow that I gotta do.
So
one day off. It's like Phil. It's 1 day off.
Listen, I have 1 day off tomorrow. Just 1 day. I have to be back to streaming. But unfortunately, I have to do all sorts of things on my day off. Hit play.
Catch up with shit.
Oh, it's bad.
I'm trying to get
He's having a tough.
What's all the bullshit? The dumb gay shit. Before we go tonight,
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Merch.
It's so boring.
Merch.
Not great.
Oh, it's not great.
The support.
I aim to make a lot of money. And like, my birthday's coming up in May, but I'm not gonna make it to May.
He's not gonna make it to May. So it's to the point where this guy, he's poor, he's broke, he's stroked out.
He's a bum.
He's saying he's gonna die by May. He's running out of money for food for himself and his cats, and he knows that the only day that he'll get donos is his birthday, and he's counting down the days. Now, it's not like it's April 25th.
Kind of like Phil. He really is Phil's
away.
soulmate.
It's March 21st, and he's already counting down the days to his birthday so he can beg for cash on his birthday.
Oh my god!
And he's concerned he's not gonna make it.
If you're new here, by the way, we have clips on the clip channel, links down there of this guy. It's unbelievable. It's just like, well, actually worse than
fucking rally show. I don't know how to do a rally show.
No, Phil, it can always get worse, bro. And here's Merce saying he doesn't know how to do a rally show. He doesn't know how to rally his supporters to gift him money with an actually entertaining show. He's out of ideas. Doesn't even know how to rally them. At least Phil will come up with, I'm gonna eat food to rally support.
Oh.
I wish we had more time.
Everybody's asking, like, how's Merch doing? How's it going? Like, money-wise or, like, financially?
Hey, Cypher 710. I'm watching the thing. Everybody else already watched.
Man, if you have people, it's very hard for me.
Is he playing that clip?
He's dunking on, he's playing that clip. He's dunking on himself.
So you have to make me look good because I'm fall flat on my face and I can't face the music. So you gotta help me out. Okay, do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes. This Merch ASMR?
Far away from, that's $60 away from, we're not doing White Boy Summer. It's not happening. I used to do it like I've always traditionally.
Merch has made it as the goal. He's like, I'll play the White Boy Summer song. It's like, you think Phil is bad with his desperation, like, I'm gonna eat DoorDash. Well, Merch's reward, I'm gonna play a right-wing song. Wow, what a reward.
Should have been like, we fell just a little short of that level.
Oh, Medicare did cut a few streams on
$30 a day, maybe.
It's grim. It's grim.
Oh,
But they don't know who he is now.
We're not even
Don't know when Smart Guys comes out.
Financially, the shows we've been doing have been a fucking disaster.
Financially,
if I have to do those.
He's at the bring it back. He goes, financially, the shows we've been doing have been a disaster. To now where he's contemplating having to do DoorDash.
No, mundane Matt level?
Oh, no.
I mean, I'm okay with it. I'm
Are you?
far more okay with it than I think people even imagine.
He's an alcoholic. How would he drive?
There's no way he's gonna get a DUI. Can you imagine this guy is bringing you your McDonald's? He just crashes, takes out your mailbox, fucking puts a hole in your garage door. Hey, I got the DoorDash order for you.
Yeah, half eaten because he's poor.
But I gotta know if it's time to just start.
But his car was
By the way,
repossessed.
yes, this guy. So just for those of you who are new, this guy's car got repossessed a couple weeks ago.
While he was
Couldn't
live.
make the payments. While he was live, he had to run out while he was doing a stream.
It was pretty funny. He had to deal with the mob in Walmart in order to get the car back.
He had to use the Walmart financials.
So he's burned every bank that he has access to. This is like Phil's future, by the way. He's burned
It's all
every
true.
bank
This
that he
actually
has
happened.
access to. So now he has to, in order to be able to pay off the vehicle, because he has no credit cards left. He doesn't even have a checkings account. In order to make the payment to get his car released, he had to go to the Walmart Financial Services Center.
Stop a piggy.
He had to take an Uber
You want to know the truth about
to
it?
Walmart in order to contact the repo company through the Walmart Financial Services Center, which it took 3 different Uber rides to Walmart to figure out in order to get his vehicle back.
All right, let's smash this, guys. I wish we had so much more time to explain all these. Don't worry, we'll explain. When Gundaaam leaves, maybe we'll explain better, but...
we're all just... You know what? Honestly, though, like, that just sounds like a whole lot of effort. And I'd rather...
I mean, I think we get the picture. He's a bum! He's a horse!
He's at the point of threatening suicide for donos.
Donate or I die.
He's like, donate or I die. He's like, guys, I'm
Maybe
good
that's
with
why
going
you're not
to
getting any
DoorDash,
donations.
But, not really. I'd rather die, actually. So if you could just please...
Hey, Merch, what's
Maybe that's why you're hurting.
dying.
Maybe they're trying to send you a
Let's
message.
hope you don't hit it, bud.
No one donate. No one donate.
Did you let me kill myself and, like, I don't have to do this gay shit anymore? Like, let's just die. Like, that'd be tight.
This is fine.
Oh,
Yeah, guys, like I said, check out the, fuck, I hope I get the YouTube back.
Oh,
Do the channel back. Like, if I don't get the YouTube channel back, like,
Maybe dropping the hard R every 3 seconds is a bad idea on YouTube.
Another dono came through. Are we really not doing a white boy summer tonight?
He goes, I hope another dono came through.
He goes, I really hope another dono came through. Get ready for him to just outright admit he's stalling.
Kamikaze said, Mary Loomer. She's more broke than I am.
No, I think he actually did. He admitted that he was stalling. He said, this is the part of the show where I stall for donations.
All right, we got fucking...
Oh,
gotta pound this, gotta pound this.
Okay, so here, the third co-host for Phil's wrestling show is...
Here he is, big reveal.
Beardson Beardley.
Beardson!
Beardson Beardley of America First notoriety. Notorious neo-Nazi
Now, even the people who might know who Mersh is from the Medeker stream definitely don't even know Beardson.
DSP show. Because he loves pro wrestling. But Andy, here's the interesting thing.
Yeah.
Beardson actually had a woman on his show last night.
No way. And
he had a woman that was of age for the first time ever.
Wild.
And so let's have a look. Let's see how it went.
So people know to join.
Is it live now?
Who? Nick Fuentes is the strongest soldier.
How long have we been Dude, we've been going for 45 minutes, dude.
so
okay.
Get this.
Go.
Phil, sorry. It's all interchangeable to me. They're all Phil at this point. Beardson thought he was live streaming for 45 minutes with this chick. He's so used to not getting any donations that he didn't even realize they weren't live. Through 45 entire minutes of not $1 of donations. That's just business as usual.
Wait.
So they were
Oh my God,
talking
Beardson.
in a fucking Discord call for 45 minutes to no one.
To be fair, if he was live, it'd be what, 10 viewers?
We practiced, so now we can say everything we just said in like a more interesting way.
True.
So we can just do it all again.
By the way, guys, this is his only shirt. The red fucking...
Yeah, that's his one and only shirt.
Like, I've seen it in every clip we've ever
So
seen of him.
animated and interesting if people are gonna clip it.
That's the worst thing in the world. I hate YouTube. Why is this like not... It showed that on my end. It showed that it was live, and we've been sitting here talking.
Is it ready now?
I think
you
so.
were never live.
Is it live right now?
I think we're live now. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna put out.
There's never anybody in chat, and there's never any donations. So how would you even know that you're streaming? That's the thing. Stop. Oh man.
Can I blame you for it or not?
Yeah, you could blame me for it. I'm an idiot. Why didn't nobody text me, by the way? Like, no.
Tweets?
Nobody texted him.
Oh, it's kind of a self-help there, buddy.
Like, hey,
Nobody
texts him.
him.
Doing a show at 7? What happened? Nobody's even paying attention to him. He has no friends, no fans. This is who Phil has turned to host his wrestling show. Phil is joining America First, and he's gonna pledge his loyalty to Nick Fuentes. This is the next stop in the Phil grip.
Okay.
It's so crazy.
I got a poll coming. Who will be the best DSP co-host? Ralph?
It's gonna be. I don't actually know between Ralph and Mersh who is actually gonna be the best co-host.
Well, Ralph's gonna say the N-word, I think, within 25 minutes.
No, I don't think so.
The F-slur at least.
I don't think so. He'll be on his best behavior. I have faith, Arthur.
Vote right there.
I've gotta have faith, Arthur.
Let's see what the... Wow. Okay, Ralph is destroyed. It's literally...
You know, I gave a pity vote to Mersh.
No way.
It's gonna be so good, bro. This is gonna be so good.
Okay, Ralph's winning like beyond winning.
When Darkside Phil is on Cozy and he's joining Fuentes' Twitter Spaces, that's gonna be the best shit, bro. All right, let's quickly finish.
And then we have
anything. It was like, hey, are you going live?
We have to rush at this, guys. And that was, oh my god, all these shows are just dead fucking air.
Hi, hello everybody. I'm Beardson Beardley. We're live now after we've been talking for 40. It was a great stream. We were doing great.
We had a great stream. We talked about so much, and then nobody.
It was a great stream.
That's kind of it.
There was no one watching.
I should have just did this on Rumble, dude. You don't have these sorts of problems on Rumble, dude. That's insane.
Oh my god, get ready.
I was like wondering, man, I'm not getting any money off of this at all. I was like, something broken, and then I look and it's like,
hate women.
Well, something's broke.
What?
Listen to this.
I'm gonna pay you if I'm on your show.
I'm probably not anyways, but you know.
So. Bring it back. Did you hear that? He said he lives in his mother's basement.
Like,
He's
something broken, and then I look and it's
They
like,
hate women that much? I'm not even gonna pay you if I'm on your show.
I'm probably not anyways, but you know. Yeah, I'm in my mom's basement because I'm an incel.
All right.
Why would you admit that?
So these are his co-hosts. It's so good. Let's see if we can get It's a Gundam on now.
Let me just
I know a
message
lot of people are excited to have It's a Gundam on. He's a big content creator.
Dude, Phil needs to get Fuentes on,
shit
and then Fuentes brings Kanye West on, and then that's the full crossover.
Content. He basically took everything Warski did 7 years ago, and he took the torch.
I made better editing and didn't actually edit it.
It actually edited it and put in effort and was consistent
and didn't do coke and ruin his life and do amen.
Crashed out. Yeah, basically like that. Yeah.
All right. So thanks for that, Ash. Okay. So guys, I'm going to bring him in right now. So I'm going to move Ash out of the way. 1 sec, folks. Let's go here, and then we're going to add him in here. Okay. We're gonna. Sorry, folks. I know we're doing this a lot faster than usual. Usually we pause about 1,000,000 times and stuff. All right, let me.
It's actually better than usual.
Gundam, you there, bro?
I can't hear a fucking thing. All I hear is Phil.
Andy, what are you doing there? Philly boy,
cheesesteak. What's going on? You're kind of like me when I was having to DM with Phil every night at 4 a.m. His chin-soaked crying. Eventually, I started hearing the voice of Phil all the time. I was fucking losing it. I don't hear anything.
Let me just do this. Don't worry. You'll type in there for him to switch his voice. He doesn't do this very often, so don't worry.
He doesn't make that many guest appearances, but don't worry.
Let me go and.
What a thing to say, we're the special ones.
All right.
We're special, all right, Andy.
Yeah.
Real special.
Yeah. Me especially. All right, let's get me here. Don't worry, take your time,
well,
bro.
if you can't laugh at yourself.
By the way, we had the hate for $10.
Beautiful.
Using a cancer scare to make money for RGB lights instead of just getting a job is the height of F-slurry.
Whoa.
Indeed. The guy's lying about his wife having cancer.
It's demented.
In order to try and swindle money for lights. Holy. Then we got JB the Behemoth for $7.76.
He should have just went to his attic and got his Christmas lights.
Twitter DMs. A Blockbuster critic doing his best DSP impersonation?
Stop.
Add that to the list. That's Kino. I gotta see that shit. And then Ice for $8. Is Gundam really black? And if he is, could we get confirmation on if he has an afro? And
he's
where's
black.
The little
I don't think he's black.
Well, that might have to be the first question in order to be allowed on this podcast. Are you black, Gundam?
Don't worry, just speak that while.
Well, we'll sweep that away. Don't worry, we'll sweep that up.
Sweeping it.
Mr. Homeless for $10. What's the background on the Happy Days mashup in the intro? It's been nagging me with curiosity. Well, there was this guy named Tonka Saw, and he was the master of dead air. And this guy, I'll just quickly give an introduction to Tonka. Tonka was an internet tough guy. He was of the Donga tribe. Fight me, IRL. I'm 111 and 0. I think that's what he claimed. He was 111 and 0 in street fights. And he was a pro wrestler. Anyway, it turned out the guy was actually in a wheelchair and he had AIDS. And so he agreed to box Andy or fight Andy in MMA, but he was in a wheelchair.
And he wasn't able to get his AIDS test?
Yeah, he wasn't able to get his AIDS test. Well, he had to pass the blood test to fight.
He didn't want to do the blood. He didn't want to do the blood work because it would reveal that he had AIDS.
So what actually ended up happening was that he didn't show up for the fight. Andy did and walked to the cage and was declared the winner. And then Donga left the internet forever in shame because he lived in a wheelchair in a trailer park and had AIDS and was a total disgrace.
What a story.
And so
people are like, what? The whole video, how many pesos did a 1-hour video on the whole situation.
He's crippled.
All right, Gundam, do you hear us? No.
I'm back. Yes. Oh my God.
Go. It's all good, man. Discord always changes.
Or McKinley also did a video.
Well,
I think he only did one part.
He
meant to do part 2, but never came out with part 2.
The trans community, and I've been in trouble ever since.
What, you just said anything? Like, listen, it's not very hard to upset the trans community, Gundam. So did you say the sky is blue? Did you say men can't be women?
Well, we all know the answer to that question, Anston. I don't know why you would ask such a loaded thing.
What did you say? What did you say?
I said there was only 2 genders. I agreed with the president.
No, buddy.
Said there are only 2 genders, and one of them was a hack helicopter.
Let's
set up into a tizzy.
Yeah, I wanted to make us VTubers too, but we didn't have time, to be honest.
There's no program that can make a person as fat as me into a VTuber. So
Pixar certainly tried.
It doesn't exist to make a person as fat as I am into a VTube avatar.
It's
but once it advances, to account for my obesity, then it might happen. All right, buddy. Let's
we got a lot to today, bro.
So, Gundam, we're talking about Dark Side Phil. How did you first come upon Phil? How did you first start making videos about Phil? What captured your interest? Let's go into it.
Yeah.
I think I was like everyone. That beautiful day on the, what was it, the May 1st burst, I believe they call it, where Phil was beating off profusely onto his stream, and then when he finishes, he does this.
In front of millions.
He shakes it off like icing in the rain. It was a pivotal moment in my detractor sphere.
It's funny, the first time you ever seen him, he was jacking off. That's crazy.
I had to know what the fuss was about, and he didn't disappoint.
Yeah, he came upon Phil when Phil came upon him.
Was it shortly after that then you started making videos about him, or when did you start making videos about Phil?
The big
That's a good question. I've been ripping on Phil so long, I've lost track of time. I'm probably coming up on my 10-year anniversary.
Whoa, let's
go. In honor, I'm having DoorDash with Phil.
Are you also eating DoorDash? Did you get the British cuisine like Phil?
Well, I heard that we were going to hit the tips goal, and I figured the chat wanted to hear me eat with Phil.
Oh, wait.
Oh, that's right. Everybody wants to hear you eat into your mic.
No, Gundam.
Are you going to eat corn the long ways like Phil? Maybe we'll roast you eating the food like Phil begged us to do. This guy has causes ideas for
Pixar
content.
should be the animator
watch
feeding.
me eat food and roast me. And then he would send an entire 3-hour
there you go.
video.
Oh, there's a rabbit in the water.
Timestamps and expect us to find the part where he was eating to make fun of him.
45.
I love Phil. That's like the greatest.
It really is. He's such a piece of shit.
You need the full context of when I got the meal, when I unboxed it, when I ate it. Oh my God, it was a culinary masterpiece.
But it's not fair because you're eating DoorDash, but Phil has not reached the goal to eat DoorDash and has canceled it. Yeah.
No, it wasn't that. He actually did fake hitting the goal today.
Oh, he faked it.
What happened is DoorDash is so sick of his shit that 3 separate DoorDashers canceled Phil's order.
No.
Because he didn't tip enough.
I think for him to have the level of self-awareness to do it in the bathroom, Cypher, like that requires a level of shame that Phil did not have. Phil was in such a depression session that he had no shame whatsoever about doing it in his streaming room, where he conducts his professional business with the camera potentially on. He didn't care. Doesn't matter, Sean.
You, everybody. And it was just this crazy, like he just broke. And at the end of his entire half-hour begging sesh, where he was like blaming everybody else for his problems, he made a grand total of $2.
No.
$2 super chat after 30 straight
Okay, but he made those $2 without like having to beat anybody while they were down. He didn't have a good day because someone else had a bad day.
What do you do when somebody
It was
just
an
starts
honest day's
unloading on
work.
you that their wife is dying, that she's really sick, and you working with them has allowed for that person to pay for her medical treatments? So if you stop working with said person because they're like a total freeloader bum, you're basically condemning his wife to die. And then...
Like an angel.
I know, right?
Little wings.
I know. I was like a cherub angel in this whole thing. Apparently,
Yeah, no sponsorships either. You didn't have to take the wicked third path.
Because this motherfucker then claims now that in fact it was all his master plan to use us and rob us. And
It's his master plan, but you can't bring it up now or you get banned. You can't even post their emotes now or you get banned. But he's winning and it's his master plan.
His parents are on their deathbed now for the 7th straight
Is that how
year.
winners act?
So
I don't
therefore
know.
I should ease up on making fun of him on Grill Phil. Because
Phil's parents are always dying.
That's the thing.
Eating death.
Like, this isn't the first time we've heard that they're dying, Phil. Like, holy...
The casino's closed, idiot.
But then he's like, listen,
You mentioned him again, you're fucking banned.
Please take pity on me. My parents are dying.
I'm winning, by the way.
My Bugs Bunny is dead. My wife has
Bugs
cancer.
Bunny.
And she's fat. She has
I
a
will never
thyroid
get over
problem,
Bugs
and
Bunny.
And it's like,
make it through the night. If you don't see me, he's shirtless right now.
That was the thing.
No joke. Gundam, we're not exaggerating. There was a call where Ashton, and then Ashton, you know how he is, right? He's like, Jaworski, you gonna do it, bud? I'm like, stop.
Jaworski, oil up your chest, buddy.
And you gonna show him your abs there, bud?
He's in the
shut the fuck up.
asking to see your shredded body.
Cat's down the stairs crying, Andy.
This is the thing is, can you imagine? You know, because I think you
And
do
everything
like a
makes
live
this bitch
stream show,
cry.
Gundam, where you have
I do it
guests
very
and
bad.
co-hosts.
No, it's great. I watched it.
Can you imagine if one day one of the co-hosts messaged you and said, and they're a guy in their 40s that looks like Phil, and they said to you, I have a great idea for content. What if I show my socks, my underwear, and my feet?
They're gayer than
He
Hans.
just messaged me one day and he's like, I have this really good idea.
That was his idea?
Yes, it was all his idea. No, and then I just go, because nobody is demented enough to come up with this other than Phil. Like, yes, sire. Yes, King. This is a brilliant idea, King.
These are the best ideas ever.
If I was being charitable to Phil, which I always talk about how I'm charitable to him and it never works out because I give him too much credit. I guess he was hoping that people would go along with it the same way he wanted Rich to go along with it, to play ball. To just, you know, again, what the whole king arc is people pretending he was a king the entire time, just to gas him up. So I guess he thought by the same token people would just go along with this little narrative. That's so obviously not the case, but we're gonna pretend like it was because the king is always righteous. I guess he was just hoping that people would hate the casino that much more than him. Which is why he brings on a guy who hates him. Who hates Phil. He brings on a guy who hates him, Phil, way more than the casino. This is the masterminded mastery here of Darkside Dave.
Heard.
I'm so blown away by your creativity, sire.
My liege,
I don't think the bunny itself is dying. I'm just saying the nickname's funny.
He started doing this on live stream, like he was fired up.
Yeah, press F for the bunny. He didn't ask to be raised by Phil.
He was like blushing. He would go beat red. And he would start pulling his underwear up to show the audience his underwear. Like,
yeah, I think he thought the.
See any of this on Grill
I really feel like he thought the king shit would allow him to coast off that. People would just like accept and then just LARP in the chat as though he won, but people just really weren't in the mood to buy it. His delivery on the entire segment was just completely off and came off as desperate. There probably would have been a timeline in which he spun that in a better way. That made him look like if he just came off better, maybe the LARPers would be more willing to entertain it. But it just came off as so sad and desperate that nobody wanted to buy it. Like it was just funnier to call him out for how pathetic it is, how pathetic it was, rather than just play along with it.
He would slowly take his pants down and reveal to everybody his underwear.
God in heaven.
And he was telling me that all of his underwear was filthy and old and had holes in it. And he's like, should I show them my underwear with the holes in it? I'm like, yes, sire. This is brilliant content, King.
This is highly curated, Phil.
Holes in it and the skid marks. This is meaningful content. That's positive, Phil.
This is insane. I saw the Grill Phil where you had him showing off his body and he's doing this little dance where he's on his toes and kicking his feet.
Bro, he walks on his tippy toes. It's fucking crazy.
This man is an absolute animal. And the funny thing is, you think nobody wants to see Phil's feet, but when I was looking up DSP's roided out legs to show to someone online, like the calves of...
That was part of my idea. We'll get to that DM where I encouraged him to keep doing it, and he kept doing it for like a week where he kept showing his calves.
Phil, if you're on Twitter, show a little leg.
I told him he was Calfzilla, and everybody was fucking jealous of his shredded body. No. Seriously, I think he believed it. He believed it.
The avatar can't keep up with my facial expressions. What are you doing?
He really did. He thought he was Calfzilla.
No, I'm learning this stuff too.
I said to him, you need to be like the wrestler Rick Rude. And he don't know what that is. But I said...
Rick Rude is the same breed of human as Phil.
Yeah, Rick Rude is this really jacked wrestler from the 80s.
Ravishing Darkside Phil.
And yeah, it was Ravishing Rick Rude, Ravishing Phil. And what Rick Rude would do is show off his abs. And he would be like, now this is what the ladies came to see and the men
Yeah, I thought my worn
and
version would count, but it seems like it's not counting
it.
it.
To do that routine with his calves, and he did it.
I love
he did it.
You've been manipulating this motherfucker like a pedo. You're like a pedo. That's what I'm thinking. That was your puppet.
The thing is, he basically is Pinocchio, except his nose doesn't grow
Big
when he lies.
Pinocchio.
It would be in fucking Seattle by now.
Don't be across the world.
How long it would have wrapped around the world about 8 times by now, right?
We use it to, like, safeguard the border.
Oh, man.
Oh, Phil has a wiki feed. Believe it or not.
Does he actually have a wiki feed? What's the rating?
I don't know. I was looking up his calf muscles and I found it.
The wiki feed? I didn't even know that.
Andy, pull it up.
Okay, we're doing the wiki.
I'm on
his wiki.
Oh, Orsky, don't pull this up. Oh, he's gonna pull it up, isn't he?
He started buying different pairs of socks. So first of all, Gundaaam, we convinced him to set up a dedicated foot cam. So he went out and spent, I think, $500 on a new camera that was dedicated exclusively to his feet.
This man is an animal.
And then he went out and bought a whole bunch of socks that he had labeled left foot and right foot. And then, I'm not kidding. And then he bought a bunch of underwear that had the days of the week to wear them written on them.
No, he didn't.
No, he did. And he showed them off. He's like, this is the Wednesday pair. I'm like, go get the Thursday pair, Phil. He would go get the Thursday. He showed
him your autism. Quickly.
Seriously, it was fucking amazing. He had no idea. He had no idea that he was being made fun of. He thought people really wanted to see his underwear.
Cat doesn't even want to see his underwear.
Dedicated fucking foot cam. I got him to do the push-ups. He managed to do one
Reminds me
push-up.
how old people sort their pills.
No, it wasn't. He just humped the ground. He just
so fucking
got
weird.
this guy to get down on his hands and knees like an animal and hump the ground.
Okay, I'm just making it watch OBS in here. I saw the push-up thing. I didn't even know half this shit. Like, it's been hard to keep up Gundam. Like, Ashton really kept up the charade way longer.
How did he get a 3-star rating?
It's too high.
I shudder to think what a 1-star rating is. Like, whoa, buddy.
Okay, so let's see the pictures. Okay, here's the first one.
Oh, yeah. That's the good stuff.
Oh, my God.
Calfzilla right there.
Calves. Oh, my God.
What a muscle monster.
Wait, look at this setup. This desk. What is this, like TV tray? What the fuck?
He's miles away from the screen.
I'm so glad, by the way, the casino art purchased this angle. So don't worry, guys. It didn't get wasted.
Ashton.
He used all the money he made from this arc to buy these cameras to give us these different insane angles. He looks like
that
he's
is true.
Biden had the pretend desk.
They're the reason this picture exists. Oh my God.
The kitty desk. Yeah, he's the pretend streamer.
It all went to a black void.
Ashton, I didn't even know.
Wrestlers and things that improve his stream and quotes that don't actually
improve his stream. And all these other ideas, I was done with him. Ashton was like, Andy, I'm gonna keep trying. Don't worry.
It's gonna be a long con.
I swear to you, I'll make something out of this.
Ashton finally got to be Vince McMahon.
Yeah, I did. Oh my God, he's doing all this thing.
What the fuck?
Somehow,
that's demented.
This was a good idea, and he was gonna make it like his
every word.
He really thought that this was the best thing he could do.
Is that real?
The trolls are losing their minds. He really thought he mind broke the trolls with this, and that he was controlling the narrative and that he won. This was what Phil really believed.
That was the wildest part of it all, is the fact that Phil thought he was winning everywhere he went. You don't understand. People like me now. And now that everyone has turned their eyes to me and the internet loves me, I'm going to get some payback. And he goes after Craig in the most ridiculous way.
Finally, they turned the camera on you guys.
Me a pussy on the regular.
And I gassed him up so hard after the Craig thing. It was, I'm like, you clearly won, King. You showed him.
My liege.
You felted him, my liege. And he's like, yeah.
Liege, did you not see the man at the internet clip?
With me now.
Josh's audience said it was kingly of you.
Every DM I had was like, what the fuck is Phil doing? Is he retarded, Andy? He just blew everything up. And I'm just like, yeah, oh no.
Every one of these interviews he did, I would like gas him up about why it was such a good idea to do them. And then he would do them and it would be a total disaster. And then I would tell him how he won.
Brilliant.
How he won, how Craig was humiliated and destroyed. Meanwhile, Phil hung up the call. But I actually brainwashed, and this is like Phil wants to be brainwashed by himself.
He needs to believe the lie.
Yes, I convinced Phil that Craig actually hung up on him. And he believed that shit. He believed that Craig actually hung up on him. Even though he booted Craig from the call. This is the sort of shit that he would believe.
This is wrong.
Oh,
insanity.
How long is con, dude?
Is there any picture proof of this conversation or a video?
Yeah, we got all sorts.
We have all sorts of
We got all sorts of DMs to go through. I guess we're just gonna start off with it's not really funny. Except in the
the side effects of this arc are going to affect them for years to come. I argue until the day he stops making content.
This is just a small assortment of the DMs.
He cannot revert back to who he was.
Folder.
He just can't. But he can't keep up this king shit either.
I gotta say, the moment I knew Phil was truly crazy is when Andy blew
Stuck
up.
Between a dent and a hard place.
I've known Andy for years. He's one of the most laid-back guys I've ever spoken to. Yeah, well, you know, dude, it'll be cool. Andy is like seething. He's frothing at the mouth. He's like, this mongoloid retard. I'm like, Andy's pissed. I've never seen it before. Thank God nobody was there for gun. Phil would have been shot.
No, but Ashton's telling Phil, he's like, you're gonna ruin Gundam. He's been calling you out, and then you're like, okay, Phil has agreed to do it's a Gundam interview. I'm like, I haven't even asked him yet. And then I'm like, Gundaaam, you're like, no, I haven't even researched. I don't have time for Phil. I don't want to make him money. I'm like, fine.
I didn't want to help Phil in any way.
Yeah, Phil's only counter was, it's just pretty gay of these guys, right?
Because he was going after me right after like the side scroller arc ended. Side scrollers ends. Phil like puts on his Nazi cap. He scares the shit out of Blabs. I have that clip. Might be Jewish. I don't know.
Yeah, I picked the Hogan trip. You mean a potential business endeavor that would have made them at least a couple $100 and maybe put out some alright content?
He's a fucking clown, yucko. And I'm like,
even Phil the honeymoon he never gave Cat in Florida of all places.
What are you mad at me for, Phil?
So I just want to put some context on this. Okay. So I'm on vacation. Okay, like I'm trying to enjoy my vacation.
Oh, sorry, that's your first mistake. Your vacation doesn't matter. Only Phil's day off matter.
And we'll get into that later on, where I messaged Phil about this really good opportunity to like cross over with lolcow and stuff, but it was on his precious day off. So that was my mistake, thinking I could DM him on his day off, and boy, did he tell me. So I'm on vacation, right? I'm trying to enjoy my time on a tropical island. Andy's trying to enjoy his time on a tropical island.
Oh, beautiful island.
And he goes, man, I hope you have a great vacation, but I just got some terrible news that's related directly to what we were talking about regarding travel. So it's like, I'm on vacation. I go, what happened with travel, Phil? Well, please do not share this info, which I never actually did, by the way. Phil leaked all of this. Phil leaked all of these DMs in order to claim that he was master trolling us and that these were all lies meant to manipulate us, by the way.
I just feel to be fooled by the mastermind.
The master, the king snake, as it were.
How you have sympathy.
But imagine you're on the beach in Jamaica and you get this DM. Yesterday, I spoke with my parents, and my mom is on her last legs health-wise, with doctors giving her less than a year to live. She basically begged me to find time to travel back to Connecticut by the end of the year so we could spend time together one last time. But that stupid fucking Real ID shit I told you about goes into effect May 7th. I looked into it, and all of our licensing departments are on a massive backlog because everyone is rushing to get this before that date. I'm going to call them tomorrow because they will finally be open after the weekend. What the fuck? But chances are, my wife and I are now going to take a completely unplanned / unscheduled trip to Connecticut, likely in late April. That also means finding a way to have our pets taken care of, so we'll likely have to pay top dollar for a highly rated pet sitter because we have 4 and they all need daily care. So all of this just jumped on us yesterday, and it looks like our next couple months are going to be incredibly stressful,
according to that DM.
And that's even if my mom's health holds out. So yeah, this fucking sucks.
You were trolled, Ashton.
Yeah, I don't know. Was this one of the many lies?
Be very sick.
What the fuck?
Could you take time out of your day?
Was he lying then, or was he lying now?
And it's like, not only that, but it's like you're telling me all this stuff about how you can't get a real ID because you don't have a passport. Because
that doesn't make sense.
As a
you can just get a real idea going to the DMV.
I honestly have no idea. This guy is so incompetent. He doesn't even know how to get a passport.
Yeah, you gotta go to the post office.
And it's not hard. Very obvious. Like,
it's not hard, right?
No, it's not.
Okay.
You go to the post office, you fill out some papers.
I think he was always going to release them, but then Phil tried to beat him to the punch. So it's funnier for PP to say that he wasn't going to release them and then instead tricked Phil into releasing them first. Either way, the way it worked out was the best possible timeline.
Latin woman looks like she wants to spit in your face. They take an ugly photo of you, you're done.
But he takes his problems and then he makes them my problem.
They are your problem.
To where it's like, are you asking me how to walk you through the process on how to get a real ID or passport? Like, I can't file the paperwork for you, sir. And it's like this whole talk about an unplanned, unscheduled trip. Like, this trip is supposed to be in late April, and this is in February. Like, most people would consider 2 months notice to be enough to plan a trip.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There are people who take trips all the fuck down, but this is just a sort
yeah,
of
it's probably more likely that this is a lot of truth with some embellishments to emotionally manipulate PvP. As I said last week.
And what this is also is it's pretty obvious.
He's lying now by insisting he was lying back then.
After we did the not the side scrollers, the Stephen Cambion Truth Seekers interview.
Yeah,
and so because of that, he wanted me to feel bad for him, not press him anymore, not grill him on Grill Phil, and so he would.
Like, his parents are old, so I got no issue accepting that Linda might have some problems now.
Look how mean Ashton is.
Even though a decade ago he used exactly that. I say a decade. It was like 2018.
Oh, you're
2018. I said exactly that to go marry a cat in Connecticut.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, I really should have. But you know,
you basically adopted a cat that was riddled with gout. You brought it into your home, you nurtured it, and it would piss on your fucking couch whenever.
No, it really would. And then it would be entitled and be like, well, you didn't clean it up good enough, bud. You know, it's like, fuck.
Oh no, low battery.
I'm trying to tell this 43-year-old man that he should push to get his passport. If he just had his passport, he wouldn't have these problems. Anyway, that's just one instance here.
The real ID you could get without a passport, though.
Which he now claims, by the way, that this was all lies. You know, it's like, and he lied about his mother being sick. Okay, so this is why. So recently, Darkside Phil had 2 shows where he didn't beg, where the whole world was like,
the night of no bags.
It's like, what is actually going to happen? Has hell frozen over? What's going on? So Darkside Phil,
and cats are living together. It's complete anarchy.
It's telling me the reason why this is happening is because of his rabbit. He says, hold on, taking my rabbit to the vet first thing in the morning, and looks like I might have to put him down. It just gets worse and worse when you get old. Now, I didn't ask to be told this. You know?
Yeah.
But I'm like, I'm so sorry. Well, what else are you going to say?
Fuck, that's
to that,
horrible.
right?
I'm so sorry, man.
You know, he goes, I took him to emergency care today. They don't know what's causing him to be so sick. X-ray results won't be in until Monday. And we have to manually syringe feed him multiple medicines and liquid food tons of times a day. It takes the both of us to do it.
What the fuck? Why does he need to know this?
Won't just let you feed him. One has to
His own fans don't get to hear about
this.
this.
I don't know. This is horrible. I don't know.
Wait, like the rat is dying, but it has the strength to resist 2 humans that are grossly overweight.
Listen, the people of calories are in it together.
Ash, if this is true, it's sad, but if he's lying about this,
why would he risk that?
This is twisted. This is like serial killer level of like.
If none of this ever happened and he's just, as he claims, fabricating this out of thin air in order to manipulate us for money,
then he's one of the greatest liars of all time.
Isn't this insane? Isn't
I
this
wouldn't be
mental
surprised by
illness
that
and
if I
sickness
found
to
out.
lie about
He
this?
walked on his toes.
I know. Oh my God.
I know. Hey, Miracle Dream, you know the answer to that.
Wait. He told his mods too.
Oh, he does say that
which
shit
means
to
he's lying
Darziak
to his
and
own
like.
mods about things dying in his life.
Well, they gotta
Or
give him
he's
money.
lying to me and he never told his mods, or this is his way of
Yeah, it's
milking the
therapeutic
mods
because
for
he has
extra
so little
cash.
people to talk about this kind of stuff with.
My detractors,
No male friends in real life to vent with. No male friends to go to the gay bar with to vent about it.
Cat being sick last year, us
He's
worried
gay.
about cancer, and it's like, whoa, man, like your wife has cancer, like holy shit. But so here he goes. He goes, things are really fucked. I have to put my rabbit down tomorrow. We've been syringe feeding him all week. He's about to die. I've been doing this all the while behind the scenes. Can we delay the show until Thursday? I say, oh, it's no problem. Like, you know, Thursday is going to be best for me too. He says, I'm not even kidding. We are barely holding it together.
Oh my God.
That's why, like, he could not, at no point could he not deny the rabbit's existence. It just, like, gives it more credence to me. He couldn't just come out and deny that he had a rabbit. Reminds me of, again, yes, the Escort Saga. The Escort Saga, he was cocky, he was confident, because in his mind's eye, he knew he was 100% telling the truth, and he was in the right, yada yada, this and that and the other. But he was getting pelted with allegations to the contrary. So he was all cocky and confident. He knew there was nothing to hide in that specific situation. When all was said and done and exposed, Phil did nothing wrong and did everything correct. Now, contrast to this situation, can't even tell us that he does not own a rabbit. He just can't even give us a denial. Just complete and utter silence. Which only furthers the narrative that it's all true.
I broke down today, midday, and somehow composed myself to play shitty 5 Nights at Freddy's. How he found the strength. I somehow composed myself to play 5 Nights at Freddy's for money.
It's DSP Schindler's List, but it's a rabbit instead of Jewish people.
He goes, he's paralyzed now. It's his time. I put in a voicemail at the vet. Last thing I want to do is watch Raw right now.
Because he was lazy?
If only you could send me a photo of Andy, I might feel a little better.
He goes, I know, I went through this 2 years ago as well with some small animals and figured it would be different. But now our rabbit is going to go so fast. It's not fair, but it's life. We can't have children. Go to the next slide. We can't have children So we love having animals and their family to us.
What if can't they have children?
They go.
We find out why they can't have children. So if you actually go out of there,
1 second.
and then the next thing he lays on me, he's saying that the rabbit is the replacement for his son.
All right.
And that's why he was so devastated. He couldn't even beg. He couldn't even do his pre-stream that day during the 5 Nights at Freddy's marathon.
That's how you know he loved that rabbit. When DSP doesn't have the strength to beg.
So I told Phil, by the way, that I wanted him to embrace being the piece of shit that he was. That I wanted Darkside Phil to just embrace being the nasty,
just be who you
obnoxious, horrible, begging slob that he is, and that he should lean into it and be what's called in wrestling a heel character.
So you wanted him to be the Mr. Burnell?
Yes,
Mr. Burnell.
I wanted him to stop like neutering himself and just go off and be wild. Right?
He is well. Everybody already hates him.
So how he told me this, and this was fairly early on, this was his excuse for why he couldn't become that heel character. So he says, my wife is sick and has been all year, and she's not getting better. He says not cancer here, but later on he'll tell me he suspects it is cancer. But she has multiple things going on, and this year has been hell for us. I've lied a lot to my audience. Well, that's not surprising, Phil, about it because it's nobody's business. We did some stuff on stream earlier this year, but then things got way worse. She may need major surgery, and we are pretty scared and hoping for the best. You are the only person I've told about this, so there's no one else in his life that he can confide this information to. No friends, no family,
That's very sad.
Nobody. I'm the only person.
Because, like, Kat's life was ruined when she got too close to Phil. Like I've said before, the man is a giant Sonichu medallion. You just get too close, your life just falls to pieces. You develop some form of cancer. You can't have kids. Your rabbit's dying. Andy Worski's no longer chill.
But he made me snap, dude.
And then he tries to say she has found religion again this year as a result of all this going on. It's really rough for me because I used to be religious in my life, and then I changed. I'm supporting her through it, and we are really hoping.
I'm familiar with the person, but I've voluntarily chosen not to watch any of those clips.
I'm doing stuff with you guys, and things are going well, and we're making extra money. And now we're going to be able to see a different doctor on Wednesday of this week because we can afford it. But I think you can now kind of figure out why I cannot become the big heel of the internet right now.
I saw like 5 seconds of him singing a Michael Jackson song.
If I stopped working with him,
I willingly decided that was enough for me.
This is what this guy is laying on me, man. Like, holy fucking shit.
Lied about cancer, and he was bashing Boogie for the same thing. Oh, cancer. Well, now.
But none of this even makes sense. Like, just say that you're, like, afraid of the detractors giving you extra criticism, and that's why you can't be over the top with your persona and be interesting. Just tell me you don't want to do it if that's the case. If this is a lie. You know what I'm saying? But, like, I'm not...
There has to be some truth in this, because a lot of what Phil does is based on some measure of truth, like a grain of it.
Yeah,
nugget of truth, actually. The nugget of truth.
And I'm not getting into it, yada, yada, yada. That poor girl just needs to diet. Then you can have a kid.
Well, you know what?
Well, so we're going to get into the copes. We're going to get into the copes of why dieting doesn't work, Gundaaam. Are you right?
Oh, I'm always ready for a chubby girl.
We saw a clip, right, where he actually explained how to lie. And Gundaaam, he literally said that you start with the truth and then you build the lie around it. So it all makes sense, right?
He's like George Costanza from Seinfeld, but he doesn't have Jerry, Kramer, and Elaine to keep him in line.
I say he's like his father, the devil, the prince of lies, and that he does his father's business.
Okay. Power.
So, you know, Phil here is trying to say to me, he's like, we're just trying to figure out if I can take an extra day off like 2 times a month so we can do more stuff together. And it's actually looking good, so I think we might start doing that in November.
Okay.
And I told Phil he should take the time off if he can, because 6 days a week is too much. People can't miss you if you never go away. You do a lot of hours. Like, imagine if your wife is dying and you don't know how much time you might have with her. This is the person that you love the most in the entire world, and for the sake of trying to squeeze a few extra pennies, you take no time out of the week to be with her. And I'm just trying to give this guy good advice. Like, holy fuck, man, at a certain point your time is being wasted. Like, you would make just as much money going 5 days of the week as 6, Phil, because he's not getting really paid for those hours. You know what I'm saying? It's not like he's getting consistent donations. Most of it's just waste. You know, here he goes saying, I told her that if things kept going as well as it did in August when I got that huge boost from working with you guys, we could do more stuff and spend more time together. And at first, she actually got angry with me because she was like, don't get our hopes up over something that will never happen.
Yeah, you bitch. Not very religious. The correct answer should have been praise be.
The Lord brought PvP into our life, and now
Phil,
we're
you
making
fucking
this money,
idiot.
and I
You
can
know
afford
it's gonna
medical
you
care
know
and
you're gonna fuck it up, Phil.
Around the block, Philip. Don't worry, Adam. The day off is coming.
Jesus. But now
Oh, no, you're lying to me again.
For September, stuff definitely dropped a bunch without you guys to do collabs with. You see where this is going? So it's like my wife.
Yeah, he's
she's
buttering
really
them up
sick,
to do
but, you know,
another
she has hope
collab.
now. We might be able to spend more time together.
It's like Make-A-Wish commercials.
Yes.
I know
But
what direction
now
he's
things are
tilting
drying
this
up
in.
because you guys aren't doing collabs with me. So will you please do a collab with me? So
Okay, now I see where it's going.
Do you see what I'm
Only
saying?
5 subs a day. You can feed a fat wife.
You can stay dark side, Phil.
But this is actually so fucked. And he's telling me, by the way, that now that these are all lies. That every single part of this was just a lie and a manipulation tactic. He says,
Ashton, sorry.
Yeah, it gets only negative because Phil himself is.
we have a bunch of subs. Is that what you wanted to shout out?
Midnight streams for 22 subs. Thank you.
Huge!
Movie 1 for 5 subs. A DSP Historical Society, sure, for 10 subs. A Kool-Aid Merchant of Philtown for 10 subs. DSP Accessibility Neck Headphones for 5 subs. And Bolt Action Loser for 10 subs. And like 100 new followers. Let's go. Thank you. As a reward, I will have more
5 subs.
Let's go.
Mr. Klosterhopper for 5 subs. DoorDash Killing Fat Wife Sad for 5.
Whoa.
Strong Like Bull for 5. I'm just making sure I got all of them. No Bump
Yeah.
Bandy for 5 subs.
Yeah, Panda has
Mountains of
more
Sneed for a sub.
personality. I don't
Lazy
think anyone will
Titan for
argue
5
against
subs.
that.
And there you go.
Yeah,
Midnight.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We got them. Let's get some more subs.
Gundaaam, what do you think so far? Is this more than you thought? That how insane he was? I mean, we all know he was a loser.
Cat gets
begging,
bouts
this,
of
that, the
deep
other.
rage
Did you
that Phil is
expect
afraid of.
this
I
level
accept
of
that. Like, I
sickness,
totally
or
believe that
is this
after
shocking?
hearing what
DSP is far
PvP
more
said.
powerful than
It's
ever
totally
perceived.
believable.
Like some sort of dark god from Warhammer. I can't even process the level of lies. It's almost masterful. In the sense of it's so insane that even he is living the lie.
Yeah.
Well, he
It's
says
so little money.
He says, by the way, I am so open to new stuff as long as it's not constant drama. Which, it's like, Phil, like, we're a drama show. Like, what do you think we're going to be
It's very
doing?
nuanced to Hula, but I do agree
making
with that.
me a
If they
villain.
wanted to see
Or
what they
making
could
me a
get out of
villain.
it, and if
You
that
are a villain.
included
You
maybe
always
helping
do.
him out,
There's
so
nothing
be
I can
it.
do
You
to
know,
change your
who
perception as a
gives a
villain
shit about
because
what
you
his
are
trolls
just an evil
think.
piece of shit.
But then it wasn't
such a
long
villain. He
before the
sees himself as a hero.
frustration
He's a
and
powerless
Malise
Homelander.
settled in.
Crazy.
Oh my god. That's crazy.
Definitely from the start,
So
they
he goes,
knew he
because
was.
of what
They
I
already
told you
knew he
about
was
my
a bum.
wife's
They
health
already
earlier
said from
this
the beginning
year.
they knew he
By
was
the
a
way,
bum,
she
but just
seems
thought
to
it
be
would be
slowly
funny
recovering
to
despite
see where
no
things
doctor
kind of
being
go.
able to explain what she's been going through.
They went into it as
And
a
then he blames
project,
the American health system.
but with
Then
no,
this
it
I
wasn't
find
exactly
funny. He
a
goes,
master
I'm
plan.
really sorry I was boring on the show in October. I felt sick and bloated because I ate fast food and I was slow-witted and not adding much. I promise I will be on my A game if we work together again. So he's just begging, bro. Like, he's coming up with excuses. But I love how he actually does here just admit that he was boring and slow-witted on the show.
Well,
because he was. Yes.
You caught him after like a DoorDash binge with like a night full of gin and Hogan's.
Here he goes. He goes, I'm reading back again. I'm actually really sorry that I'm so scattered and stressed. I'm not going to quit the politics show. He did quit the politics show.
It was a great show.
I want to keep
Everybody
at
loved it.
but it's frustrating. It's actually getting so little support, being that I decided to stream it just on Kick. Well, Phil, that was your choice. You could have streamed it on both YouTube and Kick. But
Well,
that's
he
just
thought he was hot shit. That's the best part.
Yeah. He goes, I don't know what happened. I had like 10 consistent supporters there, and now I have like 2. Well, what happened,
Man, if you
Phil?
tell him he has less than 10 consistent supporters, he fucking sees. But there he is in DMs admitting that he has less than 10 supporters.
Gundaaam, you know, like, it didn't make sense.
Gundaaam, I'm not sure.
Any sense.
I'm not
Remember,
sure if you
he's
heard
the
this,
one who can
but
see
he
all
was
the
in our chat
emails.
the next day, being like, hey, could you guys take off Thursday?
So
I
James
have
said
my
10.
show.
Don't worry, we'll get there. We'll get there.
I heard that part,
So,
and he
just
was
remember,
tripping on it.
the highlight of the political show, as Gundaaam was saying, was his take. So there was a food bank, and what they were saying is, and this is pretty typical for food banks to say, hey, we have enough of these items, like we have enough bread. We would appreciate if people could donate oatmeal, because we don't have enough oatmeal.
Wow,
Phil took
beggars
this
can't be
as that
choosers.
The people who went to the
They're so
food
fucking
bank
greedy, man.
were beggars that can't be choosers.
No.
When it was, yes, and shit on the people going to the food bank. But it wasn't the people at the food
And the
bank
food
that
also
were
had to be
requesting
specifically
luxury food.
holiday themed.
Yes. Yes.
Wait, he thought it was the people getting the food, like asking.
But just imagine the take that beggars can't be choosers from Darkside Phil.
Whoa.
It was just fucking mind blowing.
That's what makes him the best. He doesn't see himself ever. Like, Phil will sit there and rant about someone not changing with the times, and I just smile endlessly like a Cheshire cat. I'm like, go on, Phil. Tell me about how these people don't know how to do anything different and they keep doing the same shit.
And he, he says that, he says that Void got brainwashed by Duty. I love how it has to be that if somebody stopped donating to you, it had to be they got brainwashed by the detractors.
Duty got him like Revolver Ocelot.
Couldn't be that it could possibly be they got naturally tired of Phil, or that they had bad intentions from the start.
The
Phil.
person is just bored with your shitty content. B, they don't have the money to give at this point in time. Or C, they just don't feel like giving you the money. No, it has to be that they were brainwashed.
They were being withholding.
They were hypnotized.
They were withholding. He goes, I think I somehow need to find a foothold on Kick that isn't your fan base, and I have no idea how to do that.
Oh, wow. That's something you've never
That's
faced.
fucking sad, isn't it?
I think that was real.
It is real. He has no idea how to do anything. It's like, Phil, do you know what the actual key is? It's not like the goals, the pizza parties, the begging, this, that.
Radical pizza party, dude.
He had some really good matches.
It's called being entertaining, Phil. If you are consistently entertaining, then you'll get money from your fans. And you'll grow because they'll tell their friends about the show, or they'll share the link on social, and then you'll grow, Phil. That's how you do it. You have to actually be good. You have to actually be entertaining.
By the way,
but he put the cart before the horse.
Was it Pizza Hut?
It was actually Papa John's, wasn't it?
No, he eliminated Pizza
Hut.
Domino's.
I don't even remember. It was so ridiculous.
I'm eliminating.
And then we have the final one here about health. So it comes back to this is that the rabbit was his child. And he says, we can't have kids. And I said to him, well, Phil, I thought that was a conscious choice on your part not to have kids. And he says, it was a choice until it wasn't. You think you have control of stuff and then you don't. My wife gained a ton of weight out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere.
The 3 DoorDash meals a day.
Oh my god.
The lack of
That's like the best one of the whole
midnight
1,000
snack
messages.
Midnight snack pizza.
Out of nowhere.
What? How do you not know that, Andy?
I'm learning the more as this is going along.
So I got him to take pictures of what was in his fridge and freezer. And what was in his freezer is what he claimed is a snack pizza, which was a frozen pizza.
Phil's refrigerator is so full, it could feed a village
What
of
he
Hungarians.
explained about the pizzas was crazy.
Man. It was like fucking jam-packed with all this
the snack pizza that you cut into squares. So you get the small little snack pizza, and then you cut it up, and you only heat up small portions of the cut up pizza for a snack, and then you save the. I've never heard of that before.
Frozen shit, and they were gourmet snack pizzas. Okay. And I said to him, like, I'm a 400-pound man.
Wouldn't you just get the Red Baron singles?
And I've never even heard of a fucking snack pizza, Phil. Like, holy shit, man.
It's what you have between middle dinner.
So my wife gained a ton of weight out of nowhere and was having crazy serious problems last year. We did a ton of tests and found out it's a combo of her thyroid and ovarian issues. Now, it might very well be, but I just find it funny that every fat person blames it on their thyroid.
Yes.
It's always a thyroid issue. It's never calories in, calories out. They defy the laws of physics because of thyroid issues.
You could say calorie deficit, and
It's
they
my
would go
water
look
weight,
at you
man.
blankly, like, what the fuck do you mean a calorie deficit?
It says, so not only can't we have kids, she's at extremely high risk of getting cancer at any time.
You know, on another level, you think about it. Remember Phil got like workout machines for Cat that he kept breaking?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder
They all
why.
coming together. Yeah, like they couldn't put it together, dude.
No way.
Neither one of them.
Both unable to build it.
Then it was so heavy.
Did he
Phil
task
couldn't drag
rabbit it?
He couldn't drag it outside, so he had to pay to have movers come his home and take away the workout machine.
No way.
Oh no.
Phil is in bad shape. Damn boy about legs don't help him.
He's weak.
So apparently she's at extremely high risk of getting cancer at any time. Her ability to process stuff properly is fucked, so she just gains weight like nothing. Now, I don't think this is actually how it works, but he claims that she's lost a lot, like 30 pounds just on diet and hard work, but she fluctuates and it's not fair.
How much does she weigh?
Well, we don't know. But if she were to be on stream with me one week, she may look skinny, but the next week, way bigger. And people just shit on her, so we decide against it entirely. There's nothing in the world that's like that, where you magically go from fat to thin within a week time span.
She's walking through a fun house.
He's like, I got Kat some Ozempic off of AliExpress.
By the way, at this
The
exact
Temu
moment,
Ozempic,
Iron
no.
Chef Sakai has gifted 25 subs!
Let's go!
That's right, Phil Nuts. As we're going over his wife being fat and him lying about cancer, his top whale is dropping sub bombs on our show.
Pardon the pun, whale.
Oh man!
All right, let's get out of the. Let's get out of the.
All right, so let's go back into the DSP DMs.
Okay.
And let's just have a look at some of these.
Okay. You don't even know if it's worth it or if it's skippable.
So here, this is right after the Steve interview, and he says, I'm not angry. You guys have done a ton for me, and that's why I'm on board here, and I'm not looking to make millions. Today, I made only $150 extra and had to do that shitty podcast. So he's referring to his own podcast as shitty. And my wife got pretty upset at me for doing the interview and basically called me stupid for falling for it.
God damn it, Phil.
Retard alert! Retard alert!
You fucking idiot. I told you not to do that again after side scrollers.
Nothing, honest to God. It's beautiful. It's also sad. The woman who can't figure out how to manage her calories is smarter than Phil. It's a damn shame.
By the way, it's so funny.
He then goes.
So it was so funny on stream. We were like, "Oh, we hate Steve, that dastardly bastard."
You snaked us, Steve. We'll see you next week.
See you on Tuesday.
He went wrong.
Phil really believed it and had to ask if he would actually be on next Tuesday.
So at a certain point, so Phil here has actually now brainwashed himself into believing that this was a staged interview that he agreed to, when at no point he actually believed, actually that never happened. So he goes, I knew it was staged, but it's kind of hard to explain all of that to my wife when she's angry. So I ate shit all day.
What do you mean? She
I
retunto?
think we're going to figure this out long term.
It was an op,
and it
you
will work
idiot.
for everyone now that we are being honest with each other. So do you see the cognitive dissonance here?
Yeah, Kat is actually aware of the whole thing.
So,
she's like, Phil, you're getting larped on, you fucking idiot. Where's my pizza?
So
you're not gonna snake me.
That part is amazing in and of itself.
No, honey, you don't get it. It was like it was just a bit. It was just it was not real.
We're going to figure this out, meaning that we didn't agree to it ahead of time, and that we still need to figure out what the plan is. And then goes, it will work for
Phil
everyone
just takes
now
it
that
because
we are
he's
being honest
cuffed
with
and
each
can't
other.
like
So this
people
all
like to say,
contradicts
oh,
the initial part of him
he's
saying that he
abusing
knew it was
Kat
staged.
because that's why she's so
Because his
fat.
mind
No,
is in
no,
like some
Kat.
1984
Kat has
Big
the
Brother
power.
doublethink
Kat's
shit,
the
where
one.
he just can't accept the fact that I snaked him with this interview, and so he's actually trying to brainwash himself.
Howard Burnell's too cocky to stand up for himself.
It's like what chicks do when they date a fucking
battered
toxic guy.
husband.
That's what you are, Andy. Like you're cheating on her, you're lying to her, you're leading her astray. You're like, it's okay, honey, put the drugs up your butt. The feds won't check there.
So this is where I'm still trying to get Phil to do Grill Phil, do the humiliation rituals so we can keep milking.
Entertain people.
So I tell Phil, I honestly thought the podcast you did today was great. It was classic how you were able to rally everyone to donate, but I don't want to cause you problems at home, though. That's not cool.
You sound like talking to a toddler.
It really is.
It's so fucking ridiculous.
Blue's Clues over there.
That's why the transparency is important. If I'd known that's what it was going to be, I would have told her it wasn't serious. But instead, she heard me talking on the podcast and then found the interview herself.
Stop.
Damn it, Kat. Nobody expected you to not watch Voice Critical this morning.
Holy
He's crying again.
All those distractor videos,
Those the
she
one that's gonna
probably
be
saw
crying
too
after
that
she's
break
done
down
with
just how fucking dumb Phil is. And he's sitting there smiling and Steve's just raising the trolls.
Don't let this discourage you from getting married, because overall I'm way happier now than I ever was before. But it's
Wow, that's a massive fucking cold.
Just a different thing to have to deal with. Knowing the full deal going forward will be very much appreciated and make us more successful. I don't know, apparently this is the thing you have to do with marriage, is that your wife might find out that you were blown out in a debate. You're an idiot.
To be fair, his goal went from 50 to 100. So I guess he was like, see, honey, it's working.
It's working. Oh my God.
Him buy wrestling cards worth like $3,000.
Yes,
like,
he's buying these out of print wrestling cards, or not out of print, but they've been selling out, so he has to pay inflated prices. Okay, next slide.
You sold him wrestling cards for the price of an RTX 5090? What?
Yeah. So here we have, this is Darkside Phil. This is just a sampling of the messages that he put in our kick chat.
It made me so mad, dude. I was so mad, dude.
Like, he really thought like he was like friends over here and that we enjoyed him being in the chat. He was the most annoying, thirsty, desperate for attention, no life loser in the entire chat. Just begging for attention.
Please watch me eat a cheeseburger. And I'm like saying like to his face or whatever in chat. I'm like, Phil, we can't watch 43 minutes of you eating Panera Bread.
Every time
you're kidding me. I swear to God.
No, I swear.
But it's every day, dude. I swear. Oh my God. I want to die.
He came to your stream to promote his stream.
Yes.
But he specifically wanted Andy to watch him eat.
Yeah, us to watch it. Either me or me and Ashton on the post show.
What the fuck do you get out of that?
I would be like, I can't watch you eat. This is
love how his final post in their chat is just, "I'm sorry,
guys." He wouldn't even have the mercy to send us the timestamp. He would just DM us his full replay of like 3.5. Yeah, he's super
I'm like, what's the timestamp? He goes, the whole
don't worry,
thing's
we're gonna get into that. Okay, the one
no
thing
way.
I know we're limited
Bill
on
doing
time.
clips or highlights? No way. Here's the whole 40-minute video.
He thought were these pithy one-liners that were the most cringe lines, but he thought he was so funny. These dad jokes. So what I would do is I would read them out and I would go zing, and I would call him the Zing King. And he really thought it was funny. It was so obvious that it was cringe and shit.
But I was rolling my eyes on camera. Like, oh my God.
Man. All right, just hit play and like, let's just look.
This is a video.
Yes.
Okay.
You just kept feeding his insane ego to the point of where he only believed the positive things and ignored any good piece of information, like any real advice you had for him.
Yes.
One of these messages is it's like someone lit a fart with a lighter. Zing! What a brilliant contribution, Phil. Just hit play on this.
I think I remember that was from
7 messages.
Forsky was watching something to do with Avowed.
Oh boy. He's like your Derek.
Look!
Wow, he is your Derek.
Look! He really became Derek in our fucking chat. Like, look at this. Holy shit.
Oh my God.
No, what are you doing?
Look at this. All Santa's beard suck ass.
Look at the one underneath. Dude, he goes, dude, you guys can razz me whenever. And if you really want to destroy me, watch me eating the corn.
We weren't joking. I swear to God.
No, seriously, that's what he's saying. Watch him eat the corn the long way.
This is 1 week. And he did this for like months.
Just hit pause at any random point.
I see why Andy likes just unplugged from this.
There we have Phil goes, my mom smoked, just out of nowhere volunteers this. My mom smoked 2 packs a day at one point.
Bro, that explains so much.
Like, he was working his mama's nerves. Yeah. That's why my mom smokes 2 packs a day. Mommy, look at my Legos. He-Man.
Look at him. He's really excited for our segment. He goes, did someone say nerds on the go?
It's the worst segment we do.
He's the one guy hyped up for nerds on the go.
Segments, and people donate 100 subs for us to watch it at 0.5 speed.
What is wrong with you, Phil?
Look at the very bottom. He got too familiar. He go, good night, Ash. Like, oh,
good night.
I don't ever remember saying goodnight to a single man in my life.
Oh my God. But it's not even my full name. He had like short formed it. Like, oh.
Tipster. Sumo drop from the top turnbuckle. Zing.
Here we go.
Zing. Here we go. Oh my God.
You got him, Phil. Roasted.
Who got this video, by the way? This is amazing. Is this Duty?
Oh my God. No, it's That Being Said podcast.
Oh, That Being Said.
Oh, shout out.
That Being Said podcast.
Man, like it just keeps going and going and going.
This is a lot.
This is us telling him the merch.
Are we halfway there yet?
About.
Oh my God.
Holy!
Look at this. Look.
It just keeps going.
It's so fucking long. It's like the credits to Assassin's Creed.
What? Sweet Bean, 96, 7 months. It's your one for 20 months. Thank you, Bean, for the alert.
Andy.
Yeah. Oh boy, when he said
I'm chilling out again until it gets way too late because I need to be up in the morning.
Talking about him.
But I'm just Xenoblading.
I ignored him in chat.
The never-ending, months-long playthrough.
We're gonna get my abs, dude.
Meanwhile, Andy's like messaging Ash, like, "Do we have an HR department?"
Look, there are texts with me and Ash of me being like,
"Thank you, Bean, for the re-up.
Please, Ashton, where's the light at the end of the tunnel, please?"
Just look at this one. Hey, I hope you liked my appearance tonight. He's so desperate for validation, you know?
Oh my
I
God,
was fighting
Phil.
both a bad stomach because I had McDonald's for DSP Tries It, and my Ghostbusters costume is only a medium size.
I'm always talking like Michael Jordan when he had the flu and still won a basketball.
How are you, though, Dingus? I must know. I'm all right.
But he says his Ghostbusters costume is only a medium.
It's kind of a do-nothing day because I had the day off, so I actually finally did all my taxes. I paid Uncle Sam. I didn't have any issues with it. I was just stalling because I'm lazy. Yesterday we had a little get-together for little Babby niece Dingus. I had a big old fat fucking platter. We had the whole cookout and everything. It was great. So maybe I was still feeling the itis hangover from that, eating all that food. No, I just lounged around like a lounge lizard. That's why I feel kind of. That's why I sound kind of tired, and minor sinus is acting up. I'm just chilling. It's a chilling situation, Bean. Dingus's day off. Yeah, we love Sundays. We fucking love Sundays. I should probably plug in my controller. Let me do that while getting another refill. Dingus is doing his victory laps because he was right. Yes! Big up Stitchers LLC. I need a chilling situation so I can honk shoe. Yeah, just a day. I feel like I finally fixed my so-called circadian rhythm. For the past couple of days, I've been getting fuck all for sleep. I say days, more like weeks. But now, on days off, I'm finally waking up at the right time. Getting that right amount of sleep. Maybe even an extra midday nap just so you feel really refreshed. Make it a point to get the full 8 to 10 hours. I may be fucking it up tonight by streaming as late as I am. But again, like, come on, it was offset by the midday nap. Okay, let me see. I'll unpause and then let me get a drink.
Medium size. It rides up my ass, and it was from 9 years ago, so I forgot. Now wait a minute, Phil. I thought you had lost weight from 9 years ago.
You should have like, King, the people would love to see your ass crack wet.
Sire, the people demand to see your ass crack, please.
More cheeks for the children.
You know, and he goes, I tried to do my best, but I think some people in your chat found me boring. So I'm sorry for that. Just brutal.
Like, Phil has self-awareness around you.
Yeah, kind of. I think. But what was that stream in particular? Was that the Ralph stream, or what the hell was that?
That was like, I don't even remember. I think we
Gunbusters, right?
We're gonna hear about his Gunbusters.
It's even worse. Okay, so we did what he wanted to do, right? Ashton stayed up all night planning the Gunbusters, like the Ethan Ralph segment. At 9 p.m., he's like, sorry, I have to go. Wouldn't even do us the favor after we helped him. And then he stayed in our chat for 4 hours.
Yeah, he's like, guys, I have to go.
Why did you leave?
And then within 20 minutes, he was in our chat, and we'll see what he does when he ends his stream.
So he lays next to Cat and just talks to you guys.
And just messages us. Yes, well, he gets drunk.
Oh.
This one, hey, Ashton, hope you are well. Sorry if I've spammed you with messages or annoyed you this week in some way. I didn't mean to. Things are all good here, and I hope they are on your side.
Pause.
It just makes me laugh.
This is so fucking gay.
Ashton,
isn't it?
Gundaaam, hear this. I'll have to head through my logs, right? But they're so boring. He copied and pasted the exact same message and sent it to me, but changed Ashton to Andy. I'm not kidding. Word for word.
Well, at least he changed the name. It's more I thought he would do.
That's psycho, though. That's psycho.
He needed approval from one of you who delivered.
Oh,
Ashton, I didn't reply to that. I was like, fuck this guy.
You're like trying to block him again.
Well, then I just say to him, everything is good. I've just been streaming a lot and falling asleep right after the shows because the only time he'll message you is at like between the hours of 4 and 6 in the morning.
In the weird part of the night.
Yeah.
All right, big up some back.
Good to hear, man.
Go
no
for a little bit
problem
longer.
at all.
That's, you know, his marriage is fucking dead.
Oh, I know. It's dead as fuck. I just enjoy being friendly with you guys and want to make sure I don't do anything to mess that up. But this is like, holy shit.
You guys are all I have left after Mr. Finkel's died and my wife won't speak to me.
Oh, man.
It is sheer. Just you did this to yourself, dude. Like, it was a great clip.
I love how this is all his master plan, by the way, and he was the Snake King.
Totally.
But he was like, his master plan was to be this like pathetic, needy guy begging for our attention.
Beating down
That's how he manipulates you. Yes. By appearing and coming off as pathetic. But in reality, he is pathetic.
You fell into our trap. By the way, okay, I don't think you saw this. Maybe you did.
A lot of this stuff is wild and new to me.
Or did you see when he said the plan, he's the king snake, to RTU, he's like, have you heard of the king snake? Did you hear that part or no?
Oh, yeah, I saw that part. Okay.
And then it turns out the king snake, how it actually like works, is it emits a foul or odor to get the fucking
predators away.
He
Its last resort is to actually attack. It flees.
It would rather fart on it.
Yes, it emits a pungent odor to get people to leave it alone. Much like Phil, actually.
There we go. One honest idea. You can have it on for a full roast.
Okay, so it had been about 2 months, and I was just like, let's ignore this guy's DMs. Let's slowly phase him out. He sucks. Talentless. He's a hack.
And he somehow wormed his way in.
He's so desperate. He's like, one honest idea. You guys have me on for a full roast, and I take it and respond live. You can be brutal, and if I actually get legit pissed, it would make great content-y.
What the content? Was he a 23-year-old girl?
He's drunk, he's like, you'll notice this when he's like shittered. He'll do like typos or it won't make sense. But this guy, he's in his fucking feelings, begging to come on.
He wanted to have a Friars Club roast, but who was going to roast him besides you and Andy? Nobody else.
It was just us. Nobody else was going to do it.
Nobody wanted on until Steve showed up.
Listen to what he says here to Andy. He goes, I get what's going on, and I'm in on the joke. Oh,
by the way,
buddy.
I go, amazing word. Was that the top 10 racist moments?
I might have been. And, he says that this is legitimately life-changing. It was legitimately life-changing for him to be on our show.
It has been life-changing.
He's in on the joke, guys.
Barely anything changed about his life.
Feel crazier.
The only thing that happened is that his sanity degraded even more.
You sat there and took it from us. Good job,
he has a couple of new cameras.
Okay, so he's teasing me with this idea all day.
Life situation did not change at all whatsoever.
But essentially what he says to me is he's like, I've got this idea. I've got this really good idea. I go, what's the idea? He's like, I'll tell you later. You won't believe I have this great idea. So
why not tell you now?
I know. But so then he starts telling me this at 1 a.m. He goes, the Ghostbusters idea. I hope you like it. So he goes, Ethan Ralph is so dumb that my detractors baited him with a fake Twitter account. So he started talking shit about me, and you guys showed me a bit of him. So I randomly tweeted out Ethan Ralph on my timeline. I'm basically getting a written pre-stream. You see what's happening here? This is basically a written level 1 podcast. Not only did the tweet get crazy attention, my detractors convinced him to respond in a drug-induced video that made no sense.
It was bad. It was bad.
Ralph.
Yeah.
And this is the thing is this guy is now Phil's new co-host for the wrestling show is Ralph. So I
can't wait.
Oh my God. He goes, that made no sense. I responded to that too. So he goes, so here's this idea. After all of that nonsense that was completely irrelevant. So I think we can do a whole show or special around him. We can play it off like you guys are scientific experts on this kind of disturbance from the sector.
Oh, God.
But I'm just an outsider who knows nothing. And we can turn it into Ghostbusters, but call it Guntbusters. And make it like Ralph
Bill's
is
big
the Slimer
idea is
ghost
just
from
copying what the irate
I
gamer
even
was
have a
already doing.
Ghostbusters costume from Halloween like 9 years ago I could wear. And I bought a prop PKE meter from the movies. I think like these are the ideas that he would come up with.
We did not do that, by the way. We just and then he left. And then he left after we got. Oh my God! I'm so pissed.
Oh my God!
Okay.
This is the crazy thing.
Is this to me?
Holy fuck, man! This is to you.
Oh, buddy. This is early on. Oh my God.
So I have some confusing and bad news about kick streaming. I'd like to share with you before I talk with my audience about it tomorrow. I'm shocked.
Are you there still?
Oh, IPDN.
Gundaaam, no.
Don't worry. Don't worry. He'll be in back in a second.
But this is crazy. So I'm thinking, I'm like, Andy, like, what happened with Kick? Like, did Phil reveal it was like, did he uncover it was some sort of scam or there's something wrong with it? Like, we were actually worried based on what Phil said. I have some confusing and bad news. I'm like, fuck, is it shutting down? Like, we really like this site. Of course not. So what Phil writes to us, let me just have a quick look here. Okay, you're just letting Gundaaam know that he cut out.
Yeah, he'll be in. Don't worry. He's probably like internet thing.
Let's take this opportunity before we go into this next set of DMs.
Yeah.
Let's do some shout outs here. We got Nose Goblin for a sub.
The trouser serpent, the
717 for
dingus
5
snake.
subs. Beer League done badly
What do
for
you
a
got in
sub.
your trouser there?
Baron Wife Karen like
pretty
real
swollen.
for 10 subs as well. Let's get some subs.
I made like a million new scenes today. It's been tough, but I've been doing it.
Super chats came in.
Read them. Yeah, perfect time.
DSP Historical Society for $15. Pig, Roach, and Rage Pig sitting in a stream. BEGGING. And then we got Killbot for 20. This whole end of the Phil Casino arc has been like the gorilla episode of Kenny versus Spenny. Casino goes full animal while Phil phones it in and tries to match it. He can't match the Casino there. Then we've got South of the Border for 20 bucks. Phil and Ralph is going to be hilarious, especially when the revenge porn and dialysis super chats come in and Ralph loses his temper on the show. God, there's so much opportunity for that to go so fucking amazing. It's going to be so good, bro. I'm so hyped for the Phil Ralph crossover. I'm so here for it. By the way, it's a dream.
Ashton, the DMs were so cringy that it hard crashed into Gundam's PC.
No!
He's restarting now.
Oh my lord.
And we got Wacky Shucks for 10 subs.
Let's
and
go.
Kino Pool Boy for 25 subs. Let's go.
Get it. Yo, I just told them that.
Get it.
I just told them that your computer couldn't handle the cringe. Your computer's like, unplug.
It's terrible what Phil is doing to me.
Yeah.
Every time you're making DSP videos, my PC rebels against him.
Yeah. Just turn on your camera when you want about the VTuber dynamic. You have to turn that thing on or whatever. But yeah, all good.
So this one's
so
crazy,
Kino, bro.
man.
So Kino.
So we convinced Phil that he should come to Kick to stream because we're on Kick. You know, they're nowhere near as censorship-like as YouTube is. They allow for a lot more. Plus, there's a 95.5 cut on subscriptions, whereas YouTube takes 30% and all this stuff. So we convinced Phil to go over to Kick or whatever. Well, Phil, like a week into streaming on Kick, sends this. Kick just denied me verification, but I exceeded all of their criteria.
The next craziest thing after the cat stuff.
By the way, I don't
Don't
work
you know
for
who I
Kick.
am?
Guys, just so you all know, I do not work for Kick. I am not an employee, a moderator, or anything. Okay?
No.
So I don't know why he's DMing me this.
You know, but he DM'd me this exact same copy-paste message as well.
Yeah.
In fact, their denial notice says they won't respond if you ask why, but you can reapply in 14 days. I have no idea what's going on, but I'm very heated right now. I busted my ass figuring out dual streaming thing. And this
You
is a
mean
complete
you busted your
insult.
ass having
All of my
people walk
viewers
you
knew
through
I was
how?
applying,
we'll
and now I
reshoot
have to tell them I got rejected, which is a fucking huge celebration for my detractors. So now I have no idea what to do.
By the way, I was
thoughts
live.
on that.
I was live doing a post show, watching shit with the other co-host, Psycho. And I'm like, hang on, let me just fucking, because he's like having a mental breakdown. I'm like, oh my God. This was the first thing that actually made me go, I don't want to work with him. Remember, Ashton? I'm like, the next day, I'm like, I can't handle this.
This was beyond. This was insane.
You gotta understand, this is Darkside Phil. He's a massive deal. He was 4th place in Evo back in '94.
Yeah.
All right. This guy,
Okay.
be on the front page of YouTube with Linus Tech Tips. He's a legend. He's the greatest. He changed the FGC. He created Let's Plays. I mean, I want you guys to let that sink in. This dude inspired PewDiePie. His list of accomplishments are endless.
They both just abandoned Phil in a scary cemetery.
Just listen to this insanity. Like, he's heated. Like, he feels like he's entitled.
Oh, Phil has to Uber out of there.
King.
His
Who
Uber
the fuck does he
driver is
think he is?
Mundane Matt.
It's crazy. But then, like, this message is just on. There's so many layers to it that's insane. I busted my ass figuring out dual streaming. It's restream.io.
Breaking labor.
Phil, you just put the stream keys into the sites. Like, Phil.
I had to write a tutorial.
I busted my fucking ass.
A point form tutorial.
Having you guys walk me through how it works.
Fuck. And then
It was like he was a coal miner
and he
in the
says,
content mines.
This is a complete insult. An insult to not be verified within a week when you only had like 50 live viewers on the platform. And by the way, you were still on YouTube, so it's not like you exclusively came here. And then this is the part that drives me the most insane. All my viewers know I was applying. Whose fault is that, Phil? It's your fault for telling them, Phil.
Yeah.
Why
You
would
chose
you tell
to
them?
let your
And now I
viewers
have
know.
to tell them I got rejected. Why do you have to tell them you got rejected? Why does he act this way? And then he goes,
You
which is
just
a
tell
huge
them it's still getting
celebration for my
reviewed.
detractors.
Why do you have to tell them they rejected you?
Who cares? Who cares if they celebrate
Basically
you not getting
giving
your
Duty the clip
verification?
right there by
How
doing
does this
that.
affect you in any real way, sir?
On some level, he knows that the detractors are his true viewer base.
Yes. By the way,
I mean, without them, Phil would have been done by now.
Yeah,
like that guy you were watching earlier.
I tried to convince him of this and say that we need to pander the content to the people who are actually watching, which is the detractors.
The detractors do free work for Phil. When you think about it, they go through all of the guys and they pick out the pieces of corn. You know, they go out there, they're like miners. You know, the miners back in the day when it was so hard to find a little bit of gold dust, that's what they do. Yeah. Then they curate it, they chop it up, they make it funny, they make it interesting. He should thank the detractors. For free.
By the way, here's me troubleshooting. Do you have enough individual
type PR?
Listen to this one though that he said, Andy.
I'm like, but do you have enough individual chatters? Because I'm like, no, he doesn't. There is no
Andy's tech support.
I am the tech support of the fucking show, basically.
So, you know, he then goes, I hit every single criteria and applied today as soon as I did. Well, maybe you want to be exceeding it a bit more than just barely meeting it. And doesn't it look sketchy? No. But then I asked them why I got denied, and they said they don't need to tell me why. This is exactly what happened with Twitch in 2021, man.
Bring up Twitch.
I'm so tired of being treated like this and bullied. How is it being bullied to not get the verification badge, Phil?
Wait.
He goes, I'm not angry at you guys at all. Why would you be? Why would you be angry at us? We're not the ones who denied you, you fucking douchebag.
Guys,
all the strings he needed.
Guys, I just saw something really funny that actually proves I didn't care and wasn't paying attention. So he tells me he spoke to Kick and they said that, you know, we're not going to tell you why. Ashton, read my DM right after.
I'm sorry, dude. I'm sure there is a reason, or maybe someone wasn't checking or something.
I completely didn't listen to him at all.
You sound like the YouTube partner manager.
Listen to this guy, man. This is totally drugs. I'm just angry that once again I'm the guy who works hard and gets crushed.
My favorite one from Worski is where he's like, nah, bro, but he's so nonchalant, doesn't even give a fuck to care about what Phil has to say. He types it out as Nash, bro.
What's amazing is how he sucks
Nash,
his own
bro,
dick
you're doing great there, bud.
All day, every day. He's his biggest hype man. And you came in and added an extra voice to all of the ones in his head telling him he's great. And he went clean over the fucking edge.
Oh, yeah.
Look at this. I mean, look at how crazy this is. I said I wrote King a nasty email and then closed it before I sent it. I never did any of that shit. I was like,
no, I think that's Phil, isn't it?
Oh, that was him. Okay, I don't even remember that.
Listen,
okay, it was him.
This guy, he goes, I also DM'd
Okay, I lied again.
And I
lied a lot.
He has to get out of that crazy Shrek costume. He goes, I won't say anything at all tomorrow. I'll ignore it and just try to carry on. Like he's carrying the cross to Golgotha or some shit like that.
I lied so much to him that I don't even remember
what
I said. Me reading this is like me reading it for the first time too.
Listen to like the spurt shit here of Phil. I wrote Kick a nasty email, but just closed it before I sent it. Like, just
you really showed them, Phil?
What would it be? Kick's loss to miss out on your 70 live viewers, sir?
Yes.
Like this is such mental illness.
I don't know what they're missing, dude.
15 years legacy action.
This to me, honestly, this to me was actually the craziest interaction we ever had with the guy. Beyond the underwear, the socks, the cancer, everything.
Andy shirtless.
You know, he goes, I'm calming down now. You're calming down now.
Why is he even telling you?
I'm still getting paid, so I don't actually know what I'm angry about. Besides being treated badly
he's seething
for no
so
reason.
much he doesn't even understand why he's seething.
He goes, but you'd think I'd be used to that by now? I've made bank on Kick, so I won't stop co-streaming. That would be stupid. Sorry to bother you. I was upset in the moment.
This dude is like spazzing out over nothing burgers, bro.
I kind of wish you two paid him. Man.
I wish you two paid him the attention they pay me, because he'd lose his fucking channel in a heartbeat. Jesus Christ.
Okay. Holy shit. Look at Phil. He's like, I have had tonsillitis really bad before from overworking myself. I have something I'd like to talk about when you get a chance. It's actually about Ashton and sadly my detractors.
What? Tonsillitis is a black lung for streamers.
Ash and I had plans for a few interesting things, going notably Halloween and a wrestling show, but now he almost never responds to me when I DM. My detractors have been bombarding me with messages in chat, saying he is shit-talking me, and I've ignored all of them. I just want to make sure everything is cool between all of us. Any normal person would take the hint at that point that I didn't want to be bombarded every day with his messages.
Dude, look at my life. It's a really hot chick you can't get over.
Yes.
It's just Ash. Look at my fucking reply. Mash, bro, you're awesome.
Right there, that one.
You're awesome, dude.
It's just me, like, quick.
This guy's writing fucking essays. Listen to this. This is so pathetic, though. Like, and if it's not, and I've overstayed my welcome, I just want to let you know how much I appreciate all you guys did for me. I won't forget it, and I'll always have your backs. Meanwhile, this is all apparently his King Snake master plan. But I also know I'm a boring dude because I'm not cut out for drama. I'd love to do some co-op gaming with you sometime. I know it would be very fun. Anyway, have a good night, and I do hope this is all BS for my detractors and not real. Phil, you know right well I'm not responding to you, Phil. So it is real that I'm not responding to you, Phil. And guess what? Yes, I was shit-talking you on the show. Want to know why, Phil? It's because you fucking suck. But he just couldn't get the hint. It just kept going, the guilt trip sessions.
The fact that Andy wrote, Nash, bro, you're awesome, and Phil didn't even catch that literally Andy mistakenly replied. The wrong person.
Oh,
no, it was me writing nah, bro.
Oh,
but it's me just not even looking at my phone. Yeah, I didn't give a fuck. Yeah.
Holy fuck.
Let's game soon. What did he say here?
Hey, Andy, we locked in a time, and I can't wait. I haven't played zombies in many years, but I remember how it goes, and I'm excited. I also want to say
Phil
thank
plays
you for your
zombies
kindness
co-op
towards
with them,
me. You have
and
helped
like
my
acts in
family
the game as
so
though he's
much
playing by
in
himself.
ways you couldn't even imagine. Life isn't perfect, but because you and Ash gave me a chance and were nice to me, it has literally changed my life.
Oh my
I don't
God,
take
Phil.
that lightly. And I know there's no way I can ever repay you guys. So all I can say is, thank you so much. He must have been drunk off his fucking ass.
I see why Phil leaked the DM.
Dude. This is me in, was it October, November? It was after December. I just stopped. I was like, I can't.
Well, Ethan Ralph's wonky hand nails it in chat. He goes, this is a disturbing level of attachment from the moderate amount of attention that you gave him, isn't it?
I see why Phil leaked the DMs and said it was all a joke, because this makes him look so fucking lame.
Oh, it does.
Like lamer than we all ever thought he was.
I barely DM'd him ever. He even says that in his expose. He's like, me and Andy barely, and he's like, I love you, thank you. I'm like, thanks, man. Yeah, you're awesome. Bye. Like,
I'm telling you, Andy was the chick.
Okay, here we go.
This is only happening to me with a beautiful woman.
So what is actually relevant about these DMs are the last DM. So here it is. Hey, so I'm gonna start doing a once-a-week Kick exclusive late stream about politics.
Stop.
Just announced it today on my podcast. However, I do not want it to take place at the same time as your show and split our audiences in any way. So I wanted to run it by you and ask if you know which days in the coming week you guys will be streaming. For your information, I'm sending the same message to both of you so you both know.
I did not reply. Or did I? I don't remember.
He says our audiences.
Yeah, man, if you lost those 70 viewers, it would have ended.
That's what I'm saying. So
I know I'm drunk as shit right now. I fucking love you, bro. I fucking love you, bro. No, I mean, I love you, bro.
You guys. And what I want you guys to do is schedule your show around my show, even though you're like 10, 20 times bigger
bro,
than
I know you're playing Metroid Prime, but like, bro, I want to do Metroid Prime too. So like, bro, Goki, I'm gonna have to,
Who the fuck does this guy think that he is?
I'm gonna do it at these times. Just let me know when you're streaming. But like, I just like, I can't do Metroid Prime at the same time I do Metroid Prime. You know, it's gonna split the audience bases. You know, you're gonna have to do Metroid Prime at like 5 in the morning, Goki. I'll take the Prime slot. I'll take the Prime time.
Of course. And then he went in our chat the next day.
Who talks like this?
Because Phil has the answer. You cannot leave him on red, you motherfuckers.
Well, he wrote that in our chat. And I'm like, we don't talk business in chat.
We left him on red because this was the most delusional and insane thing that we had yet heard from him, especially after the Kick stuff. So then he starts going into our chat to publicly pressure us into agreeing to this shit.
Disgusting.
Holy fuck. So this one's interesting. This is during the Josh interview. So one of the conditions of doing the interview with Josh is that Phil said that he wants to do the interview. He goes, I'll be honest with you. I want to do it when my wife isn't home. Because
good choice.
Yeah, he's been treated incredibly awful by Kiwi Farms. She will not want to be here when I'm trying to have a reasonable conversation with Josh. And she's working daytime Monday through Thursday.
Chill
my day streams on those days
gaming.
would work perfectly. I had forgotten that her work schedule changed this week, and she's going to be home all day Saturday and Sunday. Sorry for being difficult about this. I know this week has sucked and has been stressful enough as it is with Muda canceling. Trying to schedule anything with Phil was so difficult because you're going to streamers who are magnitudes of order more popular than Phil.
You, Mudahar, and a bunch of other.
Josh Moon, all sorts of people. And you're telling those people that they have to schedule themselves around Phil.
You must accommodate the chosen one.
They must accommodate the
Pretty
chosen
nuts,
King
ain't it?
Phil, who's so mighty and so powerful. And it was just crazy. And it would be constantly changing, and Phil wouldn't know if he wanted to do it, didn't want to do it, would put all these conditions on it, and it was just crazy.
We can't talk
but
about
here we
drama.
have Phil's
All
like,
right.
just can't even do this debate or this interview with his wife in the house. He's scared that she'll give him shit.
She'll overhear him being an idiot.
Holy, okay.
God damn it, Phil, I told you not to do that. An ad.
So
Ashton sounds like an ad.
No, seriously, I was just shilling to him like insane. Telling him anything and everything.
Write me an ad to convince DSP.
Okay.
I bet GPT knows who he is.
Just for those of you who don't know, but
I checked on Wednesday.
I'm pretty sure everybody is aware of this character. His name is Darich or Derek. He was a Phil viewer for years and years.
Darich is such a wild animal that you guys couldn't possibly comprehend.
You know what, Gundam, give us the Darich lore.
One day I wanted to find out what was this Darich about, who's always in DSP streams. So I go onto his Twitter page. It was the worst mistake I had ever made.
Oh no!
Have you ever heard of rainbow blowjobs?
No.
No.
I know, it's definitely interesting. So me, being a precocious little scamp, I decided to see what Darich was looking at. It's about getting these porn girls to drink colored water or juice. And then can I say throat effing them? I don't know how far I can go here.
You can say anything.
You can say anything.
So they're getting throat fucked into the next millennium. And they start vomiting colors on the dude's dick. And Derek is writing back.
What?
I absolutely loved your throat gagging, Stacy Keebler. It made me hot.
No.
Then he'd be talking to wrestlers. Happy birthday, John Cena. I can't see you now. So I fall down the rabbit hole of Darich. Before I know it, I'm stalking him on Cherry Pimps with my assistant, waiting for him to show up to streams and harass streamers until he starts crying in chat.
The Mark 1 shout out.
What? Okay.
He got banned for Cherry Pimps too.
It turns out,
Cherry Pimps?
And it's a campsite where you see girls hold themselves open and stuff giant dildos in their orifices, while Derek screams, "Can you say my name?"
No.
Yes, Darich would beg these porn stars to say his name, interact with him, and he'd send messages like "just jerked off to your latest video," stuff like that, like just the most autistic and crazy stuff.
One girl committed suicide,
What a
and Derek was on her
wild
timeline
mini
saying,
arc
"I'm
that
so
was."
sorry you're dead. You had one of my favorite scenes ever."
Now, that is just like mental illness and autism and you know shady kind of gooner stuff, right? And that's not enough. Like it's pretty bad. But where it crosses the line is on this guy's YouTube channel. He had a playlist called like "Sexy Girls," and it was videos of little kids playing in
Wasn't just
playgrounds.
any girls.
And he had, and this is when I knew this guy had to go, and me and Josh told Phil he had to go. I saw this. I'm like, the guy has a playlist of hundreds of videos of kids playing in playgrounds called "Sexy Girls."
8-year-olds?
So, yeah, like
oh my god.
And so it was Josh actually that brought this up in the interview, and I knew it was going to come up, and I looked into it, and I'm like, yeah, this is fucked. So me and Josh kind of went into this knowing we were going to press Phil about it, and we told him, listen, this guy's a pedophile, and you got to ban him, or we can't be associated with you in any way. The guy
And then Phil
actually
protects Derek.
Yes, the guy actually defended Derek more than he defended his wife for me calling her fat.
True.
That's what's crazy.
You got to put in perspective. Derek has always praised Phil. I think Kat's done praising Phil.
Yeah, I think she's probably not very happy with how things are going.
I'd say so.
This guy actually pressed back against us, and I think it took us about 20 minutes of having to twist this guy's
fucking
arm
patience is
to
run
finally
out.
get
No.
him to ban this dirty, disgusting pedophile. And he messaged me, I banned Darich live on my stream. It's sad, man.
It's sad.
Why would it be sad
After
to
everything
ban a
that was
pedophile
after the
from
show.
your chat?
After everything that you told him.
That's so sad,
like,
man.
I had no idea what's fucking
I'm sad
happening,
for
right?
two reasons.
But 'cause I was already like fucking, fucking out of this shit. But that's fucked. And he's saying it's sad?
Yeah.
Darren
this
deserves a
motherfucker-
bullet.
This motherfucker called me a dirty pervert. And he hangs out with Derek. Listen.
I mean, listen.
It's all right. We got Goonski over here too.
Shut
you know?
the fuck, VR-ski.
All right. Let's go. To
I tried the VR board. It's not that good.
Okay. Oh my God. Look at this autism about this fucking Ghostbusters shit.
I hope you like it.
Oh my God,
What is
I
it
don't
with
know.
him and
He says he can make
Ghostbusters?
Ghostbusters jokes and references all day. And it totally feeds into your Halloween. Just go to the next slide. We have limited
They had the entire concept of fucking Robot Chicken was a human. Whoa, it's that thing from the 80s.
So Phil goes,
Whoa.
why are my calves such a big deal? This is hilarious. I said, you're like Calfzilla, the calf king. They are just jelly of your mad
golden
games,
calf.
bro.
Pause. You said jelly, and he believed you.
Yes. Yes.
You said jelly.
They are just jelly of your mad gains.
This is embarrassing.
If you say stuff like that and emphasize how jacked your calves are and how superhuman your calves are, they will lose their minds. I said, you should lean all the way in and do a Rick Rude gimmick for your calves every show. What the ladies want to see and the men want to be. It's the king's calves. He started.
That might have actually been funny if he did it.
Yeah, I know it would have been. I had good ideas, honestly.
Like he hikes up his pants like a woman on the side of the road.
So he goes, LOL, that's funny as fuck. He goes, I know it's a joke, but what is up with all these autistic fucks obsessing over the smallest minutia? I guess I have to lean into every little thing. Now I have a topic for tomorrow. He should be grateful. He should be grateful that they even care. Anyway.
You know, when he did his politics show, he should have gone down to the food place and told them how they were wrong and live streamed it. It would have been huge.
Oh, bro, this is where
This is just another one that was just crazy. So I messaged Phil, not knowing, by the way, because I never looked at his schedule, not knowing it was the holy day off, not knowing that it was the Sabbath day where Lord Philip must rest by doing 4 hours of grocery shopping. So I said to him, I think we have an interesting opportunity here. Jay is willing to blow the whistle on Review Tech and reveal all sorts of receipts. We could do a huge show. We also have the girl who Rich cheated on his wife with who wants to do a tell-all.
Yeah, on LOLCOW Live.
Yeah, the idea is we would broadcast it all together on LOLCOW Live, but it would be Monday at 3:30 your time. I say I'm not too happy with how fast Keem tries to move
which he
through.
does. He was trying to push it fast.
He was trying to like push, and I knew that wouldn't really work for Phil, but I figure, okay, let's see if we give him like 3 days notice, surely. But I go, it could be big for everyone. Honestly, we should talk about this. Maybe stall
at
them,
this
say
point
Monday
they
is
know
too
they
short
gotta
notice
give
and you
Phil
need more
enough
time, but
time.
let's do this. Well, here comes
He knew how to
Phil's
fucking
By the
work
way,
Phil.
And remember this, we've done favor after favor. Everything was our idea. We were fucking taking flack by pretending to be his friend from detractors. So we were like doing everything.
You notice
to
my
get this
experience
for
here,
anything.
though, is I have to tell like that we have to stall in like Monday, which is 3 days from then, is too short notice.
Yeah, like he's interacted with Phil enough to know how to
have 3 or 4
work them with
board meetings about it.
negotiations.
Every single idea had to have multiple board meetings, arguments back and forth. He would have objections. I would have to overcome them. It was so fucking exhausting. Listen to the shit that he fucking lays on my table. Look at this shit. For your information, it's my day off, and I'm not even home right now.
I'm not even
I can't
home.
even intelligently respond.
Why are you
But
responding?
Yeah, Monday
Wait
is
till you
bad
get
for
home,
me.
fucker.
I just changed my schedule to have Saturdays off every week. So now my React days, which I'm obligated to do because people pay to submit the vids, is Monday.
He doesn't do
Also,
Reacts
I
anymore
want to know the
currently.
time commitment because, to be honest, my viewers are quite tired with Review Tech drama. I've talked to him about him a few times last week, and I got little to no response. With my regulars
Literally
asking
no
me to
longer
move
does
on.
DSP
I'm
Reacts. The people who
questioning
pay for
what
memberships on that,
positive impact this would
channel are getting
have for
scammed.
We fucking helped this guy so much. It took flack for him, and fucking we had to like pretend
Holy
shit, get shit on, and we're trying to be as sarcastic as possible so people got what we were doing, and then he replies with this shit. Fuck him. You're a piece of shit, Phil. Fuck you.
He goes, I'm not saying I'm out. I'm just saying it has to make sense. He wants to do it at 3 p.m. my time, which means sacrificing an entire day of content. I get how this would benefit him and you guys, but likely not me. And it's just like, Phil.
Okay, but what's in it for
Why
me?
does it always have to benefit you? Do you know that if you help other people and you do things that benefit other people, it might also benefit you? But how it would benefit you, Phil, is being on a show that would have had 7, 8, 9, 10,000 live viewers with the combined audience of Kino Casino and LOLCOW Live, where they might see you in a different light, where you're...
This gentleman here, this NPC says, like all true intellectuals, I enjoy drinking tea and criticizing the government. Ah, yes. I can't disagree.
Having fun, you're dunking on people, and but no, this is what we got. This is how we were treated by Phil. It was actually insane.
How can Phil dunk on anybody? Like he has he has nothing interesting to say ever.
I know.
Like he's not going to come in there and go, "So you blew Rich? Did you do it in his wife's bed? Something like that." That's not Phil.
Exactly.
He just stands there like this.
That's the thing that RepairBot says. For him, it's like being part of good content isn't a goal. Because it's not. He doesn't care that people would enjoy it and they would like the content and it would be a big event. That doesn't matter to him. The audience matters not at all, unless they're giving him money. So after everything we did for him, it was like, what can you do for me?
There's something I want to bring up too and point out. If you can't reply that minute, that day, reply the next day.
I know.
Take 2 days. Hey, when I message you to Gundaaam, if you replied the next day, I wouldn't be like, what the fuck? Why is he?
I know, and he's been trying to guilt trip me.
He disappeared for days.
Huh?
He's just trying to treat me like a piece of shit and be like, how dare you on?
Yeah, see, but you don't get mad. I don't get mad when people reply to me immediately. I understand. Sometimes I don't check Twitter. Sometimes you aren't on Twitter. Sometimes we have families, friends, things to do. Phil, don't get mad at me. I didn't know. I didn't go, you better reply now or I'll kill you.
Well, Phil is Phil is terminally online.
Yeah.
That's the problem. He's got nothing else, which is sad.
But it was his day off. What are you doing on your day off? You can't reply to a DM on your day off. And actually, Monday, I've switched my schedule. Well, how about this? Switch your schedule again because your channel gets 200 viewers and this is 8,000 viewers. You fucking F-slur, bitch.
There's nobody else.
Hey, it's 8,000 viewers, but
ever.
They're not all donating.
Ever encountered, and I've been doing this for 5 years. Andy's been doing this for 15 years, and we've never seen anything like this. There's nobody else that's like this. Nobody else is this difficult to schedule. Like, it's crazy.
Great. That's why we all pay attention to him. He's like some weird animal, some creature you can't quite figure out, but you tune in anyway. It's like my 600-pound life, my child with autism.
It's just a freak show. The thing is, he can't understand that this is a freak show. It's not meaningful.
Andy getting
this is a freak show.
Bro,
where people come to point and laugh at his autism.
And frustration
with autism
is paramount, is unparalleled.
To understand that, to embrace that,
you can't
and
fake
to try
this
and find
shit.
a way to monetize that.
You wanted him to see himself. That's where you fucked up.
And he just couldn't handle it.
You know what's crazy?
travel.
So we can't schedule with him. He has fucking 200 viewers max, right? With you, 900,000 subs. Easy as pie.
Red
With
hamster
2.5 million.
toys.
Oh, what do you want to do? Tuesday? Let's go. Hey,
Well, that's
fucking Josh
fucking
Moon,
store
owner
just
of-
for hamster shit.
Yeah, yeah, I'll be on the fucking stream. That's fine. Everyone with millions of subs, come on. Andy Dick. We got Andy Dick on the same, like, 2 days. 2 days notice.
Well, let's be real here. Andy Dick fell off.
Well, yeah, I know. But at least
this
he
isn't news radio, Andy
was
Dick.
somebody, you know? He was somebody at
But
some
Alex
time.
Stein, Alex Stein messages me, hey, you want to work together? Like, and then this guy with 100 fucking viewers is going, actually, Tuesday at 6 p.m.
You know, Mr. Mediker. You know, I mean, okay, let's go to the next one. We got to try and finish these DMs because I know.
Gundaaam, if you have to go at any point, just let us know. We do fucking 5, 6
Stick
hours.
around as long as possible. I slept 4 hours and I started smoking way too much, which is a bad idea.
Fucking go.
So basically, the one thing I wanted to point out here is that Phil basically agrees with me here that he's going to eliminate gameplay from his streams. Says first of all,
DSP Gaming, what?
He goes, I completely agree with you on gameplay. Games are not what they used to be. They are mostly the same shit with no innovation. It's so
I'm
rare.
sorry, I hate to interrupt you, but remember that game company that used DSP's Gaming to design God of War? They're not what they used to be because they're catering to this asshole.
I have
exactly.
I have it in Classic Phil. Don't worry. I have it in
Phil
the
when
Classic
he was
Phil
a
folder,
kid.
guys. I got all of that fucking the best stuff for later. Yes, that was funny. I've never seen that until today, by the way.
This kid doesn't have an Ollie-shaped head. This can't be
They
Phil.
never stick around because nothing is worth sticking around for. But wouldn't your personality and your commentary, regardless of the game, cause people to tune in, Phil?
Bro,
But
we only
it's
show up
always
for
the
Phil's
game's fault.
We show up for the podcast because we know he might do something unhinged. You're just waiting for that crazy shoe to drop. The only person who still locks in for gameplay is Tevin, and that shit is slowly killing his soul. It's a damn shame. Big ups, Tevin.
By the way, if you don't know, what he's talking about is the reason yellow paint exists in games. You know, yellow paint to lead you.
The annoying stuff, yeah.
It's because of Phil, and I got the evidence to prove. They blur out his face, but you could hear his voice.
He hears voices,
Player's
his fat
taught.
body.
The player understands.
Holy fuck, man.
Okay,
This is just look at the sort of messages that I would get. Holy fuck, man. All right, let's move to the next one. You can see it's just acid.
He's just crying about everyone felting.
Bro, I might need to get a copy of this to read it at night.
Yeah.
Oh, man. So here's one where it's just honestly, when this guy told... So I did a grill Phil where Phil told me I have no friends. I have no family that I ever see. I don't leave my house except for maybe once a week.
Only my rabbit loved me and he died.
I wasn't able to go on a honeymoon with my wife because of the detractors, and I haven't been on a trip and all this stuff. So I was thinking to myself, I'm like, let's get this guy out of the house. I'd like to see what Phil is like in real life. So I said, hey, Phil, when was the last time you got to go on a vacation or trip? I said, I know this might be beyond your comfort zone, because obviously everything is, but I said, Hulk Hogan has a bar in Tampa Bay. And you notice like the thought I put into this? Because I know he's obsessed with Hulk Hogan. He spent all the money on WWE champions trying to get Hogan pulls and all this stuff. I said, he has a bar called Hogan's Hangout. For the Super Bowl.
And Hulk Hogan is a massive liar. It all makes sense.
I told Phil several times he was Hogan. And I said, it doesn't matter. Like I said to him, Hogan's a liar just like you, Phil. Anyway, so I say with a bunch of other wrestlers, and I said, I think I'm going to fly down for the event and rent a table there. I want to offer to pay for your flight and hotel if you want to come down for the weekend, and we could drink and hang out and film a video at the bar or something and make it a tax write-off or whatever. I know that's kind of crazy, but I think it would be nice for you to go do something fun and maybe meet Hogan. It is on short notice, which, by the way, like the notice was a month, but something to think about anyway. I'm serious about it. Just don't say anything online about it. He says, well, first off, thanks very much for the offer. Like, this is like me being a genuine person, and I get like this pre-stream bullshit spat at me. My last actual trip and time off was April of 2019.
Who asked?
Who writes
You need
this?
the backstory.
Yeah, when I flew back to the east coast of the USA to get married and spend time with my parents and new wife. Since then, it just hasn't been possible because I went through the bankruptcy, and financially it hasn't been feasible.
Paragraph, Jesse.
Now, with how things are going, the possibility of having a honeymoon might actually happen. As for your offer, if this were 10 years ago and I was single...
10 years ago?
Wait, hold on.
He was in better shape 10 years ago, Andy. Keep up.
What does you being single have to do with any of this?
Because he's going to pull some chicks.
This is crazy, Phil. Like, you know... And like
Hashtag pussy wizard.
I would literally be there in a heartbeat. I did shit like that on a whim and made tons of videos and money off of it back in the day. Only I was the one paying the way for all my friends to go to conventions, WrestleMania, etc. because I was a big YouTuber. And I had money to blow, and man, did I blow it.
What is this, a fucking diary?
Oh, I know.
You're getting your own private pre-stream podcast every time you message him.
It was my own private fucking pre-stream every time. But as for today, I am very much tied down and rooted here in Washington.
I'm a married man.
I couldn't in good conscience leave my wife behind to go party for a weekend. Why not? Everybody does this. Like,
I think Pat would welcome that shit.
And leave her with the house and pets when I was never able to give her the honeymoon she well deserves someday.
What the
And
fuck?
to be honest, her health is improving and we are making big progress in that area. But all Phil had to say to me was, I don't feel comfortable accepting this trip. You know what I mean? That's all he had to say.
Or just say, nah, not down. That's it.
You know, you know, whatever. But he wrote me this insane. So even if I were 100% there for business and not pleasure, I'd still have to decline for now.
Wait, the next slide?
You know, go back. What? Bring it back. Okay. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
I'd still have
It's
to
like
decline.
reading the Torah.
I know. As for the trip, if you want, I would pay for Kat to come out too, Phil, and we could set up Jasper with a sitter, but no pressure. I know it's a lot for you at this point with the health issues and stuff. I just really would like to get you guys out of the house and doing something so the detractors can suck cock forever. I hope we can get this wrestling show going. He goes, I
really want you to touch the grass out here.
That's what it was. I'm like, listen, can you please touch grass, sir? Is there any way? And he goes, I totally appreciate your invite and offer. It's not possible now,
touch
but
grass.
maybe in the future. I got tired of squinting at my phone to watch wrestling. So I bought myself a Samsung tablet that's coming tomorrow.
Wait, what?
That's awesome, Phil.
What about TV?
What about Cat's medical expenses?
He couldn't put it on the TV. I don't know. He would just waste money on the tablet. And then he justified the tablet as in he could watch wrestling on it, and he could also write notes on the tablet. Because
why does he need to write notes?
About wrestling, because he couldn't remember what happened. But my whole thing is, why don't you watch it on the TV and type on your laptop?
Cat might be one of those women that demand you lay down with them when they go to bed. I've dated a chick like that.
Oh, that's a nightmare. Sam, that's a nightmare.
So Phil is trying to get outside the simulation any way he can.
Oh my God. Okay.
I'm having a mental
breakdown. Listen to this one. He goes, I ordered a lot of socks and they are showing up during the show so I can try them on. I know that's stupid. Yes. But my new camera, the current meme I have working for the show, so we can lean into it for fun.
Wait, the socks? Can you explain how the sock combo started?
I can show you my shitty socks with holes in them.
Well, let's see the socks.
I'm not lying. I wear shit until it wears out.
He's like
my
Scrooge
older
McDuck.
underwear have holes? And then he says, I don't give a shit. I never put any thought into it.
No.
It's like my calves thing from months ago.
Gundaaam,
Bro,
you're
he's
wrong.
literally like-
He's not Scrooge McDuck. Scrooge didn't have fucking holes in his fucking jacket, whatever the fuck.
He had like those shoes that had his feet and toes out, like Phil.
Okay. Oh, okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Fair.
Yeah.
Fair. Okay.
It makes no sense. He's like, I bought a Samsung tablet, but I'm wearing holy underwear. My dick keeps falling out and Cat is crying.
This was his idea for content that he brought to the show, was his shitty socks and underwear.
No, his shoes
Look
were fine.
how broke I am,
Oh,
Detractor.
I never even noticed that before. They're like sandals or whatever. Okay.
Yeah, there's some weird
Okay,
thing.
Scrooge McDuck lore, guys. All right. Where we
And then we just go to the next one. And so I go, people go wild for this shit, Phil. Like, just gassing him up about it.
At least collected dirty underwear.
And he goes, I just picked up a pair of my old socks and boxers and immediately found holes. Jesus.
Bro, you should have. I wish you guys let me in on this, because I'd have been like, Ashton, get him to take his dirty like socks or whatever and sniff them on camera for money.
You know what? We could have probably got him to do it.
Like he'll smell his own smegma.
Oh my god, man. Oh man.
Ashton here. Amazing stuff for the show.
Amazing stuff for show and tell tomorrow. He claims, he goes, I have a bunch of new socks arriving during the show tomorrow. It'll be perfect.
You're lucky it's not illegal to gaslight an idiot. You do hard time.
Oh my god, man.
You get the death penalty.
So, okay, I asked Phil this because I'm like, what do we do with this guy? Like, he's not passionate about anything. He's not interested in anything. He doesn't have any hobbies. He doesn't, you know. So I'm like, Phil, I want you to answer this honestly. If you could do anything on live stream and money wasn't a consideration, what would you be happiest doing? What sort of show? And he goes, wow, that's honestly a question I never even thought about.
Why?
Because I've never really had that opportunity. All of my
But you can
time
still fantasize.
Yes. All of my time on a stream has to be used wisely.
What? That's a lie. That's a fucking lie.
When he says that, it means whenever he's on a stream, he has to be live so he can make money. He would never do a collab with someone if he also wasn't streaming from his side.
He wastes his time. He wastes the audience's time. He's wasting Cat's time.
It's basically like asking Phil, how would you feel if you didn't have breakfast this morning? He said, but I did have breakfast this morning. It's basically
You're like talking to the Tin Man from the Wizard of Oz. If I only had a brain.
So finally, he's like, so I thought about this a bit today. First, I'm pretty upset that outside of my direct core fan base, nobody takes me seriously.
That's not the fucking question.
He goes, I used to have a lot of clout back in the day.
Oh my God, a history lesson.
It even spoke up about laws that were in the process of being passed in the USA.
Here we go, soap on people again.
That would be harmful to gamers or people who like
It only got 100K views.
Yeah, he goes, I was able to get hundreds of thousands of views on videos about those topics.
Yeah, if you're looking at the numbers in a kaleidoscope, you fucker.
He goes, I just wish that today I could chime in on a topic on a show that I know I could add value to. I have a huge wealth of knowledge about content creation, YouTube streaming, and that lifestyle and grind. But literally nobody has ever asked me about it because I was branded as a living joke meme in locale. I think
see why Andy pulled out.
Yes,
dude, this is terrible.
See why, like, even you're smoking weed and you're like getting angry, like this stuff chills me
my
out.
buzz is ruined.
Holy
ruined your buzz?
No,
fuck this guy. I'm with Andy.
He goes, I think I could really add insight and help people if people would just shut the fuck up about thinking I'm a clown and listen to me for a few minutes about some of these topics. Some of this stuff comes through on my podcast, but I don't really get attention there. Then he says, I also absolutely love some kind of games, notably RPGs, but I can almost never get people to tune into those kind of streams.
Damn you, Suikoden.
I think Metaphor was the best RPG of 2024. But I played the demo for 12 hours and couldn't get good views or support, so I dropped the idea of playing the full game.
Metaphor. The demo took me 3 hours. What do you mean 12 hours?
Ooh, finished with this one too.
He rushes through the games.
No. I took 3 hours. Everyone took 3 hours for the demo. It took him 12 hours to
if
beat
I
the
played
demo?
it, I would not have taken 3 hours.
The demo.
No, yeah.
It's RPG overload.
Oh, damn.
But this is the thing, is he gives up immediately on stuff.
Look, I would have taken like 6 to 9 hours.
Mario World for fucking 55 hours.
Okay, get ready for this. He goes, lastly, and I know this one is crazy, but what if I and others, like a group of YouTubers together, investigated
That's 12 hours and didn't finish.
Think of a Ghost Hunter show, but it's me as a skeptic. an overacting retard who is actually scared of everything, and a team of techs who actually monitor stuff like a cast of characters. And I love how. Go ahead.
Is he like pitching you the story for Scare PewDiePie, but it's starring Phil?
I guess so.
Yeah.
I guess so. But this is what I love how in Phil's vision of this, like he's the suave, swashbuckling leader of the ghost hunters, and he has like a bunch of retards. Like, you know, it's like, okay.
When are you gonna get this dumber than Phil? You gotta get Beetlejuice in there, or some shit.
Well, we have Warski, but no, I'm just.
No.
We got
You gotta get
Casino,
Beetlejuice.
Kid Foster,
I'm the
Five
resident
Sub.
nerd, don't worry. But hear this. Apparently, he didn't even finish the demo in 12 hours.
How though?
I actually don't even know how. I actually thought like that's legally impossible unless
he's a game journalist.
Well, he basically is. Okay, and he says it would have worked well if it came together, but I never made enough money to really get it off the ground. And then he says my final idea was to actually rent a real professional office space to set up full studios and tech rooms and have a. Yeah, these are like Phil's ideas, and have a group of creators share it with me.
Wait, the people who run the coffee shop are named Coco and Joe?
Stuff. But then
Very
groups
funny.
actually did that, like the Creatures and Game Grumps, and they had huge success, but then fell apart. So I'm kind of happy I never went that route.
If that worked, you would have been rich, #1.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
I gotta take a Tylenol soon.
I think we're almost through all this shit, to be honest with you. Oh my god, okay. This is where I had to teach Phil what a VPN was.
Oh boy.
So
Hello, Joe.
So, Gundaaam, this
Me and Andy had
man...
the same reaction at the same time.
It's like, we're like, wait, what the VPN? Go ahead.
This man refused to use like a pirate site to watch wrestling. And like, so for him, he's like, they made it impossible to watch SmackDown without cable because it's still on USA Network and Peacock in 30 days. So finally I just go, just use a Canadian VPN for Netflix. It's pretty easy. You just sign up for NordVPN, then you select
Are they
Canada,
sponsored by us? Not
and then
sponsored, no.
open. I chose
You're
that.
gonna say that, Gundaaam?
I chose that because it's the most idiot-proof one. It's the one that's constantly advertised, and if you tell him something that he hasn't heard of, he won't do it. He'll be confused.
Very smart logic from PPP here.
Maybe I'll try
If it was any other
Maybe
VPN that he hadn't had already heard of before, he would
and
be
it
suspicious.
works. Now I can gift 1,000 YouTube memberships for $2 by saying I'm Argentinian. I'm like, huge, because I'm like, this is huge. We got Phil to learn the VPN. Then, this is my favorite part. Phil goes, I'm having fun changing locations and seeing crazy ads show up for other languages for shit I couldn't buy if I wanted to.
The child. He's a child.
ISM, autism.
For like Turkey and South Korea and all this.
That would totally be a pre-stream segment. If he could get away with it, he would make that a pre-stream segment. Check out the ads, guys. Look at the ads I'm getting in Argentina.
No. I said, I was like, oh, pirate it. And I sent him like a list of like pirating to watch wrestling sites. And I swear he acted like I sent him like how to buy drugs in the
Andy,
deep
you
web.
can't be sending me that. Andy, you're breaking along, Andy.
Oh,
Ah!
sorry. Like, I'm like, I apologize.
And then I'm like, there's lots of cool stuff you can do with it, Phil. You know, like this here, Phil confirms he reads Kiwi Farms. I just read Kiwi Farms. They think I'm upset you guys are ghosting me. All right, let's go to the next one. I just laugh at that, you know. Okay, listen to this. So he goes, I'm literally still working. My wife is asleep next to me, and I'm watching entitling vids and posting. It's the life I live, haha. Oh my God.
He's in the coal mines.
This guy is sitting there sleeping. His wife's sleeping next to him in bed, and he's watching Kino Casino, and he's in our chat, and he's DMing us.
First time I watched an illegal WrestleMania stream, I was amazed by all the fast food ads. That they don't have it like that in Australia.
It was just wild.
What the fuck is this?
Okay.
But Jesse gets no ads for Hungry Jacks.
His stuff because you guys inspired him.
He's like, listen, he goes, I am now at 231 and I felt everyone. Yes, you have
You're at
rubbed
231,
off on me,
you should be
and
at
I love it.
220.
I'm back, and I'm not afraid to just be myself, although I can't say the shit I used to.
Okay. Who's he felting?
I don't know, man. He was helping the detractors, but he's like, you guys. Okay, let's go to Phil begging yesterday.
May I just show you just one thing really quick?
Oh, whatever.
Just a generic,
really quick.
unsolicited message
Watch
about
this
Phil
after
winning and felting the
yesterday.
detractors.
But there's a video someone sent me, okay? Someone feels like hundreds of videos. There's a video of this compilation
Ridiculous.
of everything he's never done in his life.
What? Okay, let's go.
Watch this.
Let's check this out.
Yeah.
Right, is it an intro?
I've never been to the National Space Museum. I've never skipped stones in real life. Nope.
Wow.
I've never shot.
No, I've never punched a bee.
What?
That's pretty gay.
I've never had any inkling or any feelings towards that. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that either. Just I'm a very straight guy. I always have been. No, I've never.
Someone must have to be gay
at all. No, I've never been arrested and booked before. No, it's never happened. No, I've never played a room escape game. No, I've never tried Frog's Legs before. And no, I've never dropped acid. No, I have never paid outright for a Twitch subscription. No, I've never played Angry Birds at all. Now,
okay.
This is the one with this Twitch subscription is kind of wrong because he did use his Twitch Prime. I want to say twice. Up until recently, it was only once, but he used it again when he was in the chat of. What the fuck was it? It was last year during the Street Fighter 6 launch. Yeah, Jesse got it. Justin Wong. He used it. He's used his Prime for the second time for attention in Justin Wong's chat. There we go. So paid outright, I guess. Probably would. If he had said paid directly, that would be true. But like outright paid for a Twitch. I mean, you have in a way, in a roundabout kind of way. You have, and you did redeem. You've redeemed it twice in your lifetime.
Hold on, he never played Angry Birds, but he saw the Angry Birds movie?
He was very upset with the Angry Birds movie, too.
Yeah, he went on this big rant.
Angry Birds movie was the most successful video game movie for the Sonic.
So this week now, he actually liked the Angry Birds movie and what it did, but Minecraft the movie is evil because of what it's done.
A movie for children.
Giving Jack Black a character he had to kind of create.
That's the new retcon.
Okay, we'll save that for after. I wanted to show you guys. There's a funny.
Go to folder 2, which is called Contemporary Failure. And we're just going to start with folder 1. So for those of you who aren't aware, I had a wrestling show with Phil. And this entire thing, the wrestling show, I said outright publicly, I said, the point of the wrestling show is not wrestling. It's to fuck with Phil. And I said
fuck with Phil by using reality.
Yes. So you inject reality into the wrestling show and fuck with Phil. And I would grill him about what was going on that week and bring up the tractor memes and sneak disses to him and this and that. Well, Phil believed that the wrestling show, the
great format. I don't know why Phil hated it,
was to hear his autistic opinions about wrestling and watch him open cards. And so we had a parting of the ways over this creative difference, which was that I believed I should be allowed to call his wife fat whenever I wanted. And he thought that that was
calories.
Yes, as a person of calories, as a fellow POC myself, I figured that was my word.
It's your N-word. It's your N-word.
Yeah, exactly. It's like black people have the N-word pass. I have the right to call anyone I want fat because the words "you're fat" coming from my mouth is fucking hilarious that I call anyone else fat. So anyway, Phil had a big blow up and snaked us and leaked all these DMs. We didn't leak the DMs, whatever. And Phil decided to do the wrestling show alone. But this time, make it about wrestling and card packs. Well, let's just say this was a massive, massive failure.
Success.
So let's hit play.
Oh, God. Owed the state over $5,000.
By the way, this is a Memology 101. Shout out to him and his ESPN.
Yeah.
Last time I had financial freedom.
Over $5,000.
Probably 2014.
All of that money. That was phantom money that I didn't have. Got charged to my credit cards and completely and utterly maxed out any remaining credit.
The phantom money. Morgana and the phantom taxes. No.
What are we going to be doing for the next 3 weeks? Here's the announcement you're all waiting for. Okay.
Just look at this setup. He's
dressed like Chris Chan. I love it.
I know. He's got the classic polo on, the classic Chris Chan special. But he's got the smart guys and he's crossed out the S with red in Microsoft Paint. Because I'm no longer there.
Dude, that's DNG. There's no way Phil can make an X
Wait, yeah, no, that is. Hey, on Google.com, Red X Images. That is literally the third. That is the fourth JPEG. If you search Red X on Google.
What a disaster, buddy. That's so funny. Holy
that was working hard for Phil.
Red X PNG.
Here we go. We got Phil's show. He's going to announce who the new co-host is going to be also. So let's go.
I am going to do 3 weeks of co-hosts here on the show, starting next week, the 27th of March, and then the week after, and the week after. 3 straight weeks. Each week, we will have a different co-host here on Smart Guys. Now, originally, my idea was to just kind of randomly do it and have no established order. Then I said, that doesn't make sense because I need to tell these guests ahead of time so they can prepare. That'd be pretty stupid.
Oh, so wait. So for you, you have to plan 1 month ahead. For them, they'll come. I'm the king. You must.
Well, Phil is on damage control mode.
Yeah.
Buddy, this guy's fucking retarded.
You operate on the
maybe what I'll
king's
do is I'll do
time,
like a mystery
peasant.
lineup. Okay,
Obviously.
Won't tell you who it's going to be. They'll know who it's going to be, but you won't. But what ended up happening was, yesterday I did a show on my other channel, DSP Gaming, and that show went a certain way with a lot of nonsense and drama. And during that show...
Is that you?
No, so what he means is, that went a certain way. I brought Review Tech on, and he refused to go along with my lies, and then Review Tech actually felted me, and I revealed...
Hey, Coggers.
Did you
Yeah, I'll
say
probably go to the top of the hour.
The best moments RTU's had in a long time.
Yes, it was.
Bring it up, RTU dub, the rare holographic.
You have to give him the W for that one.
It's not healthy,
But Phil, it was entirely your fault that it was nonsense. Phil, you could have done nothing, and it would have been better than what you did. In fact, by leaps and bounds better than what you did. All Phil had to do was just play his games and ignore the drama. But instead, he came out with a live stream where he claimed that he was lying about cancer like Boogie. And that he was the mastermind.
It was worse than
King
Boogie.
In order to try and claw back a W.
Took
no
a
one
nap.
went along
I
with
took a
it.
nap before
Not
I
even
started
Review
streaming.
Tech, who we have huge beef with. Even Review Tech is like, no, Phil, you're totally full of shit. So Phil completely embarrassed himself, looked totally schizophrenic and insane, lost genuine support, lost guys who had been there for a long time.
When you're so dented to dent sleeve, it's just tragic.
Even what's his name, Drosiak, the guy who does the
Bloom
throwback
Kid,
DSP with
Bloom
him.
Kid,
No.
Bloom
Even
quit.
he has walked away from Phil.
Phil has lost slave labor?
Darziak resigned. He just gave him his
Yeah, Phil's making a
fucking
thumbnails
papers,
himself now using the
that's
auto
why-
thumbnail and then just putting his stupid ass fonts over
Scaly,
it.
bro.
Yeah, when even that guy's like this enough, you know you fucked up that. And guys,
With a guy who juices about sucking off a lizard, it's like you just got too far.
there were guys who are long-term donators who started donating to Raw Phil that very day. We saw their couple dollar super chats. Like, man, when you're losing the dents, that's a tough place to be.
They escaped North Korea.
Yeah, they got over the DMZ of North Korea. Yeah.
By the way, on the first, it's funny you say that. On the first episode with DSP, we used the cold opens of Trump heading to North Korea. Remember?
Yes.
Remember? We did
Yes,
those?
we did all sorts of North Korean propaganda music, the esoteric references.
The crowd was demanding, or not really demanding, requesting that someone be a part of the show. Based on that feedback, I reached out to the person, made them an offer.
Oh my god!
This is our dream.
I love. By the way, I just love fucking Phil. Is like, I'm done with the drama. I'm a positive streamer. Proceeds.
Oh,
to
he
team
is.
up
He
with
told
the most
us.
dramatic, unstable drama streamer in the entire world. Like,
This is the golden age of Filbert.
Yes, it is. This is the golden age. It's here.
You guys fucking broke this man.
Holy fuck, dude.
And so, FYI, it already kind of leaked because he got excited and posted it up on the internet.
No shit.
Before I had a chance to
He's gonna
even
leak
reveal it.
everything, Phil. Like he's uncontrollable, Phil. These are two forces of nature. Two people that are basically unthinking animals running on instincts of greed and rage colliding. It's the rage pig and the pig roach. And this is going to be awesome.
Oh, it's gonna be the greatest fucking thing ever, dude.
Is this how Phil is gonna felt you guys?
Yes. This is what he actually thinks is felting us is by giving us this content. By somehow creating the ultimate synergy of our lolcow stable by merging his content with Ralph's. And the Ralph content
Unstoppable Gout versus the immovable
nothing's
gun.
really happening with Rage Pig anymore. It's sad.
We're moving on, yeah.
We're moving on, but now Rage Pig coin is rising again.
Yeah, if you
so
bought
this is
early,
great.
you're good, you know?
This is great for the house.
So next
We're
week,
fucking locked in, bud.
on March 27th, the 11th episode of Smart Guys, my first guest co-host will be Ethan Ralph.
Oh,
Hey, what's up, bitch? What are you doing, bitch?
Is he in Ireland?
Portugal.
Oh,
look at this.
Look at him.
Shit. Get fucked up.
Portuguese don't fuck around.
Look at him. Look at him. He got beat up in Portugal.
No, it's not even the Portuguese. One of Ralph's A-logs traveled to Portugal to beat him up.
Yeah,
It wasn't even Cog. It was his friend.
That's dedication.
The
Well, this happened to Phil.
Cog held the camera and sent Dan out on Ralph like a
detractors get to
Pokemon
Phil
trainer.
and then beat him up on his lawn. That would be tragic.
Honestly, we're getting to the point where Ralph himself may come to Phil's house. He talked about doing that when they were feuding last year.
Well, Ralph
and
is
rumor
already mad,
is,
though.
by the way, rumor is Frank Castle is also on the way. And Frank,
Oh, it's so
Frank
over for Philip. This is true.
Frank Castle has obtained the gate code to Philip's gated community.
Lord have mercy. You know, this is probably something I shouldn't be asking for, but can this be filmed or live streamed?
Don't worry.
I
Somehow
GoPro.
with this shit, the magic, it always happens with Ralph. He finds a way to deliver magic in ways that you never would expect.
But here's the thing is Gundam. So Ralph, he's very prideful, right? So what people have been doing, people who hate Ralph, have been like, wait, he didn't hire you for Smart Guys. He's putting you in for tryouts.
Yeah.
He didn't do tryouts for PvP. Like, you're bending the knee to him? Are you a bitch?
He's big leaguing you, Ralph.
You're already sowing the seed.
They'll sow the seed. And the thing is, any normal person would see that as the manipulation it is. But Ralph is so drunk and pilled out all the time and so angry that he will genuinely view it as like he's been betrayed or wrong. And he'll fucking snap on Phil. It's not a question of if he will turn on and snap at Phil, but when.
And it's soon. Dude, 2 weeks. I'd say 2 weeks, bro. I'm not even kidding.
Yeah. But what if he only gets to be on one show?
Well, that's what I'm saying. So Ralph will be on
When
the next
he
show.
doesn't get the call back for the next show.
Exactly.
Oh, okay.
Yes, he's gonna make
Then it snowballs.
Oh, buddy, snowballs. It's good.
Iron Chef Sakai has gifted 25 subs.
Looks like someone wants me to ask more DoorDash.
Iron Chef, let's get the 100 sub drop to make Phil see Iron Chef. Let's see the 100 sub drop, Iron Chef. I know how you like it, Chef.
By the way,
Sit on you.
We know you got the money. Don't fuck around.
You've got it. Listen to
Pretend Lex is here.
Yes.
Casino Pit Boss for 5 subs, and Felton Writer for a sub, and over like 100 new followers. Hello, welcome. And by the way,
Kino Pool Boy for 25 subs as well. Huge.
Oh, and by the way, Gundam, after you head out, we're still watching Phil, classic Phil.
Yeah.
And then after
Fuck Phil Festival.
The Fuck Phil Festival.
Well, there
And
might be
after-
an actual Fuck Phil Festival for his birthday or May 1st this year.
We're gonna
We
get
might
Steve,
try
a
and
bunch of guys, yeah.
Yes,
If
we
you're
gather
down,
all of the
of course, welcome.
detractors in one place just to fuck with Phil. on
Duty
May
and all
1st.
that stuff. But then after all that, then Psycho, the other co-host of the post show, hops in, and I'm gonna be sitting here and watch the 3.5-hour June the King documentary because I'm learning lore, and I figured, okay, you know what? I'm gonna bite the bullet and watch the whole doc. So I'll be here till about 7, 8 in the morning Eastern Standard Time. Okay. All right.
If you want the lore, you're gonna have to do that being said, Density Scrolls.
Yeah.
Then you have to watch all of those old Tevin videos because Tevin has lore on Phil that's like spanning years.
Yeah, dude. And by the way, people sent me. I couldn't put it all. I'm sorry, folks. But like half an hour videos with all this lore. I had to pick and choose for the classics, right? To make sure it wasn't like half an hour videos. So there's a lot, and I'm excited, and I'm loving this. Like the more I learn about him, I'm like, oh, I get it. Because I remember when you first talked to me.
I tried to tell you, dude.
You said to me, you go, Andy, are you okay?
Yeah, like seriously,
you're like, are you good? And I'm like, what? Like he's just an idiot, right? You're like, no, Andy. Like, where do I begin? Like we couldn't even like.
Dude, you like I was sitting there thinking like, I think Andy's done so much coke, he's fried his brain. He thinks, like this is fucked up, dude. You don't know this guy. Like he's not laid back.
You thought he relapsed. Fuck. Yeah. No, the guy's disappeared after. I must have lost his mind.
I'm the most sober I've ever been. So.
All right.
Okay. And then you choose to deal with this guy.
Maybe the coke like leveled me, and then being sober, my brain couldn't handle it.
You need to be spaced out for Phil.
You know him, maybe some of you don't. If you don't, if you do, doesn't really matter. This is not an established, not a test of his history or past. It's a test of how he can do on a pro wrestling commentary show. All right, so he will be here next week.
This is so insane. Like, he just doesn't at all realize how bad it would make him look to be with Ralph. Like, holy
buddy.
I don't know when he thinks he's gonna get out of this, really.
Well, he's trying to make us upset, but he doesn't realize that this is exactly what we want him to do.
I'll be
so even now he's going along with the script.
Yeah. Well, no. It's even crazier.
It's better than what we could have scripted.
Look, this is like us. This is like having a dream of having an Oscar. It's like 1 in a billion chance, right? So I didn't even have this on my bingo card because I'm like, it will never happen. I'm not going to even think about this thought. The moment the idea surfaced, I'm like, there's no way. There's no way. They're like, okay, pigs are gonna be flying soon. There's no way this will happen. The minute someone DM'd me, it's happening. I thought I was in a lucid dream.
It's crazy.
Oh
it's crazy.
my God.
The sound is fucked up. Can you hear me? No!
That was me when I came in.
We'll see how it goes.
Memento!
We'll see how it goes.
The 2 weeks after that, each week there will be a different co-host, okay? All of the people who I have as co-hosts all have experience doing internet content, shows, etc., all right? Now, there are various different levels of fame, infamy, whatever you want to say, but all three of them...
Beardson's case, non-existent.
Infamy. Even he can't even stop fame. Well, really infamy, but, you know, who's keeping track?
Still leaving Kino was like Bret Hart going to the WCW. And
it is. Yeah.
Down the drain.
He got a screw job, the red and screw job, and now he's off on the other side. Oh, man.
Might actually be a really good fit for the show. That's why we're doing these test weeks, okay? So I think it'll be exciting and interesting to test different people for 3 weeks. And then what I want to do
pause. What is goal? Okay, on the top here, let me stretch it up for the audience to see. What does goals hit mean?
That's how much money he's gotten, right?
The non-consecutive
so
goals hit.
So now he has...
It doesn't have to be a streak, guys, but it sure would be great if it was a streak.
The goal and the streak would reset, which hurt his feelings.
Okay.
So now he can afford to miss the goal, but still make progress towards the larger goal.
Only adds
his DoorDash.
Yeah, so each stream he does, he wants $150. And each time he gets $150, he adds an additional goals hit to that number.
That's so autistic.
And every 10 of those that he hits, every $1,500, he orders DoorDash. Yes.
That's fine.
Wait, so okay, he does 2 streams a day?
Yes.
You know, when I think about it, it's a good thing you didn't like involve me in this, Andy, because I would have been with Ashton coming up with the stupidest idea. Because I'm visiting Phil dressed as Macho Man and Cat as Miss Elizabeth as he eats his DoorDash or something.
We probably could have made that happen.
Holy fuck, this shit.
After WrestleMania, there'll be 2 critical things that I want to test. The first thing I want to test is very simple. Should I even continue with the show?
No.
You know, like, it's just like, should I even
I don't think we gotta test that.
No, Phil, no one cares. No one cares about wrestling. Like, no one cares about your take on wrestling, at least, Phil.
Build some Legos. I want to see that.
Oh, man. He can't build it, bro. It took him 4 streams. The lesbians got it done in 1 stream.
Strangely, Lex she bought the same Lego set and finished it in
succulent plants.
Once.
Oh, man.
Phil, you should be ashamed of yourself. Letting 2 lesbians beat you as a man.
I said, what are you, dumber than a girl? I said to him, what are you, dumber than a lesbian?
What are you, a homo?
What are you, gay, Phil? He was
yes, that's true.
Stop.
Now the things change.
Phil?
Will a pro wrestling commentary show still hold value and popularity over the next 1 to 2 months after WrestleMania is over? Or will all the hype
spoiler, everyone, it didn't even hold value for this stream.
This shit just unlocked a memory. Andy, did you get the stream where Phil was sitting there and telling people he couldn't give them a free card because it would cost him $100 to send a baseball card to Thailand?
No, I did not. Please someone DM that to me. Please, I will add that to the roster. I got over, honestly, man, like I'm not joking, like 200 videos. And I could only pick, I picked 11, including the N-word compilation that I had to edit the actual word out for the stream. But yeah, there was so much, guys, and I appreciate it. And I promise all the time. I think the segment is called The Filibuster. Oh, I like it. Because it's just non-stop talking about Phil and shitting on him.
Wrestling died. Will all the interest in the show wane? And maybe we should retire it for now. Anything for this, right? Maybe it was so good.
So he's holding the show hostage. Unless he gets money, he's going to kill off the show, which he does with everything.
I hate to say this. I feel sick saying this, but I get what Review Tech was doing. Now, he should have also had variety. About
being a dumbass?
Phil every single day. Now, Review Tech should have had variety and not been high on edibles and sleeping half the streams, but I get the intent. You know what I mean?
Well,
no, I mean,
you gotta say, Review Tech was exposed to a lot of Phil. It's like radiation. How long can you really fight this shit off before you pass out?
The problem is, it's like with Review Tech and Phil, it was every day, and most of the time, Phil is incredibly boring.
Yeah,
yes,
that's
like,
true.
Most Phil arcs aren't like this one, where he's crashing out every day and like telling people to eat shit out of his ass and
those are the gold dust moments.
Yeah,
true.
So like,
and then you watches every millisecond of it.
Yeah, and tries to like make the most boring shit into something. By the way, DJ Ray has gifted 25 subs.
The subs are falling like wine.
Let's go. I appreciate both of you putting me back to reality, because that makes sense. Okay, cool.
Having the variety of guests, maybe I would want to have a rotating
exposed to too much Phil.
He's become Phil because
panel of people to be on the show to keep it fresh. I don't know, but this is the first time in my life that really I've had options like this, and people actually want my
what a sad thing to say.
Mersh,
This is the first time in my life I've ever had options.
Compliment Phil on his drip.
People want to be part of his show, and the people who want to be part of his show, Ralph, revenge pornographer, like domestic abuser on videotape, blue smoke in his baby daughter's face, like just evil. Then you've got like then you've got Mersh, just total alcoholic, stroking out on stream. You don't know Mersh.
Doesn't even know Mersh.
He showed Gundam Mersh stroking out.
He's creating the 4 horsemen of this smart guy bullshit.
He's forming what's known as Feltron. You know, we talk about being felted. It's like Voltron, but it's a felted version.
Exactly.
Where he's taking all of the jokers of our show and he's combining forces with them to try and take us down.
But you don't understand. So the Ralph stuff is crazy. Like the list, like the way he's like teaming up with Ralph is so insane. And then, but Mersh, literally on his show, he's on Rumble, he's been banned from everything. He says the hard R and K word over and over. He's an alcoholic, drunk, broke. Like he's had heart attacks on stream.
Stroked out.
I've seen someone stroke out on stream. That's that guy?
Yes.
That guy?
Wow.
Female cop.
So yes.
Dude, like the fact that he's like, for anyone who's based. You don't understand. For Phil, this is the fucking detractor's dream. Like, I don't think he understands the kind of people, because he's trying to upset us. So we made fun of Ralph and Mersh or whatever. So he's like, okay, I'll team up with them, or RTU. But he doesn't realize that they have the craziest pasts. And it's like, for Phil, it's going to ruin him. This is his 9/11, and he doesn't even know it.
So it's his 9/11. It's an inside job.
Yeah, basically. And then they want to do it with Phil, not because they like him. They've bashed him numerous times. They like him because now he hates us. But then they don't realize that Phil is a fucking boring retard that everyone hates. So it's like they're like two people who theoretically should hate each other are joining just to upset us. But all it's doing is making us content. Thank you.
So you guys are making money off of this, and Phil loses again.
Yes.
Oh damn, Phil.
Like, this is crazy.
Phil is winning. Bro, he's telling us he's winning. Phil always wins, brother.
It's just like, I don't even know. I have no idea. I'm looking for this. I think it's okay. I think it's. You know what, bro? Let me take a piss. Actually, too. All right. You have to use the washroom too. Okay, I'll be back in 1 second. I was just giving him the whole lore of how crazy it is that Phil doesn't know that these guys are the craziest people,
and they're basically gonna fuck up his life.
100%. They've already, like, even just being like planning this. It's like, wait, who are you working with? I'll be back.
Well, he's hurt bad that it didn't work out for him. He really thought he had friends, you know.
You got a friend in me.
You've got a friend in me. By the way, go ahead.
Your wife's got diabetes too? You got it. Kevin, is it you? You got a friend in me.
By the way, we got Xanath for $50.
Again.
Loving the show tonight. Please, PvP, make Gundam third share. Well, he's busy. Because Gundam, are you going to make any more Phil models or figures?
All right. For people, I will begin working on my Phil videos yet again. The next one could be over an hour long. I pray less than 2. Any Phil figures. Ironically, you say this. A year ago, I was talking to Darksea Daffle about more Phil figures. He created a whole Ninja Turtles line. The Derek model you would have loved. He's got his hands in his pants. He's got Jurgen's hands lotion in the other hand, and he's got, you know, a Mickey Mouse hat on for some reason. I don't know. Maybe Derek did that. There was also a model of Kat that people may have seen on Twitter where she's floating in the air. I was already working on a apparatus of sorts where I used magnets to make it hover, but then it would just spin. And then my designer was like, "No, you can't do that to Kat. She's a victim." And I was like, "Okay, fine. I won't paint the cat figure."
No!
Yeah.
No! Why is everything? No, you can't do this.
Sounds like Phil's the victim the more we hear about their relationship.
Let us do it. Just let us.
We'd have to talk to Darksea Daffle, see if we could make at least the prints go out so people could make their own Phil toys.
Oh man, that's fucking Kino, buddy.
Darksea Daffle, make a dead rabbit.
The dead rabbit. They call the rabbit Beggs Bunny, which I find
Bunny.
hilarious.
I thought you were serious.
No. They really call it Beggs Bunny.
Poor little fuck. He had no shot.
Bunny, man.
Made a copy there myself.
Too young for this world.
All right.
Let's get back into this. This ends up being really, really good. Phil gets so desperate to hit the goal, just can't.
All right, based
content, which I find bizarre because I've been like the hermit living on an island doing everything for himself for the last 10 plus years. It's weird to me that people are like, oh, I want to be part of your content. Can I be a co-host? Like, wait, what? You want to be on my show?
Well,
me? I'm
does
no.
that ever give you pause, Phil, as to what their intentions might be? Like, does Phil really think it's gonna? Oh yeah, it's because you're such an awesome creator that's positive and meaningful, Phil. That's why I want to talk about rapping with you. Nothing to do with that. I want the casino to die.
Now I understand what that impression is. Yes, it's Ralph. This whole time I thought you were like a southern
It's the
guy.
Ralph impression, bitch. The Ralph Mel impression.
Pig, it's Sofa.
You thought I was just a southern plantation owner, but that's not true, bitch.
But the thing
It's
is,
the Ralph Mel.
anytime someone acts like Ralph, he'll also use the accent. So he's used the accent for many people, but it is the Ralph.
Everybody enjoys the Ralph voice, but there's less and less Ralph content. So I just am forced to use it in situations where the person is acting like Ralph.
Well, sorry.
Only.
All right.
The Chinese got me, Andy.
All right, let's go on. I'm not some big shot. I don't get a lot of views, but people are interested. So hey, listen, I'm not
Caspian
complaining.
in chat's got a good. He goes, my son, before you is two choices. You can either go to Florida and drink a few beers on someone else's dime, or you can go through the worst spiral and crash out of your entire life. Now choose, my son. He chose to crash out like this and join forces with Ralph.
Oh, here, I have a good sound bit from Ralph.
But what about the child porn?
That's real, by the way.
We just added the action.
Wow, that took me so far off guard. It was like Gandalf, except he wasn't fighting. Oh my god.
Any options are good options. Let's see how it goes the next few weeks, okay?
No, Phil.
Am I now
This
gonna
really
see-
is, though. Is it not just a boardroom meeting every single time? Like, it's a show about the show, but it's not even about the show. It's about, like, how the show can make money or get support from you. It's just crazy.
You can't enjoy Phil's show because today's show was about yesterday's show and tomorrow's show. And tomorrow's show was about yesterday's show. And, oh my god, my brain.
It's never about actually giving you content.
It is.
It's just how do we just never actually do content and just talk about you giving me money and how you can give me money.
Unsuccessful Bobby Kotick from Activision.
Yeah. That's an insult to Bobby. Like, holy shit. At least Bobby had like a career. You know
That's
what I'm
true.
saying? Like, holy shit.
Andy, I got you that video of Phil talking about the prices of mailing a card.
Oh my god. All right, we'll have to get.
Okay, here, let me just open it in my tab here. So
all right.
It's real quick. It's like 5 seconds.
It's 2 hours and 43 minutes.
It should be at the timestamp. I got it from ALD.
Oh, timestamp didn't. No, it just started at 00.
It doesn't do it on my phone. Cocksucker.
Damn. If you thought timestamp, I'll get it ready.
Yeah.
Last week, the one good week, and now every week moving forward, it's going to go less and less and less. I don't know.
Yes.
To be frank with all of you, if this show loses engagement, attendance, and support, and by WrestleMania the show is like dead, I'm not going to do it anymore. I'd much rather
I want to
spend my
ask,
time.
why would you put the expectation in the audience's mind that the show is going to fail and get no viewership or money? Because doesn't that, it's kind of like a self-fulfilling prophecy, isn't it? And it's like, why are we talking about how well the show is doing or going to do? How about we just do the show and see the results? And it'd be like, if this was like a one-time thing, like every few months, he's like, I don't know, guys, we got to check in on this and talk about, that'd be one thing. But it's every show. Every show is like this. Every show is about talking about the success of the last show. Will this one succeed? Will we hit the goal? What's the engagement? Like, it's crazy.
It's like those early episodes of Lockout Live.
People are interested
Talked
in.
about the show.
I did tell you guys I would be interested in doing this through WrestleMania. So let's see how it goes through WrestleMania and go from there. Okay? This year everything kind of went, maybe a little bit.
But this is his idea, though. It's kind of crazy to me because it's like, if somebody clicks on this video, they're not going to hear anything about pro wrestling for about 20 to 30 minutes. And it's just like, there's no other show that's like that. Ever.
That's why it's the greatest show on earth. He's so transparent. I'm inspired.
Oh, man.
Yeah, he made, what, $2 in his 45 minutes?
I'm on for an hour. An hour it was like that.
No.
That's curated content.
It's not like the old show where my old co-host is sitting here saying we should be hitting $500, $600, $700.
How dare Ashton try to make money?
It's not like the other show where the guy actually
carried.
where he carried me to success, and then he had expectations of success and actually making money and being a good show. No. I am a desperate, lowly cockroach, and I set my aim very low. So with that being said, can we get $2? You know, like...
You guys shouldn't expect much from this show. That's why I need your buy-in.
Wait, Fry?
He won't mention you by name on this show anymore, by the way. He doesn't want to give you any clout.
I know, like somehow he's the clout giver. It's crazy, dude.
I don't
What makes your name would have to admit defeat.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
I'm not, I mean, it would be nice to make that much every week. Don't get me wrong. If you did support the show like that, I would be ecstatic. But I'm not expecting that. I would say a reasonable amount is my goal that I usually have for any other stream that I do, which is the
150 split with Ralph. Yeah. Ralph's gonna lose his mind.
Well, Ralph's gonna, what the fuck, Phil? Only $75.
Minus 30%.
Honestly, it's just crazy, dude.
Did you know this? Okay, yo, fucking Gundaaam. He didn't want to pay Ashton half because he has to pay taxes on it and doesn't know how to expend payment to someone on his taxes. He's like, I shouldn't be actually paying you a half.
It's just crazy.
I'm getting scammed.
Well, what's the whole point of having a tax lawyer?
Exactly.
I know, right? Like, you're gonna pay my taxes, though, right, Phil? What about my taxes, bitch?
$150 of support.
No, her board. He goes, if they hit the goal, they get 75. No, it's also minus 30%. So it's
brutal
across all platforms.
It sucks dick.
Super chat,
it's bad.
memberships or gifted memberships on the YouTube side, whether that's subs or gifted subs on the Kick side, or whether that's tips. All right, they all count. They all add up. $150 of support per show. If we hit it, I'll keep doing it.
Ladies and gentlemen, money talks. Money.
What do I do?
Talks.
Okay. Does that sound fair? I hope that sounds fair. So
Sounds
you want to see it going? You want to see me unpack a pack of cards at $100 tonight? Let's get that going.
Oh boy, what a treat.
What a treat. This is what he really thought. What he really thought was that people wanted to see him open card packs. And that, like, the banter between me and him and the grill Phil, that was all garbage. Nobody wanted to see that. What people actually want to see is a middle-aged man open card packs. But only if he gets $100. It's not like he's sitting there like opening pack after pack after pack, doing pulls.
You only get one pack for $100.
Yes, of 4 cards. You get to see him pull 4 cards for $100.
Yeah, real fast.
I thought we were gonna ride the lightning and open a bunch of packs and maybe get a paper cut or something. But Jesus.
Oh
man. So this is what you said, Gundaaam. We found the timestamp here. Okay, here.
58 it's in.
Here we go. This is new, March 13th. Okay.
Just to give you guys some perspective.
This is what you missed out on, Ashley.
Yeah.
All right, let's see it. Let's see it.
Fucking loser.
Would like to say yes. Just to give you guys some perspective. Back in the day, I used to give away stuff all the time, like frequently. I had a whole fall series.
Like, you give away garbage? Like,
he gave away signed boxes that didn't have the games in them because he traded them into GameStop.
I have that clip. That is another clip. See, I found the MVP clips. Ashton, he gave boxes with pieces of paper inside for codes for Deus Ex, but like for the extra content,
so it
not the
wasn't
game
like
itself.
He was giving away PS5s or anything. No,
it was like Deus Ex, like the coat.
Oh my god,
the code for the coat.
And you get a signature from Phil.
Yeah. Andy cramming for the test. Yeah.
Game or a collectible or a T-shirt, something. The problem is my audience is worldwide. Some of you right now are watching me in the United States. Some of you are in Canada. Some of you are in the UK. Some of you are in other places in Europe. Some of you may be over in Singapore.
He actually gives 1 million viewers.
He's Mr. Worldwide.
He's massive.
He's from
Jesus, this is wild.
Singapore, okay? And if I were to give away a single card like this, and it was just, okay, you won the Undertaker card, sign DSP on it, put it in a little envelope or whatever, and mail it to you.
No, he's being cheap.
If you live in the United
I would
States,
lower
it would
the
probably
value
cost
if it
$5.
had a signature on it.
But if you live in the UK,
less than that.
I'm not shitting you, it would probably cost me $30.
Who cares?
If you live in Singapore, it would probably cost...
Oh my god.
This is the best part. This is where you find out Phil.
Go ahead, Hitler.
Probably cost me $30. If you live in Singapore, it would probably cost me $100 to mail you this single fucking card.
My point is DSP has no fucking basis.
That was a daily wrap.
To mail that card in America, if you really wanted to, it'd be like $2 at most if he puts it in a brown envelope.
Still RPGs, but Yakuza is banned now
maybe
in
5 to 10, and then you have to fill out a customs form, which Phil
other
would hate.
games are even longer, and it has even less attendance since we get
There's no wait.
Yeah, it's under an ounce.
Yeah, under an ounce.
That's what he said.
We do giveaways on our show, right?
Oh, so you sign things.
Yeah, and we ship stuff like halfway across the world, for fuck's sake.
Australia.
Well, don't say that. Okay, but anyway, it didn't. Now that you have said that, notice how. Yeah, I mean it's a pretty big place to be fair, but
look, Australia,
it still costs like
England,
only 25
America,
bucks,
Canada, all these places around the world.
Fuck,
we are actually worldwide.
By the way, we have Josh Moon here. He says, U.S. Postal Service expert here. International postage for a postcard is like $1.65.
No, you're wrong. It's 100. $100.
It's $100.
They dox the entire planet. Yes, exactly.
But isn't the whole point, Phil,
It's
that you're giving
RPG
back to your
overload,
community, that you're
fucking
doing
idiot.
giveaways? So like,
No,
what?
it's one-sided.
Yeah.
What's wrong with you?
Hey, but if Sarah
You know
was
it better
waking
than
up, that
anybody,
means you know the
Vince.
stream's been going on for
See
too
the show
long.
continue? Let's get that going. Let's do it. Nope. By the way, Jay Will says, why are Darkside dabbing and she something in the Kino Casino chat talking crap about you? I don't know. Why don't they answer that in the kick chat right now publicly? Because if they are, and they think that we're like a
This is beyond.
He's like puts his viewers on the spot. He's like, so I'm a very important man. I'm the Gout Father, and you come to me on the day of my first solo wrestling show, and you're in the casino chat. You think you can make jokes about me? Well, why don't you answer for it right now on the spot?
Not for much longer, veterans now.
You can't refuse.
Yeah, you're on very
Because what happens when you take the midday nap? You fuck your circadian rhythm.
right now without return.
Right as you got
I
it
don't know,
fixed.
I don't know if they're doing that or not. I'm not watching that stuff. I'm doing my own content, okay? But just
I thought he belted us, though. I thought he owned us.
By the way, he was super late for his stream tonight because he was watching our show.
No. You think so?
Yeah.
So everyone knows.
Does he want to come on? Does he want to come on the show right now, Phil?
Yeah, Phil, you want to come on, bud?
Phil, you want to come on? We'll talk to you.
We have the
Vince McMahon, Phil is Hulk Hogan.
We have the interview with Gundaaam. Are you happy about that?
Important thing to bring up. There are snakes all over the internet, and especially when it comes to Mike.
Didn't you say
By the way,
He said he was the king snake who snaked us.
Denied the victim.
Oh, man. Well, because it didn't work trying to claim he was the snake and the puppet master, so now he has to play victim and cry.
That's the best part of Phil. He's either winning or losing at the drop of a hat.
Yeah.
Content, there are people who literally stalk people, no lie, from stream to stream to stream to stream. Like this happens literally every day. And this used to happen with my detractors, not the casino, but my other detractors. Basically, people would tell me behind the scenes.
Wait, he deleted the RTU stream?
The whole world hates Phil.
I detract.
Yeah, apparently.
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised.
Well,
He has to clarify which group of detractors it is because there's just so many.
He everyone fucking hates
I
him.
have it. Don't worry. I have it if you need it.
Maybe it got taken down. Did it get taken down by YouTube or did he delete it?
I'll take it, Andy, for my casino files.
Yes, I will. I will send it. Just let me know whatever you need, and I'll put it in the fucking thing for you. Okay?
I got to give it to Ashton. When he was talking to Phil about me, he was basically describing cartoon characters. I was Bender from Futurama. All you had to do was go, yeah, Gundam hangs out with a guy named Fry, and he's got a thing for a girl named Leela. And Phil would have believed it.
Oh yeah, you can tell him anything. Don't worry, we have all the secret dirt. We have the secret dossier files, Phil. We got it. We got it, bro. He's cooked.
You know that so-and-so is in the detractor chat and they're talking crap and they're contributing. And the truth is, I can't stop anyone from doing that, nor is it my job to babysit or monitor any of that crap. Okay, it's not my job. It's not.
This is like straight up substitute teacher energy. You know, like he said that before, but it really is.
You know, Cat is so unfulfilled.
Oh,
I bet Phil walks like he's club-footed.
If you're,
do you want to know something? I swear this happened. I saw a picture of skinny, what's her face, Cat.
Oh yeah,
and I was like, who's this? I thought. I thought
no idea.
This is today. I thought that was Panda Lee.
No.
And then,
Oh my God,
like, no, that was
Worski.
Cat. I'm like, what the fucking fuck? Like, I swear.
in my chat.
But he
You
was
gotta behave and abide
totally
by the rules.
the
If you're gonna be a
gaming
moderator
soulmate.
of mine, like Darkside Dabbing is,
He knew
you've got to
nothing
abide by
about
the
this dude. He was
regulations
so
of being a mod.
tuned out.
If I find out that you're doing underhanded stuff, I'm gonna publicly can and shame.
The regulations of being a mod, sir. This isn't that serious, man.
Well,
like it's a.
In Nazi Germany, if the Gestapo fucked up, they ended up in the ovens too. So.
Whoa, buddy, whoa, got
No,
That's the ethics of doing it for free.
Who's the Trump guy? Real? What was his name?
DJ Trump Real.
DJ Trump Real was like the top donator, and he banned him because he likes us. And now he unbanned
And then
him.
the chat revolted against Phil for banning DJ Trump Real, and they kept posting Pepe.
Now we walk
And
that
Phil
back.
fucking-
I don't care what you do when you're not on my stream.
And he eventually had to cave
As long
and
as it's not on my
reverse
stream.
the ban on DJ Trump Real.
Oh, we have a moderator must have went to him, sire. They're revolting. There's countless Pepes with torches.
Did you hear the lore with the comb, the brush?
Oh yes,
you
mother
heard it.
combs his hair.
Yeah, yeah.
Is there something I missed?
Well, how it?
Well, so I
Inception.
said we could turn anything into a meme in his chat, and it would cause him to melt down. So I just happened to have my hairbrush sitting on the desk, so I'm like, let's just put a hairbrush in his chat and see. And Phil started getting rattled about the hairbrush.
This is in our chat.
So then the detractors found a way to somehow shoehorn the hairbrush into the lore by bringing up that it's a reference to Phil's mom doing his hair until he was 17. And Phil's response to that was, she combed my hair. She didn't brush it, the dunces.
Oh, fucking felt it.
Fucking got him.
Somehow it just went from like just a random object on the desk to somehow a part of his lore that he then confessed to and humiliated himself.
He's confessed that numerous times, but I thought he retconned the hair combing lore. Then the detractors came back and pulled up old video of him saying, "Yes, my mother combed my hair till I was 17." The perfect sign of a dude who got tons of chicks back in the day.
That's right.
Just like you deserve.
DSP cult leader.
All right, so I'm laying down the rules right now. If everyone understands, that's how it is with me. Everyone gets a fair shake. These people haven't shown me any reason to be upset. And, you know, I haven't seen it. But if they really are snakes and they're trying to plan on doing something, well, they better stop right now because they're just going to be...
But again, I hate to be a broken record. You were proud of being a snake.
Yeah,
just yesterday.
Well, the video deleted, so there's no proof.
True.
It's gone.
It didn't happen.
Nobody will ever know.
By the way, our
you
editor...
don't question the Fuhrer.
By the way, our editor, right? He's like, so I'm really editing the 6-hour video, huh? I'm
my
like,
God.
I'm like, yes, you are. He's like, one video. All right, this guy's in the sweatshop right now.
I would have quit.
Because
And it's all just
swear word.
Oops, it's all Phil.
It's fuck, right? It's just like, he has to, like, on Premiere remove the F's right now. And then he's like, you guys are doing Phil tonight? Any other things? I'm like, no. Just Gundam and us and Phil. And I'm like, maybe he could cut it into parts, but yeah. He's like, I hate Phil. I hate him.
Yeah, if you have to like deal with Phil for prolonged periods, you grow to hate him. And it happens to everybody. Even editing videos on this guy sends me off the deep end. That's why I didn't do side scrollers. It's like, no, that's just like 5 fucking hours. Then I have to sit there and look for every lie this motherfucker told. And I gotta cross-reference. I gotta check with other people. It's like I become a CIA. It's LA Noire for a guy with autism, dude. I can't take it.
Well, that's why you were like,
crashing out.
You're like, I can't do this. And then, so I'm like, for this one, I was like, all right, we'll set everything up. Don't worry. Because it is, you're right. This has been the hardest we've ever worked to figure out this guy.
And you're only scratching the surface.
Oh, yeah. That's the thing is, it's like I would be poring over the lore like hours and hours watching this guy's stream. And people are like, no, you're still ignorant. You have no idea. Like, okay, let me do another 10 hours of looking into Phil. No, you're still an ignorant piece. You have to
I've been fucking with Phil for 10 years, and I'm still ostracized for not knowing enough.
You have to put in like the 10,000 hours of mastery in order to even be qualified to talk. You have to get like a master's degree in philology from the University of the Dead Sea Scroll, and then
the 48 laws of smart power.
Yo, so on the post show, Psycho, he's been A-logging Phil for like 15 years. So he'll, in the post show on Wednesday, he'll be like, oh, fuck, man. And then the water balloon thing, I'm like, what's the water balloon thing? He's like, Andy, you don't know about the water balloon thing? And the entire chat's like, you don't know about pull off the water balloon. I'll say whatever, like, he'll say the most obscure fucking reference. And I'm like, what?
What is the water balloon thing, Andy? I'm in hook, line, and sinker.
No, it was like the bubbles or anything.
Okay,
like
bubbles I know. You're losing me a water balloon.
But I don't think the water balloon was something he just made up. Is it?
It's an example. But last Wednesday, but yeah.
Exposed.
It's really fun.
You know, when they start acting up.
I'm just going to ban.
Okay. Then we've got Bob Smith, who did a Mexican 100 pesos.
Oh, by the way, that's Ralph. That's Ralph. Ralph did a super chat for 100 Mexican pesos.
$5, Phil.
Looking forward to it, Phil. This is Ralph. Sorry if I stepped on the announcement.
Bob Smith. Now I know why Bob Smith's an autist in comments. Because it's Ralph.
Which I have absolutely no idea what that value's at. So give me a second.
Let's look it up because that's important.
Here we go.
I don't know what the peso is valued at currently. All right, so that is the equivalent of $24.81.
No,
that is a nice big
Can we get 4 subs, guys?
How does he consistently do the math,
this
bro?
motherfucker really, like, I don't even know where he got that number from. But he was so desperate to try and cope and have like a fake level of support. I think he just made that number. He pulled it right out of his ass so he could try and get closer to the goal.
Is there multiple versions of a peso? I'm assuming there is.
Yeah,
right?
well, there's the Cuban, yes.
Cuban peso and all that stuff. Yeah, so maybe he was like looking at the wrong peso.
Chat. So let's get
none of them close to that.
How are you saying it?
None.
And then everybody immediately corrects him, which I just laughed that Ralph could only scrape together $4.96.
I would give Phil a dollar.
He's poor.
That's all that Ralph could come up with.
I'll be fair. Ralph is poor and never donates to anyone, so that's actually impressive, to be real. You remember when he's like, look at me, guys, I'm rich. He holds up 500 Mexican pesos in bills.
So, by the way, Phil has now on his stream live pinned a message that says mention drama or the casino and get a ban.
So he doesn't say he can't mention Gundam though.
Yeah, I guess
Why
not.
would you even do that?
Can't mention drama or the
Put a
casino
comment on
or you're gonna
Mamology's
get
video.
banned.
I was like,
For 5.
why would you paint a target like that on
There
you?
it is.
Hey
There
guys, here's the shit that here's how to rile me up.
Super chat will
Whoa,
read it in a
bud.
bit, but let's do a little bit more.
It's
Very smart
$4.96. I just did Mexican peso to United States dollar, and it was a 500. Oh, it's a 100. I read it wrong. Oh my god.
If you want to piss me the fuck off, as they say, here's exactly how to do
I
it.
did do it wrong. I thought it was 500. I misread the super chat. That's my fault.
Wait, he's deleting it. He has Bob Smith. Yeah, 2480. He puts the penny.
All right, so actually, Mr. Watson.
Why does he do? No, I don't need no.
Oh, we have to undo this now because I said what 24. What were we at? Shit. No. Yeah, I said it was 24, right?
Oh man.
No, I said it was 28. No, I said it was 24. So we got to
$5.
By the way, Iron Chef Sakai in chat says he's so fucking pissed we should tune in live. All right.
Okay, I'm interested in that.
Chef, let's do a drop. Let's go over to Phil right now live.
Okay.
And let's see how he's doing. Chef,
Rumor
let's
direct,
get a
I
big
didn't
drop
even hear
for this
about
to
it.
make Phil
Live
Rumor
unadulterated
direct.
And let's
What?
see the live cope right now from Phil on YouTube.
Okay,
Let's
okay.
have a look.
Oh,
By the way, Caspian for 5 subs. That doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Let's see here.
It's my fault. My fucking idiot trolls are in the chat. So.
He's teething. He's teething without the trolls.
You're sucking JoJo. What do you want? Wait.
Wait, he's losing
Like, there's no
because
way I'm gonna beat it. It just sucked that these fucking idiots had to
Getting
start
his
that.
ass
I had to
handed
my
to
character.
Get the content in the chat, Phil.
he's crying.
Hey, Higher God.
He's crying.
Just play the game, Phil.
He's not even looking at the screen.
He's so mad. He's so
You
mad.
guys are idiots. If you're just saying
Bro,
shit like
he's
that.
just letting himself get whomped on.
You've never played the game. You're a moron. You don't understand how the game works.
Yeah.
Get down on one character like that. You're done. I need my whole
Maybe I could be
plate.
successful like Phil the day I learned how to play Marvel vs. Capcom.
And now I'm
It's
gonna
only
be
been
able to
out
play
for
it.
what, 20 years? You know?
Oh my God.
It's not gonna happen.
Maybe I'll be cool like Phil and have an overweight wife that can't
By
have
the
kids.
way, K-Cause for 10 subs and begs money for a sub.
Shout outs to Begs Money.
Gonna take
You're
you for
going
By
a
the
too
way,
far.
just those 2 donos is more than he made this whole stream.
Poor Phil.
Bro.
Go debate Gundam, you fraud.
Psycho for 29 subs!
Go!
Zapparoni.
Let's go!
Huge!
I know I
Phil,
saw
look at Phil. Look at how miserable he is, man. Oh,
He's miserable.
Is he on left or right? Is he on
He's a
left or
sentinel.
right? He's sentinel?
He's a sentinel. Yeah. So yeah, you definitely to left.
I really want to do that.
You never want to do that,
His
Phil.
own chat saying Felton.
Oh, fuck.
Oh no. These fucking trolls.
No.
Thank
Can
you
we get
for the
some
chat.
Oh, Iron Chef, please respond. Iron Chef, we need some subs. Oh, man.
Oh no. Oh no, he's losing.
Go to bed, dingus.
He's almost
I
off,
really
he's almost off
should.
captain.
Ooh, I love that. That was
Yeah,
very
you know what?
God, he's getting.
I think we got the gist of it. Because at this point, it becomes like a straight up restream of the Friday night stream, and you guys already know what happens. He rage quits Kick, they make fun of him, they finish the current video they were watching, and it just becomes a restream till Gundam clocks out. I think we saw, we get the gist of it, we saw what we need to saw. And then I saw what we needed to see. And then Worski does a whole rewatch of, well, not a rewatch, a first time watch of the June King documentary. But he does it by himself because PvP clocks out. Yeah, the kick quit's the main thing, but I saw that live as it happened. Because the first half before that happened, I needed to check in what they had. Well, I needed to watch. I can't even talk. That was the only part I needed to see. That part, that segment. Before all of that. The part before the rest of the part happened. Alright, well let me do one last thing. Hey, you know what you know what the great thing is? They're gonna be on again tonight. Hopefully it's not another Phil-centric show. I mean, they're not really gonna have anything Philish to talk about until the show on Thursday. Meaning, hopefully, no Phil stuff till Friday. There's a lot of Destiny stuff going on right now that they could talk about. Along with many other such things, and like, where's the dude I'm looking I don't see him. Was in the air? Oh. I didn't push story at all, as the guy would say. Just walked around in the overworld for 6 hours. So it goes. Just wanted to chill out for a few hours while I just unwind and chillax on a do-nothing Sunday into Monday. Whoa, G-Man. The worst characters coming up. I feel like this game isn't known for its cast outside of Elma and Lynn. Oh no, not the level 8 Grex.
We should weaken them just to be safe.
The multiplayer style mechanics are soon. Yeah, I see they're still gating me from those mechanics. If I wasn't lazy tonight, I would have unlocked them tonight. Reminds me a lot of Dragon's Dogma. Pseudo offline MMO style multiplayer. I'm somewhat familiar. It's fake style online. Like how in Mario Kart Tour, the bots have the names of actual players, so it makes you think you're racing against real people.
They've seen us.
They keep trying to felt me, brother.
To lash out. Now close his violent streak.
Recruiting some lady wearing nothing but a bra and panties. Based. Pasado.
Sorry, it was you or us.
Hope I didn't get in the way.
Damn, I still have so much of this area not uncovered. Look how big the game is. I got so many other regions I gotta go to. We're gonna be here for dozens and dozens of hours. Let's go over here. Alright, that's where I gotta be. So, we'll call it here. Sarah's right. I gotta go me time. I gotta be responsible. Well, thank you guys for hanging out, at least for a little bit, for a very cozy style Sunday evening situation. We'll see if I can go back again and run it back tonight. Thing is, it's another late style shift. I'm suffering. Have a big ups to everybody. We're gonna find someone to raid, and I'm gonna get some shut-eye. See if I can get off at that time. Yeah, I'll try to stream and do a restream of the Kino, but it will be late because I just can't I can't do anything about the clock out time, you guys. And it might be late on top of that too, because I'll want to get something to eat. Okay, my mind is mush. So another stream in the bag. It's pretty much that's all you can really say, right? All right, Pablo, get my ass out of here. I'm tired. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do do do. When are they gonna port this to the Switch to? Come on. Thanks for stopping by. Look at that. We finished the Synthetic Man review and finished most of that casino episode. Pretty cool. Big ups to the Dagas, Dongas, and Swollen __ ones who somehow made it to the end. I hope you enjoyed the Xeno chill. See, Xeno is a game that's gonna last for a lifetime, but this is going to create what I've been told are called chill streams. Just games where I quietly roam the overworld while listening to other shit. We used to do those all the time back in the Xenoblade 3 days, and now it's back. Maybe I'll even reopen the request a video redeem. Whoa. Well, let's not make promises that I can't guarantee. Anyway, big ups to the Dingas, the Dongas, the Swollen __ ones, all that and like. We'll probably raid. See, Tevin's looking at Locale Live, but he's on BRB. We'll probably send you to Mailman because he's playing Starfield. You guys like that game, right? And then I'll be live again later tonight. Whoa! Same bat time, same bat channel. I gotta charge my controller too. While I charge my controller, I'm gonna recharge my own batteries. Thank you to Bean, Sweet Bean, That Bean. Tier 1 for 20 months in a row. Whoa. enough. Tier 1 for 33 months. They also went back to streaming today. I had a look and listen at what they got going on. Whoa, they're back. Speed for the follow behind the scenes. A dollar bill follow behind the scenes. And everything in between. Be Your Wife Cow Live, yeah. Wingo has been fired! Ah! Don't worry, guys. He told us it wasn't his fault. He didn't push her. He explained it very succinctly. He said his forward momentum caused her to fall down. Something along those lines. And you know what? I completely believe you. Because that's exactly what happens when you use your forward momentum. When you thrust your forward momentum upon another person, this typically results in you pushing them. But he didn't push her, you guys. It was just his momentum lost control of itself within the moment. Yes, no escaping from the laws of physics. It's, the laws of physics' fault. But yeah, bye-bye adios in meeting time. We'll see you when we see you. And if we didn't see you, then we didn't see you. But if we did see you, then we saw you. And if we didn't see you, hopefully we see you next time. I can see myself in the mirror each and every single day. Hopefully I can inspire viewers like you, Rue, to see themselves in their mirrors each and every single day. What's the raid message for Broken? You brush your teeth at 6 in the morning? That's crazy. That's what happens when you work late and eat late. Understandable. And you got me. Now after the schedule change, it's like some days you work early, you get out early, or you work late, or you get out late. You just want to die inside. Bye-bye! Take it easy. Don't let the bed bugs bite.